The story begins with an imperial guard, born a slave, who made a pact with a demon and died protecting the mad emperor. Will history remember him as a loyal knight until the very end, or merely a foolish jester out of touch with the times? The Royal Imperial Guard, Cain later, covered in blood but with sharp eyes, muttered that neither outcome pleased him. The rebel leader, Yahello Reston, roared in anger. "Why did you block that sword strike at the very end, Cain, you idiot?" Cain later smirked, challenging. "I've lived 29 years making my own choices. Don't pick a fight for no reason." Young master of the ducal house. Yahello Reston was stunned, yelling, "You could have escaped. Why did you choose this path?" With tears in his eyes, Yahello Reston screamed in despair, shaking Cain. "Open your eyes, wake up, you bastard." Amidst the sea of flames, Yahello Reston embraced Cain later's fading body, his cries for his friend tearing through the air. Cain later took his last breath, while Yahello Reston cursed in helplessness. Cain later's bare feet walked on the sparkling blue water, and he wondered in astonishment. What is this place? Amidst the endless cosmic space, Cain later asked himself, is this death? He walked on the water amidst the galaxy, muttering, "So this is freedom, nothing special." Cain later smirked, recalling the sight of young Yahello crying like a child. Never mind him, he'll manage on his own, he thought, preparing to enjoy what was called freedom. Suddenly, Cain later stopped, feeling something was wrong. A surge of blue-white energy suddenly flared, enveloping his naked body. Cain later's pupils contracted in extreme astonishment. "Huh?" A strange voice rang out, a blond man smiling brightly. "You've been born healthy, Karen." Cain later was completely dumbfounded. The blond man turned, eagerly asking another, "Father, would you like to hold the baby?" An old man with a golden mustache, exuding a regal aura, reached out his hand. The child isn't even crying, truly a sturdy one. Meanwhile, Cain later was screaming in his mind. What in the world is happening? The noble old man spread his arms, joyfully declaring, "Grow up strong, my youngest grandson." In the child's form, Cain later immediately recognized his old enemy. Yahello? Old and wrinkled, but it's definitely him. As soon as Yahello picked him up, Cain later, in the body of a newborn, immediately wailed loudly, making the old Grand Duke a little flustered. "Ah, I made him cry." Cain screamed in despair, tears streaming down his face. "No. What kind of bizarre situation is this?" The harsh truth dawned on him as he realized, "I've become Yahello's grandson?" Time passed, and the story of Cain later, the knight who fell with the evil emperor 45 years ago, was passed down among the people. A professor was lecturing, stating that even though Cain later couldn't prevent his master from straying, he was still considered a symbol of unwavering loyalty until the very end. The professor concluded his modern history lecture and turned to ask his student, "Young master, what do you think about this?" The young master sat with his chin propped, a thoughtful expression on his face, and asked in return, "And what about the professor's own opinion?" The professor offered his personal hypothesis. "I think perhaps the Grand Duke simply wanted to restore his friend's honor. As everyone knows, Duke Yahello and Lord Cain were close friends." Hearing that, the young master smirked, his eyes sharp. "Do you truly think so?" Which left the professor stunned, not understanding his meaning. The young master, Karen Reston, 10 years old, the third son of Yahello Reston, stated bluntly, "I think my grandfather harbors resentment towards his deceased friend, which is why he deliberately gilded his name." The professor broke out in a cold sweat, secretly thinking, "What the hell is this brat saying?" but stammered aloud, asking what he meant. Karen Reston explained clearly, "Instead of joining my grandfather on the path of revolution, Cain chose death, and he couldn't accept that truth, deliberately ignoring his friend's wish for peaceful rest to turn him into a hero." The old professor was dumbfounded, unable to believe his ears. He wanted a quiet death? Sweat poured down, and the professor began to piece together the rumors, realizing that the hypothesis of Cain choosing death rather than participating in a meaningless war suddenly became terrifyingly plausible. Karen Reston concluded nonchalantly, "It's perfectly logical, isn't it?" which astonished the professor at the deductive ability of a 10-year-old child. The old professor's face paled, imagining being beheaded by the Duke's knights for slander if he dared to agree with such a shocking hypothesis. Seeing his teacher hesitate, Karen Reston flipped a page, casually saying that he had never thought of that perspective before. Suddenly, Karen Reston let out a snort of laughter, startling the professor who didn't understand what was happening. The boy grinned slyly, nonchalantly, saying, just kidding. Why do you look so tense?" leaving the professor speechless. Karen Reston, that was his name in this new life. He had been reincarnated as the youngest grandson of the Reston ducal house, a status he took some time to accept. Clearly annoyed, he secretly cursed the old man Halo Reston, that clueless bastard who had arbitrarily turned him into a hero against his will. Meanwhile, his father in this life, a blond man, was sincerely praying alone. That man was Pale, Halo's youngest son. Karen Reston cleared his throat, officially confirming that this seemingly weak man was his father. Pale turned around, asking his son about his studies, but Karen Reston went straight to the point, asking his father if he was praying again. The boy hit the nail on the head, asking directly if Pale was still worried about his awakening ceremony. Pale apologized guiltily, making Karen Reston confused and ask what was wrong. Pale confessed that he himself was powerless, and he feared he had passed that burden on to his son. Karen Reston called out to his dejected father, Pale Reston, who only looked up and replied with a, Seeing his father still feeling inferior, Karen Reston sneered, stating bluntly, "No matter what others say, to me, father is the greatest." Pale Reston froze, stunned by his son's words, his face beginning to flush with emotion. Overwhelmed with emotion, Pale Reston hugged the boy tightly, choked up as he replied, "And you are my most wonderful son." The cheesy scene continued as Pale Reston excitedly pinched Karen Reston's cheeks, while the boy's face remained blank, helplessly enduring it. After the emotional moment, Pale Reston invited his son to dinner, and the answer from a true warrior like Karen Reston couldn't be any different. "Of course I want meat." Night fell, and in Karen Reston's room, a blue magic stone floated in mid-air, emitting a mysterious light. Karen Reston lay on his bed, holding the stone, his eyes sharp as he thought about the upcoming so-called awakening ceremony. A question from the past echoed in his mind. Awakening ceremony? What the hell is that? Memories returned to Canelator's youth, when he was practicing swordsmanship, and his black-haired friend explained that the awakening ceremony was just an old family ritual to unlock latent magic power. In the memory, young Canelator scoffed at the concept of magic being innate, flatly declaring he didn't care. The black-haired friend explained that not everyone could awaken their magic power, and even if they did, they might not be skilled enough to sit on the family head's seat. Young Canelator smirked, intrigued upon hearing about a terrifying secret only passed down to the family head. The black-haired friend seemed wary when Canelator directly asked if the secret was a treasure or a wish-granting magic book, adding that if it was, he'd be interested. The black-haired friend hesitated, muttering that his dream was simply to live peacefully in a secluded place, far from all strife. Young Canelator snorted with laughter at his friend's mundane dream, making the other man retort, veins bulging, "Are you mocking your friend's humble dream? I'm holding a weapon, you know." Young Canelator suddenly became serious, his eyes sharpening as he simply replied, "All right." With a confident smile, young Canelator gave a thumbs up and firmly promised that one day, when he became the family head, he would specially reveal that secret to his friend. The memory ended, and Karen Reston returned to reality, sitting on his bed, gazing thoughtfully out the window, and pondering the so-called magic awakening ritual. A surge of blue magic suddenly erupted around Karen Reston, and he secretly thought, reassuring his worried father, "Father, you don't need to worry." Karen Reston sat on the bed, blue magic fiercely erupting, his hair standing on end, his eyes gleaming with an overbearing aura. He smirked confidently, thinking to himself, "Magic awakening? Child's play. I've already done that several lifetimes ago." The scene shifted to a magnificent train station. The Reston family had arrived, and Karen couldn't hide his astonishment at its grandeur. Inside the station, a modern magic train was pulling in, and Karen admitted to his companion that it was his first time riding a train. Karen's mother revealed that many technologies on this train were created thanks to his father's sponsorship, making Pale Reston humbly scratch his head. Mother Reston hugged her son and winked proudly, asserting that even if his father was humble, it was still a great achievement, and Karen fully agreed. Karen Reston looked directly at his father with admiring eyes and firmly said, "Father, I am truly proud of you." Pale Reston gave an awkward laugh, while Karen secretly assessed, "This old man may not have magic, but he single-handedly manages 30% of the finances for the entire Reston territory." Karen continued to ponder his new family, with a mother who was always gentle and a father devoted to his wife and child. The boy smiled, concluding in his mind that these were truly perfect parents, but his eyes held far more complex thoughts. The magic train traversed the gloomy territory, moving forward. Karen Reston gazed thoughtfully out the window. The scenery flashed by, but his mind was elsewhere. Suddenly, Karen turned around, his eyes having recognized something, while his mother was still reading a book. In the distance, a colossal castle appeared, which was the main residence of the Reston family. This place was not just a home, but a true fortress. Azura Sea Fortress. Caron's gaze locked onto his target, and he whispered, "There he is." Yahello Reston, the Grand Duke, appeared with the imposing aura of a ruler, standing above both his cousins and Karen himself. Karen smirked provocatively, muttering to himself, "So, you've turned me into a great figure in history, have you?" Suddenly, blue magic erupted around Karen, making his father, Pale Reston, freeze on the spot. Pale Reston was stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief at the sight before him. Karen Reston snarled in his mind, vowing to become the complete opposite of the family's expectations and shatter all their plans. With blue magic swirling around him, he clenched his fist, declaring, "I'll be the biggest piece of trash in the Reston family." Karen smirked defiantly, his sharp eyes locking onto his imagined target. "Just you wait, Yahello." The train headed straight for the family's colossal fortress, and Caron proudly declared in his mind, "Your precious youngest grandson is coming." A screech echoed as the magic train entered the magnificent station of the main residence, officially setting foot in the enemy's territory. As soon as he stepped off the platform, Pale Reston was greeted by a bowing subordinate named Heinrich, while Karen stood beside him, observing. Pale Reston greeted Heinrich courteously, but everyone's attention had already shifted to the presence of their family. Caron's gaze swept through the crowd and stopped at a squad of silver-armored knights. He immediately recognized them as the infamous Sea Wave Knights. The elite knights immediately sensed Karen's magic, their eyes becoming scrutinizing, confirming that this boy was no ordinary individual. Karen knew that news of his magic awakening would reach Yahello sooner or later, but he didn't care, ready for a direct confrontation. Heinrich bowed and led Karen Reston's family into the main palace, while Pale Reston instructed the old man to lead the way. A maid announced that his father, Pale Reston, had gone to meet the elders and told Karen to wait in the reception room. Karen smirked, secretly acknowledging that this Azura Sea Fortress was truly formidable. Even the waiting room was enormous. Waiting alone, Karen began to feel bored. He sighed deeply and thought he should have just asked to be led straight to the library. Suddenly, another noble boy appeared, his tone full of sarcasm, taunting Karen for demanding to go to the library as soon as he arrived, just as rumored. The brat crossed his arms, continuing to mock Karen for being the son of a magicless, good-for-nothing uncle, implying his chances of awakening magic were almost zero, and that he should just bury himself in books and make money like a commoner. Karen said nothing, but a chilling killing intent suddenly erupted, engulfing the space and making the boy speechless, startling him. Recovering from the shock, his cousin began to rage, craning his neck to challenge. "Ha, come at me if you dare." Then he channeled sickly green magic around his hand, intending to show off. Karen smirked, his eyes flashing with a deadly glint. "So there are mad dogs in the main house too?" Then a colossal, utterly overwhelming surge of magic erupted from him, making the brat freeze. His cousin's face turned pale, sweat pouring down him, and he stammered in utter horror. "You can't. How could you?" Karen Reston smirked, purple magic enveloping his body, and flatly declared that even his father didn't know he had awakened. While his dazed cousin was still sputtering, Karen Reston coldly announced, "Now we have a problem, brother." With fiery eyes and a murderous smile, Karen Reston pointed directly at his opponent. "This house doesn't need two mad dogs. It'll take that role, so brother, you should step aside." A grotesque shadow with glowing eyes appeared behind Karen Reston, and he calmly declared, "It's time for a beating, brother," making his cousin freeze in fear. Elsewhere, a white-haired subordinate was reporting to the three Reston brothers that Karen had awakened, a fact confirmed by three knight captains. Rafael Reston, the second young master, immediately turned to question Pale Reston, suspecting him of some scheme for secretly hiding his son's magic awakening. Pale Reston's face was expressionless as he immediately denied. "Of course not. I didn't even know myself." Tails Reston, the eldest young master, intervened, suggesting that it was understandable for Pale not to realize his son had awakened, given his lack of magic. Rafael Reston snorted coldly, uttering contemptuous words about Pale's pathetic state, and the atmosphere between the three brothers became tense. Suddenly, a panicked butler rushed in, his face pale, his voice trembling as he called out, "Head butler, you must come here at once," making the head butler, who was standing at attention, turn around. The panicked butler's face was ashen, sweat pouring down him, and he stammered incoherently. The three Reston brothers, Tails, Raphael, and Pale, all turned to look, not understanding what was happening. The panicked butler frantically pointed behind him, his voice trembling as he reported to the second young master, Rafael Reston. Rafael Reston immediately shot to his feet, his face filled with murderous intent, while the butler hastily explained that there might be a misunderstanding. After hearing the report, Rafael Reston roared, his face darkening, radiating intense killing intent. It turned out that Karen Reston had just taught his cousin Leo Reston a lesson, scaring him so much that he flailed his arms and legs wildly. Karen Reston maintained his calm demeanor, bowing as Raphael Reston charged forward. Raphael Reston said little, grabbing Karen Reston by the collar and lifting him, growling, "You insolent brat." All three Reston brothers were present. Raphael was furious with Karen, while Pale Reston shouted to intervene. Pale Reston stepped forward, his face cold as ice, and flatly declared, "It was brother Leo who insulted my son." Grabbed by the collar by Raphael Reston, Karen Reston showed no fear, growling back, "If it were your father, would you stand by and watch?" Raphael Reston furiously yelled that the brat was spouting nonsense, while Pale Reston hastily intervened, and Leo Reston lay sprawled on the floor after taking a beating. Unable to discipline his nephew, Raphael Reston turned to blame Pale Reston entirely, claiming it was all due to his incompetent younger brother's terrible parenting. As the drama reached its peak, an old butler appeared, coldly ordering everyone to stop. The emotionless head butler, wearing a monocle, relayed the order from the top. "The patriarch has stated he will pass judgment himself." Hearing the order, Raphael Reston clicked his tongue in annoyance, but had to release Karen Reston. Pale Reston immediately rushed to support his son. Pale Reston asked worriedly, but Karen Reston casually replied, "I'm fine," as if the recent incident was nothing more than a mosquito bite. The entire family prepared to meet the patriarch. Pale Reston told his son to accompany him, while Raphael Reston visibly fumed. Karen Reston's eyes sharpened. In his mind, he called out the name of his sworn enemy. "Long time no see, Yahello." The entire family entered the great hall, led by the head butler. All were heading towards the door where Karen's old enemy and current grandfather awaited. A deep, steady voice rang out. Yes. The final boss, Grand Duke Yahello, had officially revealed himself. Seated grandly in the patriarch's chair, Yahello went straight to the point, questioning why Karen Reston had caused such a commotion immediately upon arriving at Azure Sea Fortress. Pale Reston was about to speak up for his son when Yahello mercilessly cut him off. "I wasn't asking you, Pale." With eyes as sharp as knives, Yahello looked directly at Karen Reston, declaring he would hear the answer from his grandson's own mouth, believing he must have acted for a reason. Karen Reston smirked, secretly scoffing. "Oh, you're going to listen to an explanation before passing judgment? This hypocritical habit of yours really doesn't suit you at all." Without a moment's hesitation, Karen Reston clearly stated, "It's because Leo insulted my father." Raphael Reston immediately yelled, claiming it was a fabrication. Bang! Yahello slammed the table, letting out a powerful roar that shook the entire room. "Silence, Raphael." Intimidated by the old man, Raphael Reston was speechless, hastily bowing his head and apologizing like a child. Yahello ordered head butler Heinrich, "Is Leo's treatment finished? Bring him here for a confrontation." But immediately after, Yahello turned to look at Karen Reston, his eyes full of hidden meaning. "But that's not the only thing I want to ask you." Karen Reston casually dropped a bombshell. "Oh, my magic? It awakened 3 years ago." His father, Pale Reston, froze, stammering in disbelief. Yahello narrowed his eyes, questioning why he had hidden it even from his own father, secretly thinking that this boy was no ordinary person to have awakened his magic 3 years ago on his own. Karen Reston continued his innocent act, fabricating a story that he only learned it was magic by reading books. Yahello still wasn't convinced, his sharp eyes pressing further. "And then what?" The boy grinned, scratching his head and answering teasingly, "I just wanted to keep it a secret for fun. I even fooled all the knights. It was quite amusing." Yahello remained skeptical. "Is that really all?" And Karen Reston casually confirmed, continuing his act perfectly. Just then, an announcement came. "Young Master Leo is entering." The confrontation officially began. His cousin, Leo Reston, bruised and bandaged all over, shuffled in, looking utterly pathetic. Yahello didn't beat around the bush, asking Leo Reston directly, "Karen said you insulted your uncle, didn't he?" The boy was speechless, stammering incoherently. Leo Reston tried to play the victim, crying and apologizing to his grandfather. But Karen Reston didn't give him a chance to act, exposing him directly. "Leo called my father a vulgar money grubber, a good-for-nothing unfit to inherit." Exposed, Leo Reston frantically denied everything, while Karen Reston continued his victim act, feigning regret. "Even so, I shouldn't have hit Leo. I've committed a great sin." His cousin was scared out of his wits, snot and tears streaming down his face, recalling the feeling of being crushed by Karen Reston's magic. Karen Reston stood behind him, not saying a word, but radiating an intense killing intent that made Leo Reston shrink back in fear. Grabbing a handkerchief in a hurry, Yahello ignored the theatrics, his sharp gaze fixed on Leo Reston, asking a decisive question. Leo, is what Karen said true? Questioned by his grandfather, and still haunted by his cousin's beating, Leo Reston had no way to deny it, meekly admitting that it was all true. Yahello rubbed his forehead, indicating he understood everything. The judgment was as good as settled. As night fell, Yahello decided to postpone the punishment for both of them until after the awakening ceremony, then dismissed everyone to rest. In his private room, Yahello asked the butler Heinrich for his thoughts on Pale Reston's son, and the old man simply replied that the boy had many interesting qualities. Yahello completely agreed. He had seen through everything. That boy not only awakened his magic 3 years ago, but also kept it completely hidden until now. He took a sip of tea, continuing his analysis. Furthermore, he deliberately questioned the knight's abilities, as if subtly criticizing me for looking down on Pale by assigning him useless soldiers. Heinrich thought Yahello was overthinking, but the old man dismissed it. I wish that were the case, but that boy is on a different level. Yahello asserted that if Karen had anything special, it would become clear tomorrow, as he swirled his wine glass. The old man sneered, saying that just because the boy awakened his magic didn't mean they knew all his tricks. Looking out the window, Yahello muttered, eager to see if Karen would pass the awakening ceremony safely, and if so, what kind of prize he would claim. Under the moonlight, the entire domain appeared, and Yahello admitted, I am extremely curious. The scene abruptly shifted to a dark, damp forest under the moonlight. The camera quickly panned through the forest, towards a mysterious blue light in the distance. In a clearing in the forest stood an ancient stone pedestal, upon which rested a glowing stone inscribed with ancient runes. The ancient runes on the stone emitted an eerie blue light, and a strange sound echoed in the silent space. The view expanded, revealing that this mysterious forest surrounded another castle, completely isolated. Under the moonlight, the entire Reston family arrived at a mysterious forest, led by key members, followed by a group of dangerous hooded figures. Karen Reston immediately recognized the mysterious figures as the family's elders, retired monsters. Even though they had retired, Karen could still feel the terrifying power emanating from the elders. They were all genuine articles, not to be underestimated. The entire second generation was also present. The eldest young master Tails, with his daughter Leon Reston, and the second young master Raphael, with his troublesome son Leo Reston. Karen smirked, understanding that the entire family making such a grand display indicated the ceremony was far more important than he had imagined. The entire group stood before an ancient stone pedestal, where a mysteriously glowing stone inscribed with ancient runes rested, preparing for the unveiling. Karen immediately recognized it as the Oath Stone, a legendary artifact. Yahello stepped forward, assuming the posture of the patriarch, and declared the awakening ceremony officially open. The old man explained the rules. By passing through the gate opened by the Oath Stone, each person would be thrown into a unique world created by the stone. Pale Reston instructed his son. The ceremony would only end when he used a weapon found in that world to destroy it. Karen Reston smirked, casually and confidently replying to his grandfather. Yes, grandfather. The old man, Yahello, narrowed his eyes, his gaze as sharp as a dagger, scrutinizing his grandson to see what he was up to. Very well, Yahello growled, activating the runic pendant, and magic began to pour forth. The runes on the pendant erupted in blue light, releasing a surge of pure magical energy. The energy from the pendant poured directly into the Oath Stone, and a colossal pillar of magical light shot straight into the sky, with the entire family watching. The surge of magic exploded, engulfing the entire forest in a terrifying display of power, opening a spatial gate. The other young members of the family immediately turned pale, intimidated by the terrifying pressure that made them unsteady on their feet. Standing before the brightly glowing spatial gate, Yahello crossed his arms and threw a provocative question at Karen. Are you scared? Pale Reston couldn't hide his worry, quickly placing a hand on his son's shoulder to ask if he was truly all right. Karen gently brushed his father's hand away, flashing an overly confident smile. I'm fine, father. I'll be right back. Karen Reston smirked defiantly. To him, the task of using a weapon from the other world to destroy it was a trivial matter, as easy as pie. The young boy reached into the spatial gate, for destruction was his trade, from his previous life to this one. Observing from outside, Yahello growled, ordering Karen Reston to overcome his own fear. Karen Reston turned back, his eyes filled with confusion. Fear? A concept too distant for the legendary swordsman. The entire Reston family, from Yahello to his cousins, stood with their arms crossed, witnessing the moment Karen Reston prepared to enter the trial. As soon as he stepped through the gate, Karen Reston was immediately thrown into a fiery space. the explosive energy making his hair stand on end from shock. The young boy froze, recognizing the sickeningly familiar scene. This place is. Before Karen Reston's eyes was a desolate grand hall, fires raging to the sky, and countless corpses of knights and maids scattered everywhere. He walked through the ruins, growling to himself. Why show me memories of this place? Amidst the sea of flames, the image of his black-haired friend from years past appeared, gravely wounded and gasping for breath, a bloody memory Kane later never wanted to recall. Karen Reston growled, questioning the one behind this charade. Do you intend to use my dead comrades to make me feel guilty? He looked up the stairs leading to the throne, where the corpses of fallen knights from the past lay scattered. A strange voice echoed, calling Karen Reston a child of the Blue Wolf, and remarking that his world was truly cruel. The mysterious voice declared that it was time to fulfill the covenant with his ancestors, and a colossal gate with blazing red energy opened before his eyes. Karen Reston froze as he saw a dark figure emerge from a pool of blood, exclaiming in horror, "You are a demon?" The young boy realized the entity facing him was no ordinary being, but the voice coolly stated that the blood in his veins could not be defiled by a mere demon. The voice urged Karen Reston to overcome his fear and advance to the throne, for what he desired was there. Karen Reston didn't hesitate, stepping straight through the gate into a blazing red hall, the voice echoing again as if it had been waiting for a very long time. Before him was an empty throne, and the voice revealed that this was what the Emperor of old had traded with demons to protect. Karen Reston walked through the blood-red space, feeling as if he were treading on the corpses of his former comrades, a horrifying memory flooding back. The mysterious voice echoed, calling him the child blessed by the icy northern sea, even though his soul was lost. The invisible entity welcomed Karen Reston on behalf of the Azure family, leaving the young boy stunned and confused. An illusion appeared. His previous life, Kane later, wielding the demon sword Ruin, a weapon bestowed by the Emperor, and Karen Reston froze as he recognized it. The mysterious voice commanded, "Pour mana into it." But Karen Reston frantically objected, knowing full well it was a soul-devouring demon sword. The demon sword appeared, and the voice explained that the evil energy within it had long been purified by his grandfather Yahello. What he saw was merely an illusion created by a demon. An armored guide appeared, asserting that only Karen Reston could awaken the sword, making the young boy even more hesitant. Karen Reston's hands trembled. He feared the prospect of becoming an emotionless killing machine again, only knowing how to obey orders like in his previous life. The image of Kane later from the past appeared, growling, urging Karen Reston to overcome his own fear. Karen Reston suddenly realized that this entire trial was, in fact, an unusual favor from the old man Yahello. Karen Reston finally understood. This awakening ceremony wasn't a childish game to receive a weapon, but a heavy psychological test for the heir, using the pure azure jade to crush his own fears. Having understood the rules, Karen Reston wasted no more time, his hand decisively gripping the hilt of the demon sword Ruin. Upon contact, a terrifying surge of energy shot through him, Karen Reston's eyes blazing with an eerie blue-violet light, signaling an earth-shattering transformation. His pupils constricted, the full power of the pure azure jade violently erupting from within. The surrounding space instantly transformed. Karen Reston submerged into a world of azure energy, exclaiming in a daze, "Is this the pure azure jade?" In the new space, the demon sword Ruin also transformed, its murky, dark, evil energy vanishing, replaced by a pure azure aura that astonished Karen Reston. The demon sword Ruin now looked like a genuine holy sword, flawlessly beautiful. Even the mysterious voice had to admit it didn't understand why it appeared in this form. While Karen Reston was still bewildered, the mysterious voice dropped a bombshell. "That sword originally belonged to your ancestor, Kael." He braced himself, enduring the astonishing surge of power, while the voice continued to reveal that this sword was a family secret, a weapon never recorded in history. The mysterious voice concluded, "The power of this sword possesses a completely different nature from the family's abilities." Karen Reston's eyes flashed, seemingly having grasped the incredible item he had just received. Karen Reston growled, his entire body engulfed in a torrent of wild azure energy as he tried to control the sword. The space turned blood red. He staggered from the overload, and the mysterious voice commanded, "Endure it. The sword's mana is being etched into your body." Feeling the mana within him become overwhelmingly powerful, Karen Reston smirked with delight, acknowledging that this item was truly formidable. He admitted that the power of the azure jade was indeed genuine, then cut straight to the chase. "So, what is this sword's true name?" An illusion appeared, showing the sword's bloody past, a weapon that had slaughtered countless demons, devouring their power. a weapon that even devils feared. The sword's origin was revealed. It was born from the deep northern sea, a place dark yet pure. The mysterious voice coolly stated, revealing the weapon's true identity. The life-snatching sword, guillotine. Karen Reston murmured the murderous name, life-snatching sword, guillotine, his eyes flashing as he realized its significance. The mysterious voice suggested that this sword, bearing the darkness of the deep sea, perfectly suited his destiny. But Karen Reston brushed it aside and asked directly, "Who exactly are you?" Standing before a throne in the illusory space, Karen Reston offered his sharp deduction. "You are the Azure Dragon, my family's guardian dragon, aren't you?" But the mysterious voice replied that he wasn't skilled enough to know its true name. The mysterious voice gave Karen Reston a final challenge. "If one day you become skilled enough to dominate the seas, come find me in the Northern Sea." After hearing the prelude, Karen Reston firmly gripped the life-snatching sword, asking directly, "Okay, how do I exit this game now?" But the voice only replied cryptically, "You should already know, shouldn't you?" Karen Reston suddenly realized, the answer right in his hand. "Ah, so that's how it is." Smirking domineeringly, Karen Reston took a stance, his eyes blazing. "Excellent, I've always wanted to try this." Karen Reston swung his sword decisively, a torrent of Azure magic power erupting, shattering the illusory space to return to reality. Back in the real world, the entire Reston family stood waiting, his father Pale Reston clearly worried while his grandfather Yahello maintained a poker face. Pale Reston's face was tense. He mumbled an apology to his father, but Yahello merely advised his son not to worry excessively. Yahello feigned understanding, saying he knew it wasn't easy to watch his son walk a path he himself had never experienced. Just as Pale Reston was touched for a moment, Yahello added a critical remark. "But that's all the more reason for you to remain calm." Suddenly, Leo Reston screamed as the oath stone before him began to crack and emit a dazzling light. Hearing the frantic scream, announcing the oath stone was breaking, even the cunning old man Yahello was stunned. "What?" Boom! The oath stone exploded into hundreds of pieces, a terrifying surge of magical energy erupting and throwing the entire Reston family backward. Yahello, who always maintained a poker face, now frowned and snapped, utterly bewildered by what was happening right before his eyes. Amidst the ruins of the oath stone, a figure appeared. The demon's sword plunged straight into the ground, emanating a chilling aura. Karen Reston returned from the trial space, a challenging smirk on his face, and calmly asked, "Where did the oath stone go?" The entire Reston family, from grandfather Yahello to his uncles, were stunned, utterly shocked by the unbelievable sight and the boy's arrogant demeanor. The boy stood tall on the remnants of the family crest, demonstrating a power beyond everyone's imagination. The entire family surrounded Karen Reston. Even the hooded elders had to stand up, the atmosphere as tense as a drawn bowstring. Raffle Reston was the first to lose his composure, clutching his head and yelling, "Karen, you little brat, what the hell did you do?" Ignoring the scolding, Karen Reston simply waved casually at his grandfather, feigning innocence perfectly, leaving the other speechless. Yahello's usually calm face now contorted. This seasoned old man finally couldn't hide his astonishment. Karen Reston sneered arrogantly, pointing directly at the weapon in his hand and boasting, "This weapon is guillotine, the execution sword of our ancestor, Yahello Reston." The sword emitted a stream of azure magic, an ancient artifact long erased from family history, secretly passed down only to the family head and the elders. Yahello and the hooded elders stood frozen, unable to believe why this forbidden weapon had suddenly appeared before their eyes. Yahello's gaze sharpened as he looked at Karen, muttering meaningfully, "Karen, you. Could it be that the time is finally approaching?" Yahello posed a probing question, his eyes boring into his grandson. "Aren't you afraid of that sword?" Karen Reston's expression remained unchanged as he replied with a concise, challenging yes, leaving Yahello stunned. After a moment of surprise, Yahello narrowed his eyes, nodding as if he had understood something. He began to recall a story from long ago, his tone growing serious. An ancient legend was revealed, about the ancestors' unfinished covenant with the blue dragon, about destroying demons, and about the oath stone, a testament to a vow towards the future. Yahello continued the story, about an ancient covenant awaiting the worthy one to appear and fulfill it. The old family head's gaze pierced Karen Reston, questioning meaningfully, "So Karen, are you the one who will inherit that covenant?" Returning to reality, Yahello solemnly declared before the entire family and the elders, beginning a shocking announcement. He publicly declared, "Yahello Reston, hereby announce Karen Reston, son of Pale Reston, as an official member of the Blue Sea Fortress, the direct descendant chosen by guillotine, and worthy of inheriting the Soul Sea faction." The shocking news left all the descendants frozen. Raphael Reston's resentment was clear, unable to believe a mere brat would receive such a high honor. Pale Reston rushed to his son, asking anxiously, but Karen Reston simply replied coldly, "I'm fine, father." Eldest young Master Tails Reston muttered. He thought he knew all the family heirlooms, but had never heard of this sword. Tails Reston's gaze was fixed on Guillotine. The azure magic emanating from it sent shivers down his spine, a weapon beyond his comprehension. Halo turned to Pale Reston, his voice both acknowledging and warning. "Pale, your son is walking a path you've never trod. But don't delude yourself. I won't let the succession be swayed by a variable like him." With that, Halo turned his back along with the elders, coldly declaring the ceremony over and ordering everyone to return, giving no one a chance to discuss. Amidst the stunned descendants, Raphael Reston yelled, "Brother," unable to swallow his anger as Karen Reston was led away by his father. The hot-blooded second young master directly questioned his elder brother, Tails Reston. "Are you just going to stand there and watch?" Tails Reston appeared much calmer, coldly suggesting, "It seems we need to talk privately soon," showing he was not to be underestimated. Raphael Reston continued to press, directly asking Tails Reston if he knew about the sword Guillotine, suspecting his brother was hiding something. Tails Reston was stunned, muttering impossible. Clearly he was also deeply shocked and completely clueless about this heirloom. Raphael Reston's magic power erupted in anger. He couldn't believe the son of a useless person like Pale had been chosen. Tails Reston kept a cool head, stopping his younger brother and warning that now was not the time for sibling rivalry. Pale Reston took Karen Reston's hand and led him away from the tense area, separating his son from the family's entanglement. A train whistle blew, signaling a scene change and the start of a new journey. At a crowded train station, Pale Reston anxiously asked his son if he was all right going alone, but Karen Reston simply replied calmly, "Yes, father." Standing with his wife and son at the station, Pale Reston directly asked head butler Heinrich, "Is there any place safer than the Blue Sea Fortress?" Pale Reston smirked, admitting the fortress was indeed safe from external threats, but what he truly worried about was something else. The threat from within. The specters of his two elder brothers, Raphael and Tails Reston, appeared, but Pale still patted Karen Reston's head, believing that with grandfather there, they wouldn't dare act recklessly. Head butler Heinrich unexpectedly spoke up, drawing Pale Reston's attention by calling his title. Heinrich announced that the one appointed to impart the Soul Sea faction to Karen Reston was Lady Sabina, making the boy immediately realize, "Aunt?" Karen Reston felt relieved, thinking to himself that if it was Aunt Sabina, he could be completely at ease. The formidable figure was revealed. Sabina Reston, Halo's younger sister. A swordmaster whose skill was no less than the family patriarch's, once bearing the title of White Wolf. Pale Reston instructed his son that his aunt always doted on him, so he must absolutely not be disrespectful, and Karen Reston obediently complied. Head butler Heinrich interrupted again, announcing another message from the family head, Yahello himself. Grandfather's order was given. Yahello would prepare a private mansion for Karen Reston at the Blue Sea Fortress, allowing him to come any time, leaving Pale Reston utterly dumbfounded upon hearing it. Pale Reston, still shocked by the news that his father had gifted his grandson a private mansion, could only mutter, "Is that so, father?" Calming down, Pale Reston turned to thank head butler Heinrich, saying that this way he could rest assured letting his son depart. Pale Reston patted Karen Reston's head, instructing his son to take care and contact him immediately if he needed help. The boy obediently complied. The train departed, carrying the young heir of the Reston family away from the stronghold, beginning a new training journey. Karen Reston followed head butler Heinrich up a long slope, with the Sea Wave Knights escorting them strictly from behind. Head butler Heinrich urged the boy to hurry, as Lady Sabina was waiting, making Karen Reston think to himself that he couldn't keep his aunt waiting. Suddenly, head butler Heinrich stopped, turned to Karen Reston, and seriously offered him a piece of advice. Karen Reston smiled confidently, replying without hesitation, "Of course." Heinrich leaned in close, warning that Lady Sabina absolutely detested being called old woman, and it would be best to avoid using the term auntie. Karen Reston nodded, thanking him for the advice, but wondered perplexedly in his mind. If she's an old woman, why can't I call her one? Karen Reston, head butler Heinrich, and the Sea Wave Knights escort advanced into a strictly guarded area. Heinrich explained that this was the training room in the Blue Sea Forest, reserved only for direct descendants, and announced that Lady Sabina was waiting inside. Suddenly, Heinrich pointed out Leo Reston's presence, which surprised Karen Reston. Leo Reston revealed a cunning expression. It turned out this boy had specifically requested to train with Sabina. Without waiting for anyone, Leo Reston waved and eagerly ran straight inside first. Heinrich simply stood silently, watching the cunning boy run towards the main building. The head butler cleared his throat softly, pushing up his glasses with amusement. It seems things are about to get lively. The massive door of the training room suddenly flared with a stream of azure magic, indicating it was protected by an extremely powerful barrier. Karen Reston stood outside, his eyes glowing purple as he sensed the terrifying power emanating from within. A powerful voice echoed from within, shouting, "Why are you still standing out there? Come in." Karen Reston pushed the door open and politely announced, "Karen Reston, son of Pale, greets you." The moment he stepped in, Karen froze, completely stunned by the scene inside. A blonde woman sat perched on a chair, her tone full of provocation. "What's wrong?" "Surprised. Am not what you imagined?" It turned out to be Sabina Reston. She squinted at Karen and commented on his father. "I can't believe that adorable little Pale now has such a grown-up son." Karen's eyes flashed with a purple hue. He immediately recognized her level, recreating the body with magic. This is the realm of an 8-star knight. Seeing Karen still standing, rooted to the spot at the door, Sabina snapped. "Why are you still standing there dumbfounded?" Sabina ordered decisively, "Hurry up and sit cross-legged." She pointed towards a boy already seated. "You can sit next to Leo." Karen turned and immediately saw his detestable cousin's face. Leo Reston sidled closer, feigning familiarity as he slung an arm around Karen. "Looks like we'll be seeing a lot of each other, huh? Let's do our best, big brother." But Karen only responded indifferently. Sabina suddenly questioned, her gaze sharp. "By the way, I didn't expect a mere child like you to know the title, White Wolf." Karen nonchalantly replied, "I like history, so I just read it in books." Sabina nodded, admitting that this boy was indeed as interesting as her brother Yahello had said. Karen Reston immediately asked directly, "So, what did grandfather say about me?" Sabina smirked, relaying Yahello's words. "He said it was a child you'd truly like, and now I understand why." In a flashback, Yahello entrusted Sabina. "He is the child destined to conquer the vast ocean. Help him so that one day he may rule the seas." The Grand Duke's final instruction echoed, "You must become Karen's lighthouse, Sabina." Sabina secretly assessed as Karen's magic began to erupt. "I've only just met him, but I can already see this boy's potential, wild and boundless." Karen's potential was likened to a surging ocean, a fierce, untamed wave. Karen's eyes flashed with an enchanting blue light, harboring the potential to dominate the great ocean. Sabina looked at her two nephews sitting properly, thinking to herself, "I never expected to meet such an interesting boy at this age. It seems things are about to get fun." Sabina stood up, beginning the training session. "All right, let's begin." This cross-legged sitting posture is the most basic foundation for practicing magic. Sabina Reston began the lesson, declaring that once past the introductory stage, practitioners could channel their power without needing to sit cross-legged. As soon as she finished speaking, she demonstrated on the spot, blue magic erupting fiercely, its overwhelming aura like a storm. The terrifying surge of magic made Leo Reston's face turn pale, while Karen Reston was only slightly surprised. Indeed, the difference in class was evident. Karen Reston immediately recognized this type of energy, his eyes sharpening. "This is blue magic power." Sabina Reston explained the family's unique technique, ocean domination, a method that uses blue magic power to create and operate oceans of energy within the body. She continued to impart knowledge about the power scale. Operating 8 oceans reached the 8-star level, while merging them into a single great sea was the 9-star level. Hearing this, Karen Reston muttered, "Grandfather." He knew well that in this entire empire only one person had reached that realm. Sabina Reston confirmed immediately, pointing directly at her nephew. "That's right. The only one to reach 9 stars on this entire continent is your grandfather, my brother, Yahello Reston." Karen Reston's eyes blazed with fighting spirit, and he made an ironclad resolve. "Yahello, in this life, I will definitely catch up to you." Sabina Reston smirked, realizing that this boy not only possessed boundless potential, but also a burning desire for power. Sabina Reston smirked, her eyes full of interest. "An interesting boy. Training him will surely be fun." The training began, and Sabina ordered, "First, let the magic flow through the pathways opened during the awakening ceremony." Karen Reston and Leo Reston began to meditate, Sabina reminding them, "Remember, the power of the sea is not to be controlled, but to be accepted." As soon as she finished speaking, Karen Reston immersed himself, visualizing surging waves of magic in his mind. Inside his body, he began to control the flow of energy from his very heart, gradually taming the ocean of magic. Back in reality, The surge of blue magic power erupting around Karen Reston made Sabina Reston freeze, her eyes wide and mouth agape. She couldn't believe her eyes, thinking to herself, "Is this the magic of a boy who just awakened?" Sabina glanced at Leo Reston. This boy had been taught the ocean domination technique for 2 years, and was only now tentatively aiming for the 2-star level. Meanwhile, Karen Reston, who hadn't been taught a single thing, was independently exploring the magic pathways like a born monster. Nevertheless, this process was far from easy. Karen Reston gritted his teeth, enduring pain as if his body was being torn apart from within. The flow of magic around Karen Reston suddenly vanished. Sabina crossed her arms and frowned. Did he stop himself? His body must have reached its limit. But immediately, she realized something was wrong. This boy wasn't overloaded, but actively controlling his pace. In stark contrast, Leo Reston groaned and collapsed onto the floor, the magic within him chaotic. Sabina gasped and cried out, "Leo!" Sabina rushed to support her nephew, snapping, "I told you not to force the magic," while Leo could only mumble apologies. Holding Leo, Sabina suddenly realized she had been too focused on the monster Karen, and forgotten that, despite awakening, they were still just children. Leo looked at his cousin, who was still meditating calmly, his mind filled only with thoughts of his own pathetic state. Sabina glanced towards Karan. She understood the problem. Compared to him, this boy accurately grasped his limits and stopped to avoid harming his body. She was completely captivated by Karan's composure and self-control, while Leo could only look up at his cousin with eyes full of astonishment. Sabina secretly concluded that this boy was the real deal, a monster who knew his own path without needing anyone to guide him. After composing herself, Sabina turned to Karan, who was still sitting as still as a statue, and called out. Sabina made a proposition. 3 years. For the next 3 years, I will guarantee your safety. Karen Reston seriously accepted, while Sabina emphasized that the main goal was to focus on training his strength for self-protection. The scene shifted to a vast training ground, where knights were enthusiastically swinging their swords, the clang of metal echoing loudly. A gruff instructor was yelling at the new recruits. "Don't be sluggish. Swing your swords as if you're in real combat." The brown-haired instructor had eyes as sharp as razors. He was clearly a big shot, not some small fry. Karen Reston and Leo Reston entered the training ground. The cousin immediately questioned the magic sword Karen was carrying on his back, but our protagonist only growled. "What? Is there a problem?" Cornered by Karen, Leo Reston could only stammer an explanation as Karen clarified that it was precisely because the sword's killing intent was too heavy that he had to use the scabbard bestowed by his grandfather. The brown-haired instructor approached, placing a hand on his chest in a formal salute. "Welcome, young Master Karen, young Master Leo." The instructor looked directly at Karen and declared, "From today, I will be in charge of young Master Karen's sword training." He introduced himself with no small measure of importance. "I am the captain of the Sea Wolf Knights, Zeros Winterguard. You may call me Sir Zeros." Karen Reston greeted Zeros politely, but in his mind, he had already scanned this man's level. An 8-star master, the real deal. Zeros Winterguard bluntly declared that he would not address Karen by the title of Grand Duke's grandson until he was recognized by the Sea Wolf Knights through his own strength. Karen nonchalantly waved his hand, saying it was no problem, as he wasn't used to such an empty title anyway, his attitude extremely relaxed. Zeros was surprised by Karen's reaction, thinking that other nobles would have bristled with wounded pride upon hearing such words. The captain glanced at Leo Reston, teasing that the boy was no exception, making Leo flinch and wonder why his name was being called. Zeros began to grow interested, wondering if this family finally had a worthy successor, someone with a cool head. Karen Reston smirked, his eyes flashing with a demonic glint, his inner thoughts screaming, "In the end, all of them will have to kneel before me." The surge of killing intent froze Zeros Winterguard and Leo Reston in place. Zeros Winterguard broke out in a cold sweat, realizing this kid was no ordinary person, but a monster even more terrifying than he could have imagined, who had just arrived. At the training grounds of Azure Sea Fortress, the knights were still diligently sweating, completely unaware that a final boss had just joined their ranks. 3 years later, at the very Azure Sea Fortress, Grand Duke Yahello calmly sipped a glass of wine, signaling that the protagonist's grinding phase was complete. Sabina Reston guzzled her wine while praising profusely. "My brother's stuff is truly something else." Grand Duke Yahello nonchalantly retorted, "Stop stealing my wine, Sabina." Sabina pouted, listing her achievements, claiming she had diligently trained his nephew for 3 whole years as requested. Grand Duke Yahello nodded, confirming that 3 years had passed, his eyes filled with profound meaning. The old family head got straight to the point, asking Sabina Reston what her impression of the boy Karen Reston was after all this time. Sabina didn't hesitate, declaring bluntly, "That child is a monster." Grand Duke Yahello chuckled with delight, while Sabina Reston firmly asserted that even the word genius would be an insult to him. The Grand Duke turned to Xeris Winterguard, asking the captain if he shared the same thoughts. Xeris Winterguard didn't hesitate for a moment, confirming that he completely agreed with Sabina Reston's assessment after 3 years of observing Karen Reston. The captain began to list Karen Reston's physique, innate talent, attitude, and willpower. Every aspect was formidable. Xeris Winterguard delivered a critical statement, declaring that Karen Reston surpassed even Hugo Reston, the eldest grandson, who was known as the genius of the Tails Reston family. Xeris Winterguard concluded, asserting that Karen Reston's talent far exceeded even Hugo Reston, who was hailed as the Empire's best. Sabina Reston interjected, warning Grand Duke Yahello that the boy's talent would cause trouble for the family if not handled skillfully. She spoke directly to her brother, pointing out that Karen Reston would be a direct threat to his son's inheritance rights. Grand Duke Yahello calmly poured wine, feigning a question about whether his sons would dare to touch his grandson. But Sabina immediately retorted, "Things will be different once the entire empire knows of his talent." Sabina sarcastically affirmed that Karen Reston's existence would certainly affect the successor, and Grand Duke Yahello knew that well. Grand Duke Yahello fell silent, his eyes filled with profound meaning, clearly calculating deeply about his sister's warning. Sabina changed the subject, worriedly asking if the family would be ruined now that the Oathstone was broken, as the number of magic beasts crossing the Northern Sea was rapidly increasing. Grand Duke Yahello brushed her off, scolding his sister not to speak such baseless nonsense. The old family head revealed an ancient prophecy. "The one who breaks the stone tablet shall erect a new one, just as our ancestors did." Sabina was stunned, hearing of this prophecy for the first time, and Grand Duke Yahello confirmed it was a secret reserved only for the family head, signaling that the time of the covenant was near. Sabina Reston smirked, muttering that her youngest nephew's shoulders would soon have to bear the weight of the entire family. Grand Duke Yahello scoffed, declaring he would tell Karen Reston everything at the appropriate time when asked. The scene shifted to a magnificent mansion under a snowy sky. A letter from Karen Reston was sent to his father. In the letter, Karen Reston reported mastering the 4th form of both sword arts, while also giving special care to his cousin Leo Reston. Reading to the end, Pale Reston could only give a wry smile as his precious son once again demanded more pocket money. Pale Reston confided in Heinrich, saying he still vividly remembered the anxiety of leaving Karen Reston alone at Azure Sea Fortress 3 years ago. Heinrich reported back, affirming that the young master had not only adapted well, but was also stirring up the entire Azure Sea Fortress. Pale Reston broke into a sweat, worried because he had told his son not to stand out too much. Heinrich replied with a profound philosophical statement. "A gem, even if it stands still, will naturally shine, my lord." The head butler sternly warned that the situation was about to change, and concealing Karen Reston's reputation would soon become impossible. Pale Reston directly asked Heinrich if Karen Reston was about to be assigned a mission, and the old butler confirmed it was a test from the Blue Wolf. Pale Reston admitted he knew, but what he worried about was his 2 elder sons becoming irritated by Karen Reston's growing reputation at Azure Sea Fortress. Heinrich calmly replied, asserting that he had only one thing to tell his master. The old butler reminded him, "Lady Sabina Reston is extremely fond of young master Karen Reston," and Pale Reston suddenly remembered, "Indeed, the boy has his aunt backing him." Pale Reston said that Karen Reston often boasted about his aunt in his letters, but hearing Heinrich confirm it still made him feel more at ease, which prompted the butler to tease that Sabina had always been fond of Pale Reston too. Pale Reston smiled contentedly. It seemed the monthly allowance he sent had paid off, and Heinrich was also pleased to see his master less worried. But Pale Reston's smile faded as he suddenly remembered that Karen Reston's aunt was also about to leave Azure Sea Fortress. Heinrich once again affirmed that Pale Reston didn't need to worry about that, making him even more curious. The old butler revealed that Karen Reston had built an extremely close relationship with the Sea Wolf Knight Order, to the point where the knights even gave him a special nickname. Pale Reston smiled, admitting he had also heard of that nickname. Amidst the fortress at dusk, a new title was spreading: the young mad dog of Azure Sea Fortress. Is that what they say? Whoosh! A burly knight swung his wooden sword, attacking with a determined expression. But Karen Reston easily parried the attack. His opponent's skill was clearly still very green. The knight named Hans quickly raised his hand to surrender, but Karen Reston snapped at him for dodging the attack, instead of facing it head-on. Karen Reston criticized the Sea Wolf sword art as useless if overwhelmed, directly scolding Hans that an adult was as weak as a snail. Hans removed his armor, revealing his wounds, and argued that Karen Reston was the only one who criticized his strength. But the boy only added, "Your muscles are all for show." For the first time in his life, being called bubble muscles, Hans froze, while Karen Reston nonchalantly asserted he was just speaking the truth. Hans admitted that facing Karen Reston now, without using magic, was truly overwhelming. The young master's skill had far surpassed last year's. Karen Reston suddenly remarked that Hans seemed to be about to be sent on a mission, startling the knight. Hans confirmed that this time, Xeris Winterguard would be the one to decide on mission deployment, not the family head who was in the capital. Karen Reston guessed correctly. Hans might be dispatched to the western granary region, where magic beasts were rampant, causing another young soldier who overheard to beam with excitement. Meanwhile, Leo Reston was sparring, his mind adrift, with only one thought repeating in his head. "I don't want to go on a mission with Karen Reston." Reminded by his sparring partner, Leo Reston snapped back to reality but still mumbled about the mission, comforting himself that if he completed it well, his parents would be pleased. The scene shifted. Pale Reston sat in his room, called Heinrich, and declared directly, "I didn't call you here because of Karen Reston's letter." When Heinrich questioned him, Pale Reston handed him a small pouch, asking him to examine it. Pale Reston explained that the territory's inspectors had seized this pouch from a merchant's cart coming from Baron Bellis's territory. As soon as he opened the pouch, Heinrich was stunned to see what was inside. A stone emitting a faint blue light. Pale Reston confirmed firmly, "Yes, cocaine. A drug." Then he assigned the task. "I need you to investigate Baron Bellis's territory from the Azure Sea Forest." Heinrich, the seasoned head butler, listened in silence, his eyes sharpening, fully understanding the gravity of this political game. At a train station, a train began to move in the night, signaling that a journey and mission were about to begin. A black-haired man in an elegant suit had just arrived in an unfamiliar place, muttering, "This is..." He looked out at the panoramic view of a town under the night sky and confirmed. Azure Sea Forest, then? The Reston territory appeared grand and majestic under the full moon as light snow began to fall. Inside the castle walls, guards holding torches patrolled the quiet cobblestone streets. In a hidden corner, Karen Reston stealthily hid behind a fireplace, a bottle of wine in hand, a cunning expression on his face. He chuckled gleefully, thinking about the thrill of borrowing from Xeris Winterguard's collection. Walking and drinking, Karen mused that even in a child's body, he could never forget the taste of good wine. Suddenly, Karan heard unfamiliar voices and hid in the shadows to observe two men conversing. The brown-haired man seemed annoyed by Duke Reston's absence during an urgent matter, but the bald man explained that the Knight Commander was temporarily filling in. As they spoke, both men were startled to find Karen Reston, quickly bowing to the young Duke and asking why he was out at this hour. The bald man reported to Karen Reston that Baron Rohan Bellis had an urgent request, also confirming Karen Reston's identity as the son of the third prince who had been removed from the line of succession. Rohan Bellis introduced himself, stating he knew Karen Reston was far different from his useless father, having awakened magic and currently training at the main house. The bald man hesitantly suggested that Rohan Bellis meet the captain of the knights, while Rohan Bellis wondered if it was appropriate for a child to be carrying a bottle of wine. Karen Reston smirked, his argument sharp as a blade. If he has come in person, it proves this matter is extremely urgent, and it is only logical for one noble to receive another. Completely convinced, the bald man bowed, accepting the order to report privately to Xeris Winterguard, while Rohan Bellis secretly thought this boy was no ordinary child. Karen Reston invited Rohan Bellis to follow, and despite the Baron's lingering reservations about the wine bottle, he reluctantly trailed behind. As they walked, Rohan Bellis broke into a cold sweat, wondering what kind of family the Restons were to allow a child to drink openly like this. The two entered an office. Karen Reston went straight to the point, summarizing the situation. "The problem is, the bandits stationed in the eastern mountains of your territory, isn't it?" Rohan Bellis confirmed the young master's words were entirely accurate, as the scene shifted to a desk covered in papers and candles. Karen Reston, still holding the wine bottle, continued to analyze the situation like an old veteran. Since the bandits appeared, drugs have started circulating, and civilians are being kidnapped and sold into slavery. Rohan Bellis recounted the dire situation, stating that for a year, his army was like a display, unable to resist, and his father had to personally lead a small group of soldiers to quell the rebellion but failed. The Baron continued to lament that his father was severely wounded and bedridden after that battle, and he himself was incompetent, so both the territory and its people suffered. After hearing the tearful story, Karen Reston slammed the wine bottle onto the table, making Rohan Bellis jump. Karen Reston's eyes glowed with a cold purple hue. and he declared chillingly, "Those pieces of trash deserve to be torn apart and killed." But immediately after, the boy switched to analysis mode, pointing out the illogical aspect. Even if your military strength is weak, for a bunch of petty bandits to confront a regular army, something isn't right. Rohan Bellis quickly revealed an unconfirmed but extremely important piece of information. "We suspect they are deserters from the war in the Southern Kingdom." Karen Reston nodded, his mind working faster than a computer, immediately connecting the Emperor's dethronement and the Imperial Army being dispatched to quell unrest in the south, which loosened security in the north. The boy stood up, concluding the matter decisively. Indeed, the hypothesis that the bandits are deserters seems the most plausible. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Karen Reston winked mischievously, offering the wine bottle. "You must not be in a good mood. How about a drink?" As he poured the wine, Karen Reston casually revealed his reason for getting involved. "Perhaps you don't know, but the Bellis territory borders where my father resides, so in my capacity, I cannot ignore this." Rohan Bellis took a sip of wine, gratefully saying that if he could, he would also want to act personally, but he still felt uneasy about drinking wine offered by a child. Karen Reston winked mischievously, revealing that this bottle of wine was stolen from Xeris Winterguard's collection, making Rohan Bellis' face turn pale when he realized it was the captain of the Sea Wave Knight's wine. The door suddenly opened, and Xeris Winterguard appeared, looming with a stern expression, directly questioning Karen Reston. "Didn't we agree you weren't to touch my wine?" Xeris Winterguard entered. Rohan Bellis quickly stood up to apologize for the disrespect, but Xeris Winterguard merely waved his hand, saying the Baron was not at fault, as he didn't know. Xeris Winterguard turned to Rohan Bellis, getting straight to the point. "I hear you're quite worried about the bandits causing trouble in your territory, aren't you?" Rohan Bellis confirmed that was precisely why he had to come all the way to Cheonghae Castle to seek help from the Sea Wave Knights, while Karen Reston sat behind, smirking triumphantly. Xeris Winterguard turned to glare at Karen Reston, lecturing in a harsh tone. "Karen, I told you drinking isn't good for your age," then casually snatched back his wine bottle. Xeris Winterguard politely apologized to Rohan Bellis for having to witness such an unpleasant scene, and Rohan Bellis could only stammer that it was fine. Xeris Winterguard firmly asserted that Cheonghae Castle would not stand idly by, while an old comrade faced difficulties. Karen Reston sat behind, arms crossed, a smug look on his face as if everything was going according to plan. Xeris Winterguard promised to dispatch troops to the Belus territory soon, making Rohan Bellis sigh in relief, delighted that he could finally bring good news to his people. Karen Reston demanded to go quell the bandits, but Xeris Winterguard flatly refused. "Absolutely not. The enemy are professionals, not a joke." Rohan Bellis froze, unable to believe a mere child would demand to rush into certain death. Xeris Winterguard acknowledged that Karen Reston's skills had rapidly improved, with 4 star magic and 4th form swordsmanship, but concluded, "Real combat is far different from theory, kid." Karen Reston interrupted, his voice icy. "Overprotection isn't good. A known danger is better than an enemy in the shadows." Xeris Winterguard still adamantly refused to let the boy rush into a battle with unknown information, but Karen Reston merely smirked. "Is that so?" His eyes glowing with an eerie purple, Karen Reston sneered, playing his trump card. "What if I make an offer you can't refuse?" Xeris Winterguard and Rohan Bellis were silenced, completely overwhelmed by the aura of the 10-year-old boy. At the station platform, Leo Reston's face was blank, stammering, unable to understand what was happening. Why? A blonde cousin excitedly slung an arm around Leo Reston's shoulder, shouting about their first mission as the fellow trainees were herded onto the train. Xeris Winterguard stood from afar, his face darkening, bitterly realizing he had been thoroughly manipulated by that boy, Karen Reston. At the station platform, Xeris Winterguard grumbled upon seeing the White Wolf, Sabina Reston, dispatched as an escort, while the aunt merely smirked, looking at the young Karen Reston and Leo Reston, finding them rather cute. Sabina Reston crossed her arms, her eyes full of experience, thinking that having a reliable escort was good, and she herself had been just as eager on her first mission. Xeris Winterguard explained that because Karen Reston accepted the mission on the condition that Leo Reston accompany him, it showed the boy was satisfied with both of their training results. Rohan Bellis, the weak Baron, couldn't help but be astonished to see the living legend, Sabina Reston, personally taking action, while the fellow trainees were still shouting excitedly. Looking from above, Rohan Bellis was extremely anxious, wondering if entrusting everything to 2 boys was truly all right, because if anything happened to Grand Duke Halo's grandson, his family would suffer the consequences. Xeris Winterguard patted the panicked Baron's shoulder, assuring him that his fears would not come to pass. Xeris Winterguard continued to assert that with Sabina Reston by their side, the two young masters would be absolutely safe. But the aunt unexpectedly called him back. Sabina Reston coldly declared chillingly, "Unless the two children are on the verge of death, I have no intention of intervening," which shocked Rohan Bellis so much that his face turned pale and his body stiffened. Xeris Winterguard was about to object, but Sabina Reston cut him off, sarcastically remarking that he knew better than anyone why, and praised him for being as bold as rumored. Sabina Reston smirked mysteriously, concluding that there was a reason she couldn't directly participate in this battle. Xeris Winterguard reluctantly gritted his teeth and accepted Sabina Reston's wishes, while Baron Rohan Bellis stood beside him, trembling with fear. A colossal magic train pulled into the station, signaling it was time for the fellow trainees to depart on their first mission. Leo Reston's face turned pale, visibly tense as Sabina Reston approached and stood behind him with an overwhelming aura. Seeing Leo Reston still trembling, Sabina Reston reassured him that nervousness was normal, but the boy still couldn't hide his fearful expression. Sabina Reston provoked him, saying this was Leo Reston's chance to prove his hard work over 3 years and be recognized as a member of the Blue Wolves. Karen Reston stood nearby, calmly observing Leo Reston gradually being affected by Sabina Reston's words. Seeing Leo Reston still hesitating, Karen Reston uttered a sarcastic remark. "Big brother, do you always need someone to push you from behind?" Which made Leo Reston furiously yell, "Shut up." Karen Reston smirked, then casually stepped onto the train, leaving Leo Reston standing there, realizing he had just been provoked. Leo Reston clenched his fists, his eyes resolute, telling himself that it was finally time to prove himself. The magic train began to move, officially carrying the inexperienced recruits into their first perilous real combat mission. As the magic train departed from the Reston territory, Karen Reston secretly thought that his revenge plan was progressing faster than expected. The train traversed the snow-covered mountains, and the highly confidential nature of this mission began to reveal itself. Inside the train car, Sabina Reston explained that her presence must be kept secret, because once the bandits caught wind of it, they would vanish without a trace. Sabina turned to ask Baron Rohan Bellis, who could only sweat and nod profusely, respectfully calling her the White Emperor, leaving Leo Reston wide-eyed in astonishment. Baron Rohan Bellis paled, secretly thinking that entrusting the mission to these two youngsters was too risky, especially since Karen Reston showed no sign of worry for his first journey. In stark contrast, Leo Reston was an overly anxious boy, which only made the Baron more uneasy. Leo Reston also realized that he was the only one panicking, and that only made him more flustered. In another scene, a noble red-haired woman was questioning Leo Reston. "How can you get along with that Karen kid? Have you forgotten what happened 3 years ago?" She continued to scold him, reminding him that Karen was a rival, not a friend, and that he was the one who had brought shame upon Leo and his father. Seeing Leo remain silent, the woman growled, scolding him for having no ambition whatsoever. After being lectured by his mother, Leo Reston replied expressionlessly, "Mother, I'm sorry, but Karen and I are not rivals," which left her speechless. Leo began to analyze the harsh truth. The genius Hugo only reached 3, star at 14. Karen is already 4, star at 13. I'm 15 and just barely crawled to 3 star. Don't you see the difference in skill level, mother? The boy boldly declared with certainty. Karen might be my goal, but he can never be my rival. His mother snapped, thinking Leo was feeling inferior, but he immediately retorted, "This isn't inferiority." Leo, his eyes burning, explained that Karen's very existence was the sole motivation driving him to work tirelessly. Hearing her son's enlightened philosophy, the red-haired woman was at a loss for words, letting out a helpless sigh. Leo looked directly at his mother, implying that she was only seeing the surface and not understanding the full picture. Back in the train car, Sabina Reston suddenly called Leo's name, making the anxious boy jump. Sabina directly asked if he was scared, and Leo honestly admitted it. His aunt showed understanding, saying it was normal to be flustered on a first mission. But immediately after, Sabina's attitude did a 180-degree turn, her eyes sharp as daggers, asking a fatal question. Then, "Do you have the courage to strike down a person?" Karen Reston nonchalantly provoked Leo, bluntly stating that he was the type to betray his comrades to save himself, concluding with, "And you overthink too much, you brat." Sabina Reston placed a hand on Leo's shoulder, reassuring him that he didn't need to doubt himself, because she was the one who knew best how hard he had worked over the past 3 years. With sharp, confident eyes, Sabina asserted her status. "After all, I was the one who trained you, wasn't I?" His spirits boosted. Leo Reston clenched his fists, his eyes full of determination, and called Sabina master, making Karen Reston, who stood nearby, smirk with amusement at the new title. Sabina announced that the train would reach Baron Bellis's territory in 20 minutes, and ordered them to address each other as master and disciple from now on, then turned and walked away, leaving Rohan Belus bewildered as he asked where she was going. Sabina curtly explained that if she appeared at the station, she would be exposed, so she would act ahead, despite Rohan Bellis stammering that the train was still moving. As she flung open the train door, Sabina casually told Rohan Bellis that he could just call her by her name, while Karen Reston could only admire. "Look, Master is as formidable as ever." Sabina turned back to reassure the pale-faced Baron, telling him not to worry. Her two nephews would supervise from nearby, and no one would hold him responsible. With that, Sabina leaped straight out of the high-speed moving train, leaving the two boys and the Baron screaming in shock. While Rohan Belus was still shouting Sabina's name in a panic, Karen Reston behind him chuckled with delight as if watching a circus act. Rohan Belus gaped, speechless at the Reston family's insane display, while Leo Reston stood beside him, still processing what had happened. The train continued to speed through the snow, and the Baron could only lament. Why is everyone in this entire Reston family so abnormal? In the Belus territory, an old, frail lord was coughing heavily on his sickbed. The frail Lord of Bellis weakly greeted Karen Reston and his group, apologizing for not being able to receive them properly, and was asked about his injuries by Rohan Bellis. The old lord admitted he was past the critical period and struck up a conversation with Karen, recalling having met him and his father 10 years ago. A blonde cousin who was with them interjected, feigning friendliness and asking the Lord of Bellis to speak casually as he wasn't used to formalities. The Lord of Bellis then turned to Karen, asking if he could call him young Master Karen, and the boy coldly agreed immediately. The blonde cousin started to taunt again, deducing that Karen had reached 4-star and conveniently poking fun at Leo, who was still stuck at 3-star. Leo Reston's face swelled with anger, while the blonde cousin merely chuckled, continuing to flatter Karan, saying that the main family must hold him in very high regard. Upon hearing this, the Lord of Bellis became even more distressed, confessing that precisely because the two were so promising, he hesitated even more to entrust them with a dangerous mission. Karen Reston cut short the Baron's worries, bluntly declaring that failure was not in his vocabulary and would disgrace the Sea Wolf Knight Order. The blonde cousin immediately turned to put Leo Reston on the spot, forcing him to confirm the promise, which startled Leo, but he quickly agreed in unison. The Lord of Bellis breathed a sigh of relief, but immediately after, a coughing fit seized him, making him double over, prompting Rohan Bellis to anxiously support him. Seeing the situation was not good, Rohan Belus signaled for everyone to leave so the Lord could rest, and the frail old man nodded, entrusting the mission to them. Rohan Bellis announced that a guide had been prepared, and Karen Reston merely smirked, confidently replying with a curt, "All right." The entire team began their journey across a range of snow-covered mountains, the atmosphere becoming silent and vigilant. As the group trudged through the snow, the blonde cousin struck up a conversation with Karen Reston, but was met with a taunt in return. "What's wrong?" Already tired, the cousin appeared wary, wondering if they could trust this guide, who was also a physician. He continued to analyze, saying there was no guarantee that this guide wasn't one of the bandits, and Karen Reston merely scoffed as if to say, "Finally decided to use your brain, have we?" Karen Reston stated bluntly, "That's right, he's probably one of the bandits," which completely shocked both Leo Reston and the blonde cousin. The blonde cousin smugly explained to Leo Reston that he had figured out the plan thanks to his conversation with the Baron upon their arrival, leaving Leo utterly bewildered. Still dazed, Leo Reston stepped forward and asked Karen Reston how he planned to find the bandits' hideout. Karen Reston casually revealed his plan. There's no other way but to use a traitor within this territory, which made the guide exclaim that it was an excellent method. Feeling left out, Leo Reston angrily yelled, questioning Karen Reston why he hadn't told him the plan beforehand. Karen Reston replied curtly, "Because you've looked too tense all day." A simple answer that left Leo speechless and unable to argue. The blonde cousin began another flawed analysis, suggesting that the Baron was cunning for intentionally planting a traitor in the team, but Karen Reston immediately cut him off. Exactly. The fact that he hasn't been executed until now says it all. Karen Reston continued to explain the game, saying that this showed the bandits were desperate, and the group was the perfect bait for them to kidnap and extort ransom. Suddenly, Karen Reston smirked, confidently declaring, "It seems they're about to take the bait." Immediately, a group of bandits rushed out from the snowy forest, surrounding the guide as if prearranged. The bandit leader clapped Sven on the shoulder, his voice full of satisfaction. "Well done, Sven. Since they're just noble brats, it'll give you a little extra," then tossed him a pouch of money. A minor bandit reported to the leader, "Boss, These pampered young masters don't look like easy targets. Which made the boss frown. Leo Reston and the blonde cousin took their stances, roaring curses at the bandits. But below, Karen Reston's eyes glowed with magic, radiating the aura of a true monster. The scene shifts to the Bellis territory, where the Lord was coughing heavily due to illness. Rohan Bellis anxiously asked the ailing Lord of Bellis, "Father, are you all right?" But the old man only tried to reassure his son. Rohan Bellis gave his father a glass of water to soothe his cough. Lord of Bellis was deep in thought, while Rohan Bellis stood beside him with a worried expression. Looking out the window, Rohan Bellis couldn't hide his concern. "Father, will those two young masters be all right?" Lord of Bellis analyzed, concluding that the Reston family daring to send two youngsters without detailed information proved their extreme confidence in their abilities, especially the boy named Karen. He recalled Karen Reston's demeanor, from his appearance to his confidence and domineering aura, all reminiscent of a young Grand Duke Yahello. Lord of Bellis concluded that they could absolutely place their hopes on these two youngsters, and Rohan Bellis could only silently agree. In the snow-covered forest, the night was eerily silent. Suddenly, the silence was broken by hurried footsteps and fresh blood splattering onto the snow. Karen Reston, his blue eyes flashing with magic, swung his sword with a cold expression, cutting down everything in his path. Leo Reston stood frozen, staring at the scene before him. Karen and the blonde cousin were sweeping through the bandits, like a whirlwind, their enemies' bodies strewn everywhere. Bandit gasped on the ground, his eyes filled with horror as he took his last breath, only managing to think, a monster. Leo shared the thought, sweat pouring down as he watched. Charon single-handedly take on all the enemies. Charon is a monster. Whoosh! A bald bandit hadn't even understood what was happening before taking a bloody slash to the face. This one turned pale with fear, his voice trembling as he reported to the bandit leader, "Boss, they're no ordinary opponents. We should retreat and inform the main force." But the bandit leader roared, refusing to flee. "I won't lose to a milk-reeking brat," then charged forward with his axe. He aggressively rushed Karen, shouting, "Let me show you what I'm made of, you punk." Completely unaware he was charging to his death, the bandit leader channeled his full mana, a blazing red aura, roaring like a beast, intending to fight Karen Reston to the death. But Karen Reston merely smirked, thinking with annoyance, ridiculously noisy. Slash! A cold blue sword strike cleaved the air and also cleaved the bandit leader's face in two. The big man collapsed like a log, his premature boasting ending in an instant. Leo Reston flinched, looking at the sword in his hand. He was so tense he had unconsciously drawn his weapon. Karen Reston casually flicked blood from his sword, complaining, "Teesk, my clothes are all dirty now." Leo Reston swallowed, feeling the overwhelming sword aura emanating from Karen Reston's magic sword. That chilling killing intent made Leo Reston feel as if a blade was at his throat, while another bandit screamed for surrender. Seeing their boss eliminated in an instant, the remaining small fries hastily raised their hands in unconditional surrender. Karen Reston approached with a sly smile, asking a survivor his name, and the man tremblingly revealed his name was Urha. Karen Reston smirked with calculating blue eyes, directly asking the prisoner, "Urha, do you have any rope?" And the man quickly assented. "Bring it here," Karen Reston ordered, while Leo Reston was dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. And so, the rope was used to tie someone's hands, but it wasn't the prisoner. It was one of the hunters. Leo Reston was tied up with Karen Reston, his face contorted as he wondered, "Karen, do we really need to go this far? Tying him up. I understand, but making this guy carry our weapons, isn't that a bit much?" Leo Reston continued to grumble, watching the bandit Urha having to carry both swords. Karen Reston explained the plan to his naive cousin. "I told you, if we want to be bait to find their base, we have to play the part perfectly." Urha muttered curses under his breath at the brats, while Karen Reston continued his lecture. "This way, it looks like we're being escorted as captives. If someone like you were escorting two armed people, it would be utterly illogical." As they walked, Karen Reston suddenly called out sharply, "Hey, Urha," making the prisoner jump, then declared he would extract more information along the way. "You guys are deserters, aren't you?" A blunt question that made Urha sweat profusely, stammering out his origins from the Seas Kingdom's army in detail. Karen Reston nodded, confirming they came from the south, where there was ongoing warfare, then threw out a final question. "How many are in your gang?" Under interrogation, Urha revealed everything. The bandit gang had a total of 130 members, including a mage and 2 escort knights. Urha sweated profusely, cursing himself for being foolish enough to stumble into a hornet's nest, having thought they were just some minor nobles. Recalling Karen's glowing blue eyes, Urha was horrified to realize he had just kidnapped a descendant of the Reston family, the Empire's dominant clan. His face turned ashen, knowing his end was near. Leo Reston innocently asked why a group of deserters would wander to this remote region to become bandits. Urha stammered that their commander had promised a colossal sum of money, enough for all of them to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. Karen switched to analysis mode, his mind racing. A mere infantry commander with a mage escort and robbing in this dirt-poor territory? Karen concluded. That makes no sense at all. Still playing the sword-bearer, Urha pointed the way and announced that their base was just ahead. Karen smirked with an arrogant expression, confidently declaring that once they arrived, they would immediately know what kind of trick was afoot. From a guard post, a bandit spotted the three approaching, signaling that trouble was brewing. The guard on the watchtower shouted loudly, asking Urha why he was bringing captives, making the man jump and yell at him to shut up. 2 other bandits on the lookout continued to question, wondering why Urha was alone and even carrying weapons for the prisoners. Urha began to act, straining his neck to say these were his spoils of war, and fabricating a story that his comrades were busy chasing down the fleeing escorts. One bandit ordered the main gate opened, while the other disdainfully thought his comrade was overreacting. The gate opened, and Urha led the 2 prisoners inside while another bandit made a sarcastic remark, asking if he was excited about getting praised by the boss for the first time. Another bandit sitting nearby chimed in, grumbling that if they had captured the hostages earlier, things would have been much easier. Constantly teased, Urha irritably snapped, "Shut up," while Karen Reston silently observed him from behind. Karen Reston smirked, silently judging Urha to indeed have a fragile soul for someone who joined a bandit gang. All 3 ventured deeper. Before them was a gate glowing with a dark, reddish-purple magical aura, and Karen Reston immediately sensed it. Karen Reston realized the chilling sensation he had felt for so long was growing stronger. His magic sword, guillotine, was also resonating, making him wonder what awaited them inside. Leo Reston began to feel that something was wrong, but Karen Reston merely responded indifferently. A crow was impaled, covered in blood, clearly a sacrifice for some dark ritual. Urha was disgusted at the sight of the sacrifice, and the whole group realized they had walked into a deadly trap. A colossal dark magic circle appeared, emitting a blazing red, deadly aura that enveloped the entire area. Standing before the large-scale summoning circle, all 3 looked like ants, an invisible pressure weighing heavily on them. In the midst of this dire situation, Karen Reston calmly ordered, Urha, "Where's my sword? Cut the ropes now." After being untied, Karen Reston turned to Leo Reston, ordering him to draw his sword, Sylphid. Karen Reston gripped his sword firmly, his sharp eyes declaring, "You'll need it soon enough," while Leo Reston still didn't understand anything. Crack. The magic circle officially activated, and countless skeletal hands wielding weapons emerged from the ground. Urha screamed in terror, and Leo Reston also froze in place, witnessing an army of skeletons being summoned. Crash. The skeleton army had been fully summoned, weapons in hand, rising from the dark magic circle, ready to tear apart anyone in sight. Urha broke out in a cold sweat, trying to play his part as he growled. A hostage walking in by himself? Heaven sent? Meanwhile, Karen Reston maintained a terrifying calm. On the balcony, a new bandit leader appeared with a group of archers, arrogantly declaring, "Welcome to my mountain stronghold." The new bandit leader sneered contemptuously, taunting, "You precious noble brats." Karen Reston swept his gaze around, coldly analyzing. "I don't see any sign of the dark sorcerer. He must be hiding somewhere, casting spells, completely disregarding these underlings." Swish! Karen Reston suddenly pointed his sword at Urha's neck, shouting a warning to the bandits. "If you attack, I'll slit this guy's throat." Urha stammered, not understanding what was happening. Leo Reston was utterly shocked by Karen Reston's actions, yelling in protest, "What is this? Taking a hostage? Where's your noble honor?" The bandits above froze, silently watching the incomprehensible noble drama unfold. The new bandit leader sneered, mocking, "Nobles playing the hostage game? I thought you valued honor above all else?" Karen Reston replied with an unconcerned expression. So what? Is it not allowed? While Urha was still trembling from being threatened by his own young master, the new bandit leader sneered, declaring coldly, "You're quite interesting, but you're wrong. A worthless hostage is just trash." He flatly declared Urha to be useless trash, signaling Karen Reston to deal with him as he pleased. Karen Reston turned to Urha, coldly uttering, "Useless trash," making the bandit quickly apologize in fear. Leo Reston began to panic, seeing the overwhelming enemy forces, and turned to Karen Reston in desperation. "We're surrounded. Do you have a plan?" Karen Reston smirked confidently, replying concisely, "Of course." He took a stance. The demon sword guillotine in his hand began to glow, declaring his sole objective. "All we need to do is take down that commander." Sensing the surge of power, the new bandit leader's face paled, unable to believe his eyes. Blue magic power? Impossible. Karen Reston turned to his companions, assigning tasks. "Leave the skeletons to you guys," leaving Leo Reston bewildered. A massive surge of blue magic power erupted around Karen Reston as he declared firmly, "The commander, I'll handle him myself." Whoosh! Karen Reston shot straight onto the balcony like an arrow, leaving Leo Reston frozen, shouting his name in utter astonishment. As Karen Reston charged forward, Leo Reston was left to face a giant skeleton executioner, swinging its axe and rushing towards him. Leo Reston yelled in panic, seeing Karen Reston charging in alone. "Karen, what on earth are you thinking?" He broke out in a cold sweat, screaming internally at being left with a pile of skeletons all by himself. The new bandit leader shouted orders to his underlings on the balcony. "Shoot! Shoot now!" But Karen Reston had already glided through the rain of arrows like a blue gust of wind. Karen Reston smirked defiantly, his eyes glowing with magic power, growling. Too late. He unleashed the sea wolf sword art, third form, roaring wave, a massive blue sword aura sweeping away all the bandits on the balcony amidst their desperate screams. Karen Reston landed as light as a feather amidst a pile of corpses, making the new bandit leader curse in shock. "That damn brat." He swung his sword, coldly remarking on the underlings who had just been wiped out. "What a nuisance." A brilliant blue slash tore through the air, striking the new bandit leader before he could react. The bandit leader collapsed to the ground, screaming in pain as Karen Reston stood there, exuding an overwhelming aura after clearing the battlefield. Karen Reston looked down at the kneeling bandit leader, delivering a stinging taunt. "If you're going to attack, do it quickly," leaving the man to merely grit his teeth and curse. The bandit leader stammered, wondering why the Azure Sea Fortress was interfering, to which Karen casually replied, "Oh, because this territory will soon belong to my father." Karen turned away, coldly declaring that he wouldn't kill him, but would drag him back to Azure Sea Fortress as a gift. Meanwhile, in another area, Leo Reston was struggling alone against an army of skeletons, while Karen merely offered a backhanded compliment. "Not bad, brother." Karen glanced at the two snipers on the roof, then casually taunted, "Go on. Use the power of the Sea Wolf sword to crush your targets." Karen's eyes turned sharp and cold as he retorted to the bandit leader, "Do you really think you have a chance to escape?" making the man fearfully ask for his name. The bandit leader growled his identity, Michael Knox, as Karen's glowing blue blade was already pressed against his face. Without another word, Karen plunged the demon sword through Michael Knox's hand, pinning him firmly to the ground. Michael Knox screamed in excruciating pain. Karen smirked maniacally and ordered, "Tell your men to drop their weapons." Michael Knox screamed in pain, ordering the snipers on the roof to drop their weapons, while Karen Reston stood there with a smug expression. "Good boy. I like that." Pinned down, Michael Knox gritted his teeth bitterly, admitting defeat to the two brats but still boasting, "But once they arrive, you won't be able to handle them." Karen Reston paid no mind to the threat, merely smirking contemptuously. "Sounds like you're still clinging to something, aren't you?" The scene shifted to Leo Reston, fighting desperately amidst a swarm of skeletons, while Karen Reston's voice rang out mockingly. "Don't. Tell me you're counting on those dark sorcerers?" Amidst the pile of bones, Karen Reston tossed a bandit's corpse over his shoulder, continuing to taunt. "Do you really think my family would only send 2 children?" Suddenly, a large explosion occurred in the distance. Karen Reston glanced over and thought to himself, confirming his words. Of course. They must have a guardian, right? Amidst the devastated scene after the explosion, a powerful voice rang out, seemingly displeased. "Anyway, thanks for wasting our time and letting the dark sorcerer slip away." Sabina Reston, the aforementioned guardian, appeared incredibly cool, dragging Michael Knox by his hair like a sack of trash. Sabina Reston's knife-sharp gaze swept across, exuding the aura of a true powerhouse, utterly overwhelming. A bald subordinate reported to Sabina Reston that the dark sorcerer's head had vanished, making her growl as she called out Karen Reston and Leo Reston for a reprimand. Leo Reston furiously kicked Michael Knox in the face, cursing at letting crucial evidence slip away, considering the mission a failure. Karen Reston coldly walked down the stairs, ignoring Sabina Reston's sarcastic remark that charging straight into the enemy's lair was exactly her brother's style. Sabina Reston's eyes glinted, and despite her displeasure, she had to admit to Karen Reston, "But I like your method. It's very much like a true Reston." Karen Reston stood superior, looking down at the flattened Michael Knox, while Sabina declared coldly, "However, that hostage charade will cost you points." Michael Knox looked up at Karen Reston, his voice trembling as he asked why a noble would resort to such a dirty hostage trick. Karen Reston explained his strategy to the group. "I wanted to attack when they least expected it. No one would think a noble would take a hostage." Leo Reston exclaimed that Karen was insane, but Karen merely replied casually, "Thank you," making Michael Knox on the ground wonder in horror. "Are these guys even nobles?" Karen Reston ordered everyone to return to the mansion, leaving Michael Knox utterly terrified, with only one thought in his mind. The entire Reston family is insane. The guards called out to the imprisoned villagers, signaling that their rescue had arrived. A guard opened the prison door, and the little boy burst into tears of joy upon seeing his father, shouting happily. The father embraced his sobbing son, blaming himself for failing to protect him, while Leo Reston and the bald subordinate watched from a distance. The bald subordinate seemed moved by the reunion, unable to hide his bewilderment. Leo Reston sneered, turning to tease the subordinate. "Feeling a bit guilty now?" The subordinate broke into a sweat, stammering his admission. Leo Reston spun around to face the captured bandits, his voice full of menace. "It's too early to feel guilty. Being thrown into the Baron's dungeon might even be a bargain for you lot." The bandits' faces turned pale when they heard Leo Reston declare that all of them would be escorted to Blue Sea Fortress along with the bandit leader. Sabina Reston appeared, while the bald subordinate turned to ask Karen Reston why he hadn't tied up the leader to be safe. Karen Reston coldly replied that they would need someone to carry the heavily injured bandit leader to the fortress anyway. Karen Reston patted the subordinate's shoulder, giving him a crucial reminder. "But don't let your guard down, understand?" The subordinate flinched and immediately complied. A villager father timidly asked about the fate of the bandit Urha. "Sir, will he also be punished?" Leo Reston coldly confirmed. "Yes, theoretically, he's also a bandit." Urha stiffened in shock. The villager quickly explained, recounting Urha's good deeds, from secretly bringing medicine to the sick to giving up his own food. The villagers pleaded for his life, but Sabina Reston merely smirked, throwing the difficult question to Karen Reston. "What do you think, Karen?" Karen Reston made a pragmatic statement, both appeasing the villagers and acknowledging the bandit's role. "For now, well, consider leniency. He did help us find the hideout." Spared, Urha was overjoyed, quickly swearing eternal loyalty, but Karen coldly brushed him off. "I told you not to let your guard down." Suddenly, Sabina Reston called down from the balcony, seemingly having discovered something interesting. "Karen, you should see this." Karen Reston looked up, his face showing confusion, while Urha still stood beside him. Leo Reston blocked Karen at the door of a room, his face serious. "Look at this." Inside the dark room, a wooden crate was emitting an eerie blue light, signaling a newly unearthed secret. Karen Reston froze as he looked inside the crate, the eerie blue light reflecting on his face. It turned out to be a massive magic stone inside, a genuine article, not just any ordinary one. Outside, the villagers and soldiers cheered in celebration, cursing the captured bandits. "Serves those filthy scoundrels right." Leo Reston excitedly turned to ask Karen Reston, thinking of a lavish feast, while Sabina Reston merely smiled meaningfully. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Leo Reston had to call back his cousin, who was lost in thought. "Karen, are you listening?" Karen Reston had pieced everything together. A large bandit gang wouldn't just hide in this godforsaken territory. It had to be because of the magic stone mine, which the Baron didn't even know he was sitting on a gold mine of. Thinking of the enormous profit, Karen Reston flashed a cunning smile, his eyes glowing red, sending a chill down Leo Reston's spine, who stood behind him. Seeing his cousin's scheming expression, Leo Reston growled, questioning, "What scheme are you cooking up now?" Sabina Reston suddenly spoke up upon seeing someone approach. "The young Baron is coming to greet us." Rohan Bellis appeared with the guards, welcoming the group and bluntly ordering, "Throw all the prisoners into the dungeon." The bald subordinate reported to Rohan Bellis, confirming that they would escort the bandit leader and the bandit Urha. Rohan Bellis could only mumble his agreement. Rohan Bellis turned to ask Sabina Reston for a favor, but the cool aunt flatly refused, declaring herself merely a guardian and pushing the responsibility onto her two nephews. The Baron tried to invite the group to a feast, but Karen Reston poured cold water on the idea, declaring that they needed to return to the fortress immediately and talk directly. Bluntly rejected, Rohan Belus had no choice but to get to the main point, stammering about the payment for the mission. Rohan Belus confessed that his territory was broke and asked for a deferral of payment. Just then, Karen Reston flashed his characteristic cunning smile, sending shivers down Leo Reston's spine, who stood beside him. Karen began his manipulation, questioning why a bandit gang would choose this impoverished territory as their hideout, leaving Rohan Belus dumbfounded. Karen continued to expose the truth that the Bellis territory was nothing more than a remote village, making the Baron break out in a cold sweat. Karen laid his cards on the table, holding out a magic stone and asserting that the bandits' true objective was something else. Rohan Belus was stunned. Karen confirmed it was a magic stone and asked directly. The naive Baron admitted he had no idea his territory had a magic stone mine. Holding the upper hand, Karen declared he wanted to make an offer, while Rohan Belus could only stand and watch, completely on the defensive. Karen Reston sneered, holding out the magic stone and throwing an undeniable offer at the Baron. Let Blue Sea Fortress jointly develop this mine. Rohan Belus was speechless upon hearing the conditions. The Reston family would provide capital and military force. He couldn't believe a mere boy dared to make such an arrogant demand. The Baron gritted his teeth, calculating. Although he knew he was being pressured, having the Reston family's backing for the magic stone mine was an opportunity too good to pass up. Rohan Belus broke into a cold sweat, realizing this boy had read his every thought, wondering who had taught him such a domineering way to negotiate. Karin delivered the final blow, promising that the Sea Wolf Knights would be stationed there, hitting 2 targets with 1 arrow. Economic development and excellent protection. Knowing he was completely defeated, Rohan Belus bowed his head and asked directly, "So, how much does the Grand Duke's family want?" Karen once again played the innocent child, skillfully deflecting responsibility. "For such a big business matter, you should discuss it with my father. I'm just a child after all." Rohan Belus was completely subdued, agreeing to contact the Reston elders to discuss the details. Watching from a distance, Sabina Reston subtly smirked, clearly very pleased with her cunning nephew's performance. In the quiet of the night, a voice suddenly called out, "Master," signaling a new development. Karen Reston wondered why his master said things at the bandits' hideout would be complicated. Sabina Reston simply replied, "Oh that?" Sabina pointed to the leader being carried on the bald subordinate's shoulder, explaining that the problem lay with him, making Leo Reston ask blankly if she meant the dark mage. Sabina denied it, declaring that this man was no ordinary dark mage, which piqued Karen Reston's curiosity. Sabina revealed the leader's true identity. Ted Delaharda, a level 2 Imperial wanted criminal and a 6th Circle dark mage, which deeply shocked Karen Reston. Sabina began to scold her 2 nephews, chastising them for being so preoccupied with clearing out the small fry that they didn't notice the big fish right before their eyes. The aunt continued her lecture on combat philosophy. "If you want to get stronger, you have to hunt powerful bosses. If you 2 had targeted the mage from the start, you wouldn't have wasted time on mere soldiers." Because of that tactical error, Sabina flatly declared this mission a failure and made Karen Reston remember this bitter lesson. The boy could only seriously comply. After reprimanding Karen Reston, Sabina turned to Leo Reston, who felt like he was invisible, and called his name. Called out suddenly, Leo Reston flinched, stammering his obedience to his master while still bewildered. Sabina unexpectedly changed her demeanor, acknowledging that the 2 of them had done better than expected, especially since it was their first time facing the undead, leaving Leo Reston dumbfounded. Sabina Reston concluded her lecture, advising Leo Reston to be more confident in himself. The boy immediately shouted his agreement. At Blue Sea Fortress, the news "the Lord has returned" spread everywhere. Grand Duke Yahello had barely set foot back home when he was greeted by his sons, Tails Reston, Raphael Reston, and head butler Heinrich. He immediately asked if anything had happened. Heinrich reported the situation, also updating him that the 2 young masters, Leo Reston and Karen Reston, were on their way back after completing their mission under Sabina Reston's supervision. Out of nowhere, a panicked butler rushed in, breaking the solemn atmosphere and making Grand Duke Yahello frown. The butler presented an urgent letter from the Imperial Palace, which surprised even Grand Duke Yahello. Holding the parchment scroll, Grand Duke Yahello muttered that the Emperor hadn't said a word before he left the capital. After reading the contents, the powerful Grand Duke's eyes widened in shock. It turned out the Emperor had personally sent an invitation to Karen Reston to come to the capital. An unforeseen move. While Grand Duke Yahello was deep in thought, calculating the new political chess move, Karen Reston sat calmly on the train, completely unaware that he was about to become the eye of a storm. The magic train sped through the snowy night, bringing the young masters of the Reston family back after completing their mission. At the station, the bald subordinate carried the dark wizard Ted Delaharta on his shoulder, both overwhelmed by the grandeur of Blue Sea Castle. Ted Delaharta woke up and whispered to the subordinate, "Hey, don't tell me you actually believe that kid's words, do you?" The wizard continued to instigate, a cunning glint in his eyes. "Listen, if you want to live, you have to seize the opportunity when the guards are distracted and run." The bald subordinate growled, "Shut up," and tightened his grip, making Ted Delaharta shriek in pain, while Karen Reston and Leo Reston merely watched. Karen Reston smirked. "You think I'd believe someone who called me useless and deserving of death?" Which made Leo Reston, standing beside him, wonder blankly. "What's wrong with him?" Sabina Reston appeared, arms crossed, her regal aura unmistakable. "Still as noisy as ever, Karen. If you want another beating, keep running your mouth." Pale Reston was also present, cheerfully greeting Sabina before approaching Caron, explaining that it seemed his father had summoned them. Sabina glanced at Karen, scoffing. "It seems to be because of what this kid caused in Baron Belus's territory. Truly a headache." But Pale Reston replied with a rather satisfied expression. Pale Reston placed a hand on his son's shoulder, while Leo Reston timidly bowed and greeted hesitantly. "Uncle, are you well?" Pale Reston smiled proudly, turning to Leo Reston and praising him. "I heard you also performed meritorious deeds in the Baron's territory. The news reached my ears." Leo Reston broke into a sweat, replying awkwardly, certain that his elder brother would be very pleased if he knew about this. Pale Reston gestured for everyone to go and rest, while the bald subordinate silently carried the wizard Ted Delaharta like a sack of goods. The atmosphere suddenly turned serious when Sabina Reston directly asked Pale Reston about the Empire's unstable situation, leaving Karen and Leo to simply stand and listen. Pale Reston's face hardened as he revealed shocking news. Other powerful families were beginning to form alliances, led by Duke Salmon and Marquis Diaz. Sabina Reston continued, stating that the Grand Duke had cancelled all plans after negotiations with the Emperor failed, signaling an impending political storm. It turned out that Duke Salmon and Marquis Diaz were the very ones who had overthrown the tyrant and placed the current emperor on the throne. Truly the powers behind the throne. Sabina explained that her brother had accepted withdrawing from central politics for the future of the empire, but now that sacrifice was at risk of being betrayed. Pale Reston and Sabina came to a chilling conclusion. The era of peace had ended, and it was time for the Reston family to act. Sabina smirked, pointing out that the incident Karen caused was precisely the perfect pretext for them to legitimately deploy troops to other territories and expand their influence. Sabina Reston smirked, acknowledging that this nephew was quite interesting, acting at the most opportune moment for the family. Pale Reston, flattered, scratched his head and chuckled. "Aunt, you flatter me too much, it's nothing." While Sabina, speechless, retorted, "I wasn't praising you." Karen Reston and Leo Reston had just returned when they were greeted by a deep, warm voice. "Well done." Xerus Winterguard, captain of the Sea Wolf Knights, stepped forward to greet the youths, his eyes sharp. "I hear you boys wiped out a bandit gang made entirely of deserters." Xeras glanced at the wizard being carried on the bald subordinate's shoulder, declaring that he would interrogate him thoroughly and extract all information for Karen Reston. A knight wondered, pointing at the bald subordinate carrying the prisoner. "But who is that man?" Karen Reston coldly stated, "He's also a bandit, just drag him along," which made the bald subordinate flinch, crying out in alarm. "Young master?" Karen explained the plan, that this man was an informant, to handle him gently, and then take him as a personal servant, and Xerus Winterguard immediately understood. Karen, acting as if his work was done, waved his hand, intending to slip away to rest. But Xerus Winterguard stopped him. "Not yet. Your mission isn't over." Xerus's face grew serious, emphasizing that they all had to submit a report to review the entire mission and improve for future ones. Leo Reston wondered if they both had to write separate reports, but Xerus Winterguard allowed them to write a single joint report. Karen Reston immediately pushed the writing task onto Leo, reasoning that he had already carried the team, which made Leo awkwardly suggest writing it together to finish quickly. Karen put an arm around Leo's shoulder, beginning his psychological manipulation. "Think carefully. Your uncle will also read this report, won't he?" Xerus Winterguard chimed in, affirming that this was an opportunity to highlight Leo's achievements and earn points with his uncle, making Leo ask blankly, "Is that so?" Xerus explained that if the name of a superior like him appeared too often, It would be counterproductive, then turned to order Hans to imprison the prisoners. Zira's Winterguard tossed a bag to Sabina Reston, announcing curtly, "Sabina, this is the head of a wanted man. Deal with it." Sabina Reston smiled powerfully, waving her hand. "As for my report, just let the youngsters submit it under their names." The group parted ways, Leo Reston innocently waving goodbye to Karen Reston, while the elders quietly departed. When asked where he was going, Karen Reston, with fiery eyes, declared directly, "To the Ether Training Hall. I've reached 4-star rank, now I can use it myself." Zira's Winterguard smirked, impressed, thinking to himself that this kid was truly formidable, diving straight into more training right after his first mission. Karen Reston calmly walked into the darkness, his mature aura making people wonder. Looking at him, who would believe he's only 13 years old? In the middle of the night, at Blue Sea Castle, Yahello urgently summoned his retainers for a critical reason. Yahello stood before the window, announcing the reason for the meeting was the information gathered from the increasing number of monsters appearing, then called out Heinrich's name. Heinrich and the other subordinates immediately bowed in obedience, receiving instructions to summon the captain of the knights. The knight captain, a burly blonde man, along with Yahello's sons Tails Reston, Raffle Reston, and Pale Reston, were present, carrying a wooden box. The knight captain placed the box on the table, reporting that it contained a piece of monster hide recovered from the western firmament plains. As soon as the box was opened, a surge of malevolent dark energy immediately poured out, stunning Pale Reston and the others. Yahello stared intently at the dark energy, his face hardening, realizing that this dark power was no ordinary kind. Yahello declared chillingly, "It's the Tyrant Emperor's dark ether," which made Pale Reston's face drain of color, stammering that the Tyrant Emperor had died long ago. Yahello coldly stated that if the dark ether of a dead man resided within monsters, then there were only two possibilities. Yahello concluded with two intense possibilities. 1. It's the lingering will of the Tyrant Emperor, or 2. That old man is still alive. Tails Reston immediately connected the dots, suggesting that this matter must be related to the Empire's situation, and furthermore, news from Baron Bellis' territory had already reached the Emperor. Pale Reston's face turned ashen, while Raphael Reston's expression hardened upon hearing that the Emperor had summoned Karen to the capital. Yahello declared bluntly that Karen couldn't go alone, deciding to send both Leo and the Seawolf Knights along to supervise. Pale Reston was still worried, but Yahello feigned democracy, saying that, of course, he would ask the boy's opinion first. The knight captain wondered if refusing would cause trouble, but Yahello dismissed it, saying he wouldn't force Karan if he didn't want to go. Yahello smirked, saying that Karen was still just a child, but his eyes revealed a different intention, and this was the crux. The old man wanted to know exactly why Karen had made a deal with Baron Bellis' son, then ordered Zira's Winterguard to bring the boy to him. Elsewhere, Zira's Winterguard was cultivating his power, a surge of blue-violet magic power swirling around him as he received orders from his master. Understood, master. Night fell, and the training building stood tall under the moonlight, signaling a summons that was far from simple. In the middle of the night, Karen Reston was meditating, blue magic power swirling around him like a sleeping beast. Sensing an intruder, Karen opened his eyes, his voice icy. "When did you arrive?" Zira's Winterguard stood with his arms crossed in the shadows, his expression unchanged as he replied concisely, "Not for long." The captain of the knights began to tease, wondering how Karen had managed to get into this laboratory, a place reserved only for family members and himself. Karen Reston turned around, his eyes sharp, sensing something important. "Is there something urgent?" Zira's Winterguard was silent for a moment, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly as if about to announce shocking news. He got straight to the point, throwing out a concise sentence. "Soon, you will probably have to go to the capital." Karen Reston was slightly surprised, muttering the two words, "The capital?" Zira's Winterguard concluded, his voice full of authority. "The family head has summoned you, Karen, to the family council. He will tell you the specific details himself." A butler immediately swung open the large door, and Zira's Winterguard led Karen Reston inside, preparing to face the cunning old man who led the family. The butler swung open the door, announcing Karen Reston's arrival, followed by Zira's Winterguard. Upon entering, Karan immediately faced the entire family council presided over by Yahello, who directly questioned him about his first mission. Yahello's eyes flashed with a cold glint. This old man had summoned Karen because of the incident in the Bellis territory. Yahello directly questioned Karan as to why he dared to negotiate with House Bellis without proper authority, making the boy realize this was an interrogation, not a commendation. Facing pressure from the family head, Karen calmly replied, "No, family head." Karen explained clearly that he had only made an offer, and Baron Belus had voluntarily accepted it. Yahello raised an eyebrow, showing interest in his grandson's confidence, and asked again, "What?" The old man continued to press, asking what could be more important than noble etiquette. Karen looked up, his gaze firm, preparing to deliver his decisive answer. Karen boldly declared that what was most important was the family's honor, silencing everyone in the room. Yahello was stunned. This cunning old man hadn't expected the boy to deliver such a sharp answer. Karen maintained his poker face, calculating in his mind. He could have boasted about his achievements, but instead, the boy prioritized the family's interests and took a step back. Yahello subtly smirked, nodding in acknowledgement. A clever move. His two uncles, Raphael Reston and Tails Reston, could only stand by in silence, completely overshadowed by their nephew's retort. Karen nodded calmly, his gaze still fixed on the old man. A silent battle of wits between two generations. Yahello concluded, declaring that this agreement ultimately brought enormous benefits to the family, and decided to entrust this lucrative deal to Pale Reston. Pale Reston beamed, immediately accepting the order, and promising to set off for the Bellis territory at dawn, this time carried on his son's back. With family matters settled, Yahello moved on to a larger issue, holding a scroll from the Emperor with an extremely serious expression. Xeris Winterguard stood next to Pale Reston, announcing shocking news. "His Majesty has summoned you. News of you has already reached the capital." Karen frowned, realizing the Emperor's intelligence network was even more terrifying than he imagined. The summons had arrived even before Yahello returned to the fortress. Karen Reston calculated in his mind, concluding that the current Emperor was merely a puppet, and the true puppeteers were the networks of noble factions. Pale Reston looked at his son worriedly, about to speak up and dissuade him as the situation grew tenser. His father spoke up, offering Karan Reston a way out. "Karan, if you don't want to go, you don't have to." Yahello looked directly at his grandson, clarifying the dangerous move. "You must realize what it means to go to the capital at this moment." With the eyes of an old fox, Yahello analyzed. The nobles in the capital will surely want to inspect Karen Reston, and hiding to avoid attention is also an option. Karen Reston turned to look at his father, while Pale Reston was still wondering why his father would give the boy a choice. Pale Reston still couldn't understand. It was clearly His Majesty's summons, so why was there a right to refuse? But Karen Reston decisively declared before the entire family, "Of course I'm going. It's also time to visit my grandparents." Then he threw out a calculated question, but alone. "Leo also participated in the mission with me." Yahello smirked, sealing the deal immediately. "If you go, Leo will go with you." Leo Reston was bewildered upon hearing that Hans's team would escort them, wondering why they needed those small fry if grandfather was already going with them. Yahello poured cold water on him, stating bluntly, "Don't be delusional. The escort isn't because you're special." Xeris Winterguard stood behind, chuckling gleefully, as Yahello concluded the reason. "It's because no one knows what trouble you'll cause next." This scared Leo Reston out of his wits, and he quickly agreed. Yahello gave his final order, giving them all 3 days to pack up and leave the mansion under the cover of night and moonlight. Scene change. Pale Reston, Karen's father, had just finalized a lucrative business deal, declaring the negotiations concluded. Pale Reston stood up to thank his partner after signing the contract, looking every bit like a true magnate. Pale Reston carefully asked Rohan Bellis, the Baron of the partner family, if his father was aware of these terms. Rohan Bellis smiled confidently, asserting that his father fully agreed with the agreement. Pale Reston explained the spoils to Karen. The Reston family held an 80% stake in the Magic Stone mine, a huge windfall. Rohan Bellis finally questioned the strange clause. What was the move to allocate 5% of House Bellis's 20% stake, specifically to Karen and Leo, as it seemed too disadvantageous for their side? Leo Reston wondered, thinking that even though the two of them had completed the mission excellently, the price for a mere commission fee was too generous. Pale Reston also agreed, believing that such an unusually sweet deal must have a reason, especially coming from someone who graduated at the top of the Imperial Academy like Rohan Bellis. Pale Reston broke into a cold sweat, realizing the opponent wasn't even bothering to hide their intentions. It's to curry favor with Karen and Leo, two young wolves. Leo Reston was bewildered, not understanding what was happening, while Karen Reston smirked inwardly. He knew full well the opponent was investing in the two who would lead the Blue Sea Fortress in the future. Pale Reston raised an eyebrow, showing suspicion at the opponent's blatant confidence. "Is that so?" Rohan Bellis immediately flattered him, praising Pale Reston as an excellent lord, but of course, still incomparable. Karen Reston cut short the pleasantries, flashing a cunning smile that made Leo Reston curse inwardly. "As for us, of course," Karen concluded decisively, "we are very willing to accept." declaring that they would build a strong relationship from here on. The agreement was signed, and a major business relationship between the two families was officially established, opening a new chapter for the Bellis territory. The scene suddenly changed, a mysterious voice echoed by the train tracks. "Karen, I have something to ask." After sealing the deal, Leo Reston innocently asked about the division of shares. Karen Reston didn't even think, stating bluntly, "Of course, it's 9. For me. 1 for you," leaving Leo Reston frozen. The ridiculous division of shares unfolded right before Pale Reston and Rohan Bellis, the two old foxes who merely stood by and watched. Leo Reston tried to throw a tantrum, but was immediately grabbed by the collar by Karen Reston, whose eyes flashed with killing intent, threatening him in a low voice, scaring his cousin out of his wits, and he quickly accepted the 9-to-1 split. Karen Reston released his timid cousin, while Pale Reston observed from a distance with an unreadable expression. Pale Reston turned to Rohan Bellis with a casual laugh, boasting that the two boys used to bicker a lot when they were little, but now they were very close. The boasting continued with a flashback image of Karen Reston, giving Leo Reston a hard time, while in the present, Pale Reston maintained his fake smile. The group had arrived at the capital, standing before a magnificent mansion. Leo Reston couldn't hide his overwhelmed expression, like a country bumpkin visiting the city. Leo Reston was still rambling about not knowing anything when Karen Reston coldly cut him off, telling his older cousin to stop messing around. Inside the room, Leo Reston was still restless about meeting the Emperor, but Karen Reston sat calmly on the bed, their difference in demeanor stark. Leo Reston was dreaming about social parties and beautiful women in the capital, when Karen Reston coldly stated, "You're not a child anymore." In a flash, Sabina Reston was already sitting comfortably in the room, resting her feet on the furniture with an air of authority that startled Leo Reston, who stammered, "Master." Their cool aunt declared that the capital would be an interesting experience because there were many strong individuals there. Sabina Reston stood up, bringing a bottle of wine to celebrate their first mission. But Karen Reston nonchalantly replied that a 1-3-year-old kid's room wouldn't have wine glasses, only water cups. This was true class. Sabina Reston picked up a water cup, a smirk playing on her lips as she declared, "As long as it can hold wine, any cup will do." Sabina Reston turned to tease Leo Reston, exposing Karen's daily wine-stealing habit, then pointedly asked her nephew if he had ever tasted it, making him sweat profusely, while Karen looked smug. Cornered, Leo Reston confessed everything, saying Karen had given him drinks a few times, and even tried to argue that if they got scolded, they'd get scolded together, which made Sabina Reston burst out laughing because the kid had been dragged into complicity. Sabina Reston poured wine directly into Leo Reston's cup, ordering him to drink it without hesitation, as it was wine bestowed by his master. Karen Reston looked up, his eyes full of confidence, acknowledging that both of them had matured greatly thanks to their master's guidance. Sabina Reston placed the bottle of wine on the table, her voice deepening as she murmured about a promise made to Karen's older brother 3 years ago. Raising her wine glass, Sabina Reston expressed regret that she wouldn't be able to witness how Karen Reston would shake up the capital, showing her immense expectations for this genius nephew. Leo Reston's face turned pale upon hearing that Sabina was returning to the North Sea, frantically asking if they wouldn't meet again, while Karen calmly drank his water. Sabina Reston immediately smirked and teased him, saying, "With this sentimental habit, how are you going to charm girls in the capital?" Which made Leo flinch. Their aunt continued to lecture, advising Leo that if he went to parties, it would be best not to go with Karen, leaving the kid bewildered. Sabina painted a scenario where Karen, with his looks, talent, and smooth talk, would become the center of every party, snatching all the beautiful girls and leaving Leo all alone. Imagining himself being sidelined, Leo Reston's face changed color, and he turned to grab Karen with a menacing expression. Leo cried out, begging Karen not to ruin his chances of marriage, but only received an insult, being called a flat-brained idiot for thinking too far ahead. While Sabina merely watched with amusement, Karen brushed him off, telling him to forget all that nonsense and keep drinking, ending his older cousin's comedic act. Scene change. Grand Duke Yahello sat alone, drinking wine in his vast study, exuding the majestic aura of a leader. Pale Reston knocked on the study door and announced his presence to his father. Yahello allowed his son to enter, directly asking about the results of the negotiations with the Bellis region, showing how sharply the old family head always kept abreast of the situation. Pale Reston reported to his father, Yahello, that Baron Bellis had decided to allocate a portion of the profits to Karen and Leo, clearly having been completely persuaded by that young baron. Pale explained that it was an investment for the future, making Yahello acknowledge that Baron Bellis's son was also quite capable. Grand Duke Yahello nodded with satisfaction. Having another trustworthy ally was never a bad thing. Yahello officially declared that from now on, All matters related to the Bellis region would be handled entirely by Pale, and his son firmly promised not to disappoint his father. Yahello poured a glass of wine and handed it to Pale as a sign of recognition, a rare gesture from the Grand Duke. Pale held the wine glass, but his mind remained clear, knowing full well that the old man, who was usually stingy with praise, had another purpose for calling him, surely concerning Karen's trip to the capital. Yahello got straight to the point, asserting his status. Pale, you know, besides me, His Majesty has never directly summoned anyone. The Grand Duke emphasized that Karen being directly summoned by the Emperor was extremely unusual, and Pale realized his judgment had been correct. Pale recalled his own audience with the Emperor, and the fearful gaze the monarch always directed at his father, a man who wielded too much power. Yahello bluntly explained the reason. He fears I will overthrow him, just as I overthrew the previous tyrant, and he believes another force must be involved in Charon's summons this time. Pale directly asked the old man, "Father, do you think this is a political maneuver?" And Yahello concisely confirmed it. Pale continued to question, with the political situation in the capital as tense as a drawn bowstring, why he didn't outright refuse His Majesty's order. "Indeed, I did not refuse," Yahello calmly admitted while pouring more wine, an air of self-importance about him. Pale wanted to know the reason behind it, and Yahello let out a profound chuckle. "You ask why?" The Grand Duke declared bluntly. "I want to test Karen's abilities," leaving Pale bewildered. Yahello explained that once chosen by the magic sword guillotine, Charon's destiny was to stand at the center of the family, which meant he would face countless external threats. "That's why I didn't refuse," Yahello affirmed. "If he wants to bear the future of the family, Karen must be strong enough to withstand this pressure." The Grand Duke narrowed his eyes at his son, asking a critical question. "Are you worried about him?" Pale flinched, speechless, while Yahello calmly took a sip of wine, completely dominating the situation. Cornered, Pale could only lower his head and endure the old man's imposing aura, utterly helpless. Under Yahello's knife-sharp gaze, Pale Reston hesitated. "Father, I..." Unexpectedly, Pale Reston suddenly stood up, his eyes resolute as he declared bluntly, "I trust my son." Yahello remained silent, observing his son's unexpected reaction, his thoughts unclear. The Grand Duke smirked, murmuring profoundly, "You trust your son, do you?" As night fell upon the mansion, Yahello's voice echoed with satisfaction. Not a bad answer. The next morning, Sabina Reston, in her neat swordsman attire, had her horse ready to depart, with Zera's Winterguard accompanying her to see her off. Zera's Winterguard wondered, "Aren't you going to say goodbye to the two young masters privately?" But Sabina Reston waved her hand, refusing. Zera's Winterguard recalled drinking with the two kids last night, bitterly muttering, "I can't believe they drained my entire bottle of precious wine." Sabina Reston explained that the children would be busy preparing for their trip to the capital today, so it was best to leave quietly and efficiently. The female swordsman mounted her horse, bidding Zera's Winterguard farewell, and the captain replied, calling her White Wolf and promising to stock up on wine for next time. As she was about to ride off, Sabina Reston suddenly sensed something, looked up, and saw Karen Reston standing at an upper window. Karen Reston offered a slight smile as a farewell, and Sabina Reston turned to look directly into his eyes, a silent greeting between two powerful individuals. Without lingering, Sabina Reston spurred her horse into a gallop, leaving only a resounding remark, "See you, Zeras." Karen Reston stood silently on the balcony, watching his aunt's figure disappear down the road. Once Sabina Reston's figure was out of sight, Zera's Winterguard's promise echoed, vowing to always welcome her and have good wine ready for her return. Turning back into the hallway, Karen Reston held the letter his master had left, sighing, because his aunt had only left a note before heading straight to the North Sea. His eyes sharpened as he silently calculated, "Now that master has left, my uncles will surely begin to act." Just then, Tails Reston unexpectedly appeared from behind, placing a hand on his shoulder and informing him that their aunt had left. Tails Reston's eyes flashed with a deep blue magical light, startling Karen Reston, who hadn't noticed his presence at all. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." At a magnificent station, all the luggage for the young master's trip had been loaded onto the carriage, and a subordinate reported that the task was complete to the head butler. Leo Reston confirmed that the formal attire had been packed, while Karen Reston grumbled to Zera's Winterguard about the excessive preparations for the trip. Zera's Winterguard nonchalantly replied that of course they had to be extravagant, because these two kids were going as family representatives, and they needed to look prestigious before the Emperor. Seeing Hans's entire team also appearing, Karen Reston grew even more annoyed, questioning why they were also coming along. Zeras coldly declared, "To protect the young masters." Hans, the big mouth, immediately exposed them. Protect what? It's clearly because you're afraid these two young lords will cause trouble, which made Zara snap at him to shut up. Karen Reston frowned, muttering about the pile of troubles clinging to him, while Leo Reston remained bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Early in the morning at the mansion, Karen Reston bowed to his uncle, Tails Reston, who had been waiting by the window for some time. Tails Reston directly asked about the trip to the capital, and Karen Reston confirmed that they had been invited by the Emperor himself. Tails Reston's gaze sharpened. He called Karen's name and offered a favor. The favor was, in fact, an unmistakable warning. I hope you won't behave in the capital the way you did in Cheonghaesung. Karen Reston obediently complied, but in his mind, he had already clearly analyzed. So, he's been watching me this whole time. Tails. Reston continued his intimidation. The capital is full of enemies who want to tear this family apart. If you give them any excuse, he growled, his eyes sharp, I will personally punish you mercilessly. Karen Reston immediately played the role of a good nephew, smiling brightly. Thank you for your guidance, uncle. I will certainly not disappoint your expectations. Tails Reston looked satisfied, then turned and walked away. Good, then have a safe journey. Karen Reston silently watched his uncle's retreating figure disappear down the hallway, the atmosphere still taut. As soon as his uncle was gone, Karen Reston smirked, muttering, "Huh, merciless punishment, huh?" Karen Reston's eyes flared with challenging blue magic. Do you think the title of eldest young master can crush me? It'll make that arrogant face of yours contort in pain. Looking towards the hallway, Karen Reston silently declared war. Just you wait, Tails. The scene shifts to the train station, where a colossal, modern steam train is puffing smoke, ready for its journey to the capital. At the platform, Karen Reston was intimidating Leo Reston, while Zaris Winterguard stood nearby, and Hans rushed over. Hans, if you cause trouble, don't blame me. At the platform, Urha, pale-faced, called out to Leo Reston, seemingly extremely flustered. Urha bowed repeatedly, profusely thanking him for being given another chance at life. Leo Reston slung an arm around Urha's shoulder, sneering as he delivered a chilling line. The truth is, I'm taking you to the capital to throw you in jail. I told you not to let your guard down. Hans urged the entire team onto the train, while Leo Reston continued to tease Urha, saying that the capital's prisons were very harsh. Hans reported to Zaris Winterguard that they would be departing, while Urha pleaded with Leo Reston not to abandon him, but the young man merely smirked. It depends on your attitude. Zaris Winterguard advised both Karen Reston and Leo Reston not to cause trouble in the capital, while Karen secretly thought the whole group looked like a bunch of thugs. The group headed towards the colossal steam train, ready to embark on the tumultuous journey ahead. The group, consisting of Karen Reston, Leo Reston, Zaris Winterguard, and Urha, was waiting when suddenly a voice called Karen's name from behind. Pale Reston, Karen's father, along with an aide, rushed over, breathless. Upon arriving, Pale Reston braced himself, panting, while Karen Reston coldly asked directly, Father, why are you in Cheonghaesung? Pale Reston gasped, explaining that his grandfather had called him here, but the real reason was even more important. The father told Karen Reston directly that he wanted to see his son one last time before he departed. Pale Reston subtly hinted that his maternal grandfather was eagerly awaiting him in the capital, and Karen Reston immediately played the role of a good grandson, showing eagerness. I'm also very eager to meet him. Pale Reston smirked meaningfully, well aware that the gift his maternal grandfather had prepared for his grandson was certainly not ordinary. Suddenly, Pale Reston placed a hand on Karen Reston's shoulder, making the young man confused about what was happening. The father pulled his son closer, giving him a sincere yet worried instruction. Please come back safely. Pale Reston told his son not to cause trouble, while Zaris Winterguard and Leo Reston watched, his cousin even smirking. The scene shifts to the study, where eldest young Master Tails Reston, another influential figure of the family, was leisurely reading a book with a calculating expression. Tails Reston sat in his study, muttering to himself upon hearing that the youngsters had departed. So, they've left. A subordinate entered, reporting shocking secret news. We have intelligence that the second prince's wife is plotting a rebellion in the capital, causing Tails Reston to frown in thought. The magic train chugged into a colossal fortress city, blanketed in white snow, signaling an upcoming stop. Inside the luxurious train car, Karen Reston began to lose patience, grumbling, "When will we get there?" Then turned to ask Hans about the schedule. Hans reported clearly that it would be about 6 more hours, and they would be passing through the Tibet Autonomous Territory. Leo Reston immediately interjected, explaining knowledgeably that Tibet was a special city where commoners elected their own mayor, and its commercial and industrial economy was exceptionally developed. Karen Reston silently pondered. as Leo Reston concluded with a chilling statement. It's where the most money circulates in the Empire, and money itself is status there. Hans added that precisely because they used enormous capital to exert influence, they were often viewed with caution and restrained by other lords in the Empire. Karen Reston recalled what he had learned. Serfs from other territories often fled here, but Tebi had a rather good relationship with his family. Hans confirmed that Tebi even frequently commissioned large-scale missions for their Night Order, a piece of information that surprised Leo Reston as well. As the train prepared to enter Tebi territory, Karen Reston had an idea. If there's a chance, I'd like to visit and see it for myself. Karen Reston chuckled gleefully, planning to sneak off to explore after their schedule was done, and the young Leo Reston immediately chimed in. I want to go too. While planning their outing, Karen Reston suddenly froze, his face hardening as if realizing something was amiss. The guillotine suddenly glowed brightly, blue magic power surging forth. The magic sword was wailing in alarm. The train was still speeding along, but Karen Reston knew for sure. If guillotine is reacting like this, there's definitely deadly danger. Gripping the hilt of his sword, Karen Reston narrowed his eyes, first suspecting his two older brothers, Tails and Raphael Reston, of playing dirty by planting assassins in the escort team. But he immediately dismissed the thought, believing they weren't foolish enough to play such a risky hand. Leo Reston, finding it strange, asked, "Young Master Karen?" Without bothering to explain, Karen Reston turned and ordered Hans. Contact the TB Autonomous Territory immediately. Hans was dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. No time to explain. Tell the other knights to prepare for battle, Karen Reston snapped, his commanding aura overwhelming. Hans immediately obeyed. The entire escort team immediately took their positions, drawing their swords, ready. Karen Reston and Leo Reston were no exception, preparing for an imminent battle. Karen Reston coldly analyzed. If the threat is from outside and not internal, then the question is, how the hell do they plan to attack a moving train? The answer appeared right outside the tracks. A slow-burning fuse was being lit, leading to a preset trap. A hooded assassin, clearly the leader, stood guard while his accomplices had already planted a pile of explosive barrels on the tracks. The leader signaled, "Begin." Another, holding a torch, confirmed, "Understood." A crowd of assassins had taken their positions, one of them preparing to light the fuse for the deadly trap. The train was approaching, and the leader urged, "They're here, hurry up." The assassin lit the slow-burning fuse, reporting, "It's done." The magic train was only a few meters from the trap, and the leader growled, ordering his entire team, "Everyone, prepare for the explosion." The fuse sizzled, reaching the explosive barrels just as the train bore down upon them. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion ripped through the forest, blowing away everything within its radius. The scene shifts to the TB Autonomous Territory, a prosperous city where underground forces were clashing. The National Tax Office is pointing a knife at us. Isn't that because you were caught money laundering? Inside a magnificent building, the argument continued, with accusations flying. What? Were we the only ones doing it? What about you all? What right does that old man have to point fingers? In the meeting room, the nobles clamored for the mayor to deal with the criminals, but the commoners were just as fierce, cursing back without missing a beat. The mayor looked utterly fed up, muttering that he shouldn't have come and that it was truly impossible to reason with the common folk. The old man continued to sigh, regretting taking on the position of mayor instead of retiring for a peaceful life. The argument escalated when a commoner taunted the nobles. "If you're so capable, then why did you lose the right to bid on the magic stones?" The mayor rubbed his temples, thinking to himself, "This city is truly a mess, with the commoners and nobles constantly at odds." Bang! A frantic man burst into the room, shattering the argument. "Mayor!" The messenger quickly ran over and whispered into the mayor's ear, ignoring the curious gazes of everyone in the room. After listening, the mayor simply waved his hand coldly. "I understand. You may withdraw." The aide asked curiously in a low voice, "What urgent news could it be that you allowed someone to burst in during the meeting?" The mayor lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke with a nonchalant expression. "Don't worry. That tax investigation is nothing." A noble pressed the mayor. "What do you mean, sir? Has the tax investigation been cancelled?" The mayor waved his hand with a fed-up look. "No, forget about the tax investigation." The old man announced shocking news that silenced the entire room. 5 minutes ago, the train from the Reston estate to the capital exploded. Grand Duke Reston's grandsons were also on board. The aide stammered, speechless, while the mayor continued to puff on his cigarette, asking back defiantly, "Am I saying something?" The mayor casually extinguished his cigarette in a wineglass, his voice chilling. "I'm saying." The scene shifted to the wrecked train in the middle of the wasteland. A world-shattering explosion. and the mayor's voice echoed. Now we're all dead for sure. Inside the ruined train car, Karen Reston was still alive, his face smudged but his eyes sharp, clearly extremely annoyed. Hans, one of the escorting knights, turned to check on Leo Reston, who was still dazed after the impact. Hans immediately rushed to Karen Reston. "Are you hurt?" But the protagonist simply brushed him off, replying curtly, "Yeah, just a scratch." Hans quickly reported the situation like a professional soldier. A total of 11 people, 1 seriously injured, 2 lightly injured. The most severely injured is Dale. Urha reported 2 deaths in his car, but Karen Reston merely smirked, thinking, "Is the situation so bad that even a small fry like you has to speak up?" Karen Reston turned to ask for their current location, and Hans, his face tense, reported that they were about 10 kilometers from the Tibet Autonomous Territory. Hans stated that he had contacted Tabi for help before the young masters woke up, and reinforcements must be on their way. The knight proposed the most logical plan. His team would stay to buy time, while the 2 young masters must flee immediately. Karen Reston completely ignored him, his hand tightening around the magic sword as it began to vibrate and emit a cerulean aura, signaling that danger was approaching. Through the shattered window, the shadows of the attackers loomed outside, confirming Karen's suspicion. His eyes flashing with blue light, Karen swiftly drew guillotine, dismissing Hans' plan. "Sorry, but I can't run." Karen flatly declared that those people had destroyed the railway, the Emperor's property, an act no different from treason. Leo Reston, despite his injured leg, gritted his teeth and gripped his sword firmly, asking his brother if he could still fight, and received a firm affirmative. Outside the wreckage, the black-cloaked assassins stood tall, one of them exclaiming in surprise upon seeing that their prey had no intention of fleeing. A black-clad assassin was thrown back by an immense force before he could even comprehend what was happening, blood splattering everywhere. Karen Reston stood atop the ruined train car, his glowing blue eyes filled with killing intent as he looked down at the assassin, who was frozen in shock. Without another word, Karen roared, "Kill them all!" then plunged down like a meteor, creating an energy explosion that blew away a section of the train car. The assassin leader observed from a distance, calmly remarking, "Oh my," at Karen's violent entrance. The leader looked at Karen, Leo Reston, and Hans, who were standing firm amidst the wreckage, muttering that the number of survivors was higher than expected. Just then, a voice rang out, ordering, "Squad 2, disembark hot the young masters," signaling that reinforcements had arrived. Hearing the order, the Sea Wave Knights responded in unison. "Understood," then surged forward, forming a battle line to confront the black-clad assassins directly. As the 2 sides clashed, Hans quickly reported the situation to Karan. "Young Master Karan, all of them are rank 3 or higher." Hans continued, his voice strained as he looked towards the leader, who was emitting a cerulean aura. "And that leader over there is rank 6. The assassin leader pointed directly at Karen Reston, arrogantly ordering, "Drop your weapons and surrender." Karen Reston's blue eyes flashed. He immediately recognized that the leader's voice had been altered by magic. The assassin leader exuded a demonic aura, offering a tempting condition. "If you cooperate obediently, we will spare the knights and servants." Karen Reston smirked, turning to Hans. "Their goal is to capture me alive. Do you understand what that means?" Hans' face paled, his voice trembling as he pleaded, "No way, young master, you mustn't." Brushing aside the warning, Karen charged like an arrow, roaring with the logic of the strong. "What's the problem? They can't kill me, but I can kill them." Hans could only clutch his head, speechless, while Leo Reston stood beside him, watching helplessly. The assassin leader growled an order, and all the hooded assassins simultaneously drew their weapons, preparing for a sweep. The Sea Wave Knights didn't flinch, roaring, "Protect the young masters," then charged straight into the enemy formation. Whoosh! In an instant, Karen had glided past an assassin, fresh blood splattering after a clean slash. The battle erupted, Karen single-handedly tearing through the enemy ranks, while the Sea Wave Knights also plunged into fierce combat. Karen Reston was like a whirlwind, single-handedly sweeping through the assassins' formation, while the Sea Wave Knights also fought to the death. A Sea Wave Knight roared as he took a fatal blow from an assassin, blood splattering amidst the chaotic battlefield. His face covered in enemy blood, Karen Reston smirked maniacally, his eyes gleaming with belligerence as he roared, "Come at me all at once, you bastards." Standing amidst the wavering circle of assassins, Karen provocatively challenged, "Not coming? Then I'll come to you." The assassins began to break out in a cold sweat, whispering to each other that this kid was no ordinary foe and completely outside their plan. The assassin leader stepped forward, exuding an overwhelming aura, and ordered his subordinates, "Everyone, fall back." The leader confidently declared that he would handle Karen Reston alone, believing it was time for the boss to show his strength. Karen Reston smirked with interest. Finally, the big fish had decided to show itself. Suddenly, Karen Reston looked bewildered, not understanding what the hell was happening before his eyes. Hans unexpectedly charged forward, blocking between Karen and the leader, raising his sword defensively and shouting, "He's a dangerous opponent. Young master, please fall back." The assassin leader scoffed, deeming Hans merely a sea wave knight seeking death, but Hans defiantly retorted, "Just you wait." Without another word, another sea wave knight roared, then dove down from above, swinging his sword to attack the leader directly. The leader merely shifted his body slightly, effortlessly dodging the attack as if it were a joke, showing that the knight's skill was insignificant. Clang! The sea wave knight strained with all his might to block the leader's counterattack, but the power difference was too obvious. The leader narrowed his eyes. It seemed he had noticed something unusual in the fighting style of these knights. Swish! With just a light blade stroke, the leader easily parried the knight's magic-infused attack. The difference in skill vast as heaven and earth. The sea wave knight broke out in a cold sweat, his face pale, as he realized his attack was nothing more than a tickle to his opponent. The knight froze, unable to believe his eyes. He parried that attack? The leader's footwork was too strange. The knight began to realize this wasn't the style of an ordinary assassin. A surge of dark magic erupted, and the knight was horrified to realize his opponent's true identity. "Don't tell me it's Seo Hakimi, the Sixth Circle Knight from the Pabar Kingdom?" Hans racked his brain, wondering why a knight from the Pabar Kingdom would come here, when the Empire and the Kingdom had a non-aggression pact. The more he thought about it, the more absurd it seemed. Why Karen was the target, when the Reston family and the Pabar Kingdom had no enmity whatsoever. In the chaotic battlefield, the Sea Wave Knights were being overwhelmed by the assassins, but Leo Reston was still fighting valiantly, cutting through enemies left and right. Without further thought, Hans let out a roar and charged straight towards the assassin leader. Whoosh! Hans unleashed a powerful, magic-infused slash, but the leader simply crossed his twin daggers, blocking the attack with ease. The assassin leader narrowed his eyes mockingly, his voice icy. "Still have time to look around, Sea Wave Knight?" Hans gritted his teeth, his eyes flaring with blue magic, and growled his opponent's name. "The formation is broken, Seo Hakimi." He let out a roar and swung his sword, creating a massive wave of energy that swept horizontally, forcing Seo Hakimi to leap into the air to dodge the attack. Standing firm amidst the magical vortex, Hans declared bluntly, "Further resistance is futile. Surrender." Seo Hakimi landed as light as a feather, calmly admitting, "The formation has indeed collapsed." Just as the assassin leader said, the knights had wiped out the small fry, standing proudly amidst the corpses. The assassin leader hovered in the air, offering a mocking surrender. "Surrender and your lives will be spared. Why die in a foreign land?" But he had no intention of being merciful, his eyes blazing crimson as he roared his determination to complete the mission, making Hans stare intently. He unleashed a surging wave of dark magic, making Hans realize in horror that this was a reverse magic technique. Hans immediately realized, this guy is going all out, with no intention of returning alive. The knight broke out in a cold sweat. The situation was out of control. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to capture the boss, and the young masters would be wiped out too. With no way to retreat, Hans also tensed up, his blue magic erupting to counter the opponent's firepower. "I also have magic to go all the way." Hans closed his eyes tightly, concentrating all his energy, preparing to unleash his full power attack. Just then, a voice rang out, startling Hans. His blazing eyes dimmed. "Hans, I'm disappointed." Karen Reston suddenly appeared in the air, his blue magic even more overwhelming than Hans, coldly looking down at the assassin leader. "Weren't you supposed to follow me to prevent trouble?" Karen Reston, his eyes blazing with magic, taunted the assassin leader directly. "Giving up already?" The assassin leader roared Karen Reston's name, charging with a surging wave of dark magic, but Karen stopped him with one hand. The assassin confirmed Karen was the target, but it seemed he didn't know what he was up against. Karen sneered, declaring his identity like a death sentence. "I am Karen Reston." As soon as he finished speaking, a blue sword light flashed, and the assassin leader's dagger-wielding arm was severed in an instant. The severed arm fell to the ground. Karan stood tall while Hans and the assassin were still frozen in shock. Missing an arm, the assassin could only mumble Karen Reston's name, completely bewildered by what had just happened. Karen grinned, blood splattered across his face, and taunted, "You called me a monster? Thanks for the compliment, but..." The assassin stared blankly, not understanding, while Karen raised his blazing magic sword. Suddenly, Karen paused. realizing that guillotine was vibrating violently, signaling something unusual. Despite losing an arm, the assassin leader still boasted loudly. "So there's still a threat, huh?" Karen Reston growled, suspecting the assassin was up to something dirty. The assassin erupted with dark magic, roaring, "I won't forget this grudge, Karen Reston." Karen Reston froze as the deadly energy enveloped him, not understanding what was happening. Hans screamed, ordering the entire formation. "All members, shield young Master Leo." Leo Reston's face went blank, his brain temporarily shutting down from the rapid developments. The Sea Wave Knights rushed to surround Leo Reston, all bewildered by the enemy's suicidal attack. In the heat of the moment, Hans suddenly darted like lightning, blocking directly in front of Karen Reston. Hans spread his arms, taking the full brunt of the incoming self-destruct magic, turning his body into a living shield. Pushed back by Hans, Karen Reston snapped in astonishment. "Hans, what the hell are you doing?" Hans gritted his teeth, enduring, explaining briefly while taking the full damage. "It's self-destruct magic." Hans held Karen Reston tightly, growling an apology for his incompetence as he realized the enemy was about to self-destruct. The assassin leader strained to compress his magic, his entire body erupting in a destructive aura, preparing to blow himself to smithereens. He screamed his final words, praying that Karen Reston would survive this explosion. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion swept through the entire forest, its destructive power enough to obliterate everything. At the epicenter, Hans still stood firm, blocking, taking the full impact of the shockwave, while Karen Reston stood frozen behind him. Suddenly, a greenish-blue lightning bolt flashed from thin air, and a voice rang out from the magic sword, silently cursing its foolish master. The magic sword guillotine spoke, declaring it would act, as it had been a long time since it tasted knight's blood. It warned Karen Reston to close his eyes tightly if he didn't want his eyeballs to explode. After everything settled down, Hans lay slumped on the ground. Karen Reston shook him, calling out in vain. Losing patience, Karen Reston kicked Hans, snapping, "How long are you going to lie there?" Hans shot up, blood rushing to his head as he yelled back at the brat. "You little punk. I just risked my life to save you." Karen Reston sprang to his feet, snapping at Hans, who was still sprawled on the ground. "Who asked you to save me?" A voice rang out, mocking. "If it weren't for me, you two wouldn't have a single piece left." Karen Reston paused, recognizing the familiar voice. Karen Reston held the magic sword. It continued to nag. "You should be grateful." "Hey, are you listening?" The sword glowed with a deep blue magic, and Karen Reston froze. A talking sword? And it talks so much. The entire battlefield was devastated after the explosion, a giant crater and shattered wreckage. Karen Reston mumbled, "Sword spirit?" Meanwhile, Leo Reston was injured, being helped away by two people, his mouth also stammering in disbelief. A sword spirit? Hans had gotten up, his face bewildered, asking Karan about sword spirits and explaining that they were weapons forged with the souls of mad blacksmiths. The magic sword snapped. "Dare to compare me to a cursed sword again, and I'll chop your head off." Hans was dumbfounded, while Karen Reston sneered. "You'd chop off a head for such a trivial matter, yet you saved my life?" The magic sword was furious. "You idiot. If I hadn't wasted mana saving you from the explosion, I would have pierced your neck right now." Suddenly, Hans grew wary as he saw a carriage approaching. Karen Reston raised a hand, signaling tiredly, "It's fine, not an enemy." He then mumbled that he was exhausted. Karen Reston wondered about mana recovery, and the magic sword immediately proposed. "Besides slashing enemies, I can also drain mana from your blood. Wanna try?" A female knight rode up, introducing herself as Hai, captain of the Tebe Territory Guard, while Hans greeted her formally. Seeing Karan about to sheath his sword, the magic sword shrieked, fearing it would be silenced, which made the young boy visibly delighted. Hans introduced Karen Reston as Grand Duke Halos' grandson, but still didn't forget to mutter curses under his breath about the brat being a scoundrel. Hai, after removing her helmet, solemnly declared that the Tebe territory took full responsibility for Karen's group being dragged into this terrible incident. Hai announced that they were here on the mayor's orders to escort the group to safety. Karen Reston immediately accepted and asked them to tend to the injured. The escort team's luxurious carriages began to roll, taking the group away from the ravaged battlefield to a safe place. Inside the carriage, Karen Reston leaned tiredly against the seat. Hans worriedly asked if he was sure he didn't want to return to Changhe Castle. Hans reported that the knights and guards had remained at the scene to investigate, so it was unknown when the results would be available. Hans still seemed cautious, believing the threat hadn't disappeared, but Karen Reston casually brushed him off. "I told you it's fine." Karen Reston revealed that he had already contacted Zira's Winter Guard, who was on his way. then delivered a sarcastic remark that left Hans speechless. Hans, you always overthink things, that's your problem. Karen Reston reassured them that the royal guards had also departed from the capital, telling them not to worry. Karen changed the subject, directly asking Hans if he knew anything about the reckless fool who self-destructed. Karen revealed the enemy's identity. A 6-star knight from the Pabar Sultanate, named Sio Hakimi. Karen muttered about the Pabar Sultanate, a neighboring nation located across the desert to the east of the empire. Karen's expression hardened. He realized this game was more complex than he thought, and wondered if the non-aggression pact, personally arranged by his grandfather Yahello, was at risk of collapsing. Hans analyzed that relations between the empire and the sultanate had indeed worsened, but not to the point of such dirty play. Karen turned to tease Leo, declaring that this action alone was enough reason to declare war, startling Leo. Leo Reston stammered, appearing completely overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation and unsure how to respond. The young Leo confessed that he hadn't heard clearly, his eyes vacant as he stared at his blood-stained clothes. Leo Reston frantically looked at his trembling hands, not understanding why they were like this after the battle. Karen looked at his cousin Leo Reston, who was in shock after his first kill, and sagely remarked, "That's how it is the first time you take a life. It's not easy to get used to." As the carriages moved forward, Karen continued to lecture from afar. "But you have to overcome it, my friend. That's life." Inside the carriage, a knight informed Karen and Hans that they were nearing the TB autonomous territory. Karen glanced out the window and was immediately overwhelmed by the city's grandeur, muttering, "Damn, this is so luxurious." The carriage entered the magnificent city, and Hans had to agree with Karon's remark. An old man who seemed to be a big shot, the mayor of the Tebi autonomous territory, came out with a smile to welcome the group. The mayor expressed relief that they had arrived safely, and promised that TB would dedicate all its efforts to finding the mastermind behind the attack. He continued to pledge full cooperation with the Reston family's investigation, while Karen merely stood with his arms crossed, observing with a cold expression. Without beating around the bush, Karen interrupted the mayor and firmly stated, "We know TB has nothing to do with this incident." Karen casually told the mayor to rest assured, leaving the old man dumbfounded, while Hans standing beside him was also surprised by the genuine political aura emanating from the young boy. The mayor recognized Hans, lamenting that he looked completely different from his time as Minister of Finance, and complaining about his damned mayoral seat. Karen Reston sneered, telling the old mayor to speak freely as he wasn't used to hearing an elder use honorifics. The mayor panicked, stammering that he dared not disrespect a ducal lineage. Karen Reston then delivered a fatal blow. "Then show your sincerity by kneeling." Cornered, the old mayor broke into a sweat, hastily changing his tone to a more familiar one, calling the young Karan by his first name to appease the boy. The old mayor hastily suggested moving to another location to continue their discussion. Karen Reston readily agreed, while Hans behind him could only remain silent. Once settled, Karen Reston got straight to the point, revealing that the attackers had used explosives, not magic, causing the mayor to exclaim in horror. "Smuggling?" Karen Reston poured wine while analyzing, reminding him that explosives couldn't be leaked without passing through the Weapons Supply Bureau, and the old mayor could only nod profusely. Karen Reston continued to argue that the Supply Bureau was extremely tightly controlled by the Empire, making it almost impossible to smuggle explosives in or out. The young boy threw out a fatal hypothesis. So what if the explosives were smuggled in from outside the Empire? For example, from the Pabar Sultanate. The mayor was stunned, realizing the undeniable logic, and Karen Reston concluded, cornering him. "If some of Teeb's merchant guilds are involved in this, you'll be in big trouble, won't you, Mayor?" The old mayor broke into a cold sweat, stammering at Karen Reston's razor-sharp deduction. With Karen Reston pressing him, the old mayor had no choice but to admit the smuggling hypothesis was plausible, as disagreeing would be tantamount to confessing complicity. The old mayor bitterly admitted that it was precisely because of those foolish smugglers that others had an excuse to pry into and scrutinize his territory. Karen Reston delivered a psychological blow, demanding that the old mayor remember something important. The young boy played his trump card. The Seawolf Knights and the people of Cheonghae Castle suffered casualties in this incident, causing the old mayor to blanch, understanding that the Reston family now had grounds to intervene. A chill ran down the old mayor's spine. He told himself that he was entangled with the Reston family, a clan famous for repaying favors tenfold and vengeance 100-fold. Refusing to cooperate would only lead to death. Trying to change the subject, the old mayor inquired about Karen Reston's father, but the young boy calmly retorted, "Do you know my father?" The old mayor hastily boasted about his connections, bragging that he was as close as brothers with Karen Reston's maternal grandfather. Karen Reston and Leo Reston together scoffed, mocking the old mayor's politician-like habit of using connections to intimidate others. Suddenly, a strange object whizzed past, and the mayor's aide only had time to let out a desperate cry for his boss. A frantic messenger rushed in with urgent news from the capital, but the old mayor arrogantly declared that he already knew the royal guards had been dispatched. The messenger's face turned pale as he hastily corrected. It's not just the royal guards. The shocking news was revealed. Tax Commissioner Gail Ferreton himself is leading Special Division 1. The old mayor was speechless upon hearing this. A prominent figure was introduced. Commissioner Gail Ferreton, known as the Demon Lord. The old mayor trembled as he realized it was his own brother. Back at the scene, the old mayor broke into a cold sweat, turning to Karen Reston with an incredulous look. You planned this? Karen Reston smirked imperiously, asserting confidently, "That's right. My grandfather dotes on me so much that he'd readily abandon everything to rush to save his endangered grandson." Night fell upon the TB Autonomous Territory, signaling a far from peaceful night. Under the moonlight, the streets began to stir as an elite, fully equipped army started to advance. The formidable army of Special Division 1, with an overwhelming aura, flooded the streets, every face filled with murderous intent. Leading the army was none other than Gail Ferreton, the Demon Lord himself, his razor-sharp gaze sweeping across the city. In a dark alley, a mysterious hooded figure lurked, silently observing the army patrolling the streets of TB. On a rooftop, two other hooded figures looked down at the scene of a burnt carriage, commenting coldly. Because this concerns his grandson, he arrived very quickly. In a meeting room, local merchants and nobles were shouting in chaos. Sudden tax investigation? What the hell is this? Starting tonight, you say? A man pointed directly at the old mayor, roaring, "You're telling us to audit without any preparation time. Even if you're just a puppet mayor, you should at least give us some time." The old mayor took a drag from his pipe, his face scowling, muttering curses. "These damn people are truly outrageous, and now I have to face Special Division 1 too." Unable to bear it any longer, the old mayor slammed the table and roared, trying to calm the buzzing crowd. "Don't you people realize how serious the situation is?" The door suddenly opened, and a white-bearded elder leading another group of people walked in, declaring firmly, "Mayor Grine is right." A young blonde noble stepped forward, sneering and laying out his cards. Not only was the royal railway destroyed, but Grand Duke Reston's grandson was also attacked. The entire crowd fell silent as the blonde noble orator delivered the final blow, thrusting a piece of paper in their faces. Regarding explosives suspected of being smuggled through Tebe's merchant guilds, the blonde noble orator smiled smugly, his eyes seemingly seeing through everything. "How could this be? Now do you all understand?" The arguing merchants were still babbling. One who seemed to be the ringleader was trying to argue stubbornly. The white-bearded elder stood blocking the door, listening to one of the guild members whine. "No, what we mean is you should give us more time to prepare," the white-bearded elder snapped. "And who are you?" startling the ringleader, who quickly introduced himself. "Ah, I am Viscount Humor of the Humor Merchant Guild." The blonde noble orator smirked, his voice full of menace. "Understood. I will personally forward your name to my grandfather, the tax commissioner." Hearing this, Viscount Humor's face went pale, and he stammered for mercy. "I misspoke. Please reconsider." With just one threat, the merchant guilds were scared witless, scurrying out of the room immediately. The door burst open again, and a group of people in black suits, exuding an overwhelming aura, entered. An aide loudly declared, "This is Special Division, one of the Tax Bureau. The commissioner is entering." Everyone else in the room, including the blonde noble orator, was stunned by the arrival of such a powerful force. Gail Ferreton, the tax commissioner, pointed, his voice sharp as he ordered, "From this moment on, your merchant guilds will be subjected to a tax investigation. The Tax Bureau has received reports of illicit enrichment through smuggling and tax evasion." The blonde noble orator crossed his arms, smiling smugly to himself, thinking, "He looks more like a military officer than a government official." Then he concluded, "The Emperor has ordered a comprehensive investigation. You are all compelled to cooperate." In a corner, Leo Reston turned to Hans with a curious expression. "Hey Hans, is Special Division 1 really that terrifying?" Hans explained the formidable power of Special Division 1. It specializes in dealing with stubborn merchant guilds and nobles, even having the authority to mobilize the Imperial Royal Guard. After hearing this, Leo Reston broke out in a sweat, muttering that these guys were truly formidable, and tax evasion meant they were in for it. Just then, an old man with white hair, exuding an overwhelming aura, appeared, freezing Leo Reston and the blonde noble orator in their tracks. It turned out to be Grand Duke Yahello, who smiled kindly as he greeted Charon Reston after 3 years apart. "It's been 3 years, Charon. Are you well?" As night fell, in a garden, Yahello inquired about Charon Reston's injuries, but the stubborn grandson insisted he was fine and needed no treatment. Yahello got straight to the point, asking Charon Reston if he had figured out the mastermind yet, but the boy merely smirked and replied that he hadn't. The old fox Yahello pondered, beginning to suspect this was an internal family affair. "This isn't a family matter, is it?" Charon Reston dismissed it, firmly stating that if his uncles had been behind it, they wouldn't have left such obvious traces. The boy analyzed like an expert, suggesting that they deliberately left traces, setting a trap to make everyone blame the Pabar Sultanate. Charon concluded with a chilling remark. They didn't even bother to hide their identities. While Yahello listened in silence, realizing his grandson was no pushover, Yahello placed a hand on Charon Reston's head, and the boy looked up with a bewildered expression. The old fox asked directly, "Do you want to find the culprits and punish them yourself?" Yahello advised against it, saying he opposed it because this world was full of masters, and dangers still lurked. He ordered Charon Reston to simply go to the capital tomorrow, as it was also the Emperor's command. Charon Reston grinned, playing the role of an obedient grandson perfectly. "Yes, grandfather." The boy added a firm statement that he would behave very obediently, but a cunning glint shone in his eyes. Yahello broke out in a cold sweat looking at his grandson, muttering "damn it" because he knew he was putting on an act. As expected, Charon Reston's eyes flashed with Azure magic power, accompanied by a devilish smile, clearly showing no intention of obeying. Meanwhile, at Oyun Manor, a group of people were hastily loading the last shipment onto a carriage in the night. A manager rushed out, yelling at his subordinates, his voice full of panic. "Why haven't you left yet?" The Oyun Manor manager hastily sent his wife and children away, reassuring his wife that he would follow right after. He urged the carriage to leave immediately amidst the worried calls of his wife and children. Watching the carriage carrying his family disappear into the night, the manager could only remain silent, his face heavy with worry. Standing in front of the manor, the manager cursed, confirming that his family had been evacuated first. In the darkness, a mysterious hooded leader received a report that the pursuit team had set off. The hooded leader ordered his subordinates to continue cleaning up without error, then vanished. At the same time, Charon Reston was calmly cleaning his magic sword in a dark room. A tall figure suddenly appeared, casting a shadow on the floor directly in front of Charon Reston. A voice rang out, directly asking the boy if he was planning trouble again, but Charon Reston merely smirked in response. "I just arrived and I'm already being nagged." Xeris Winterguard, in his knight's armor, appeared with an extremely stern gaze, clearly there to supervise his cunning student. Charon Reston, wiping his sword, looked up and taunted Xeris Winterguard. "I heard the commissioner forbade anyone from going out. Are you planning to stop me, Sir Xeris?" Xeris Winterguard denied it, stating he was only there to convey the head of the family's orders, which slightly surprised Charon Reston. "Grandfather's orders?" Xeris Winterguard cleared his throat, preparing to deliver the supreme command with an extremely serious expression. Grand Duke Yahello's command thundered. "Charon Reston, upon receiving this order, hunt down the culprits and exact blood debt for the dead. Show them what the laws of Changhe Castle are." After hearing this, Xeris Winterguard could only force a bitter smile, sensing something ominous had just been unleashed by letting this monster off its leash. Charon Reston smirked cunningly, the name Charon Reston echoing like a death sentence for his enemies. His eyes gleaming, Charon Reston gripped his sword tightly, excitedly declaring his obedience, while Xeris Winterguard in the distance could only think to himself, "This is going to be a huge mess." On a bustling street at night, a blonde woman companion looked worried, asking if the group really had to go this far. The brown-haired woman companion calmly replied that, to meet the informant, they absolutely had to go to where the black market operated. Charon Reston and Leo Reston, both disguised in cloaks and masks, moved into the shadows while Leo grumbled, "Why do I have to play the role of a servant? We're heading to Eastern TB, where illegal transactions are rampant." Charon Reston coldly explained to Leo Reston, "Young, inexperienced nobles wandering around here without servants would be suspicious, understand?" Leo Reston was speechless, understanding the point but still resentful. "Yeah, I get it, but why do I have to be the servant?" Charon Reston ordered Leo Reston to shut up, because they were almost at the rendezvous point Xeris had designated. The two stood in a dark, deserted alley, and the atmosphere began to grow tense. Leo Reston started to get nervous, grabbing Charon Reston's arm and whispering that something felt wrong about this place. But Charon simply replied casually, "If you're scared, then leave." Leo Reston panicked, realizing this was no place for young masters, while Charon Reston maintained a poker face. A hooded figure silently appeared at the end of the alley, making Karen Reston ponder. They're appearing here. Which means, without a moment's hesitation, Karan Reston placed his hand on his sword hilt, ready to fight to the death, while Leo Reston beside him was still trembling. The hooded figure spoke, introducing himself as the one sent by Xeris to escort the two young masters. He pulled down his hood, revealing a scarred face with white hair, and declared, "My name is Julio." The scarred man, Julio, invited them to move, announcing that a safe house had been prepared. Julio led the way, throwing open the door to a secret room. Inside, Julio reassured them that the room had been equipped with soundproofing magic artifacts, allowing them to speak freely. Julio revealed that he was from Tebe, which surprised Karen Reston slightly. Karen Reston directly questioned why someone from Tebe would act as a spy for the Reston family, and Julio curtly replied that it was to repay Zira's Winterguard. Without further ado, Karen Reston nodded, agreeing to get straight to the main point. Karen began to lay out his cards, mentioning those who had obtained their travel itinerary to the capital and planned to attack the Reston family with smuggled explosives. Julio asked if he knew who they were, and Karen calmly and confidently confirmed it. Julio flipped open his notebook, reporting that according to intelligence, there were exactly 2 merchant guilds trading explosives on the black market. He pointed out 2 names, the Care and Caligo guilds, but then left a meaningful however hanging in the air. Julio reported the situation. The Care Guild was washing its hands of the business, withdrawing from the black market. Karen Reston immediately cut to the chase. "What about Caligo?" Julio smirked, stating bluntly, "They're a bunch of former slaves, they'll do anything for money." Karen Reston narrowed his eyes upon hearing the crucial intelligence. Members of Caligo left the city today. Julio connected the dots, pointing out that their departure coincided with the ambush on their group. Leo Reston also noticed this suspicious coincidence. Karen Reston murmured his analysis. On one side is Caligo, a group of former slaves with nothing to lose, and on the other is Care, a guild looking to retire. Leo Reston grew impatient, stating there wasn't enough time to investigate both, and directly asked Karen Reston which target he would choose. Karen Reston smirked confidently, the answer already clear. Those with nothing left to lose are always the most reckless. Without a moment's hesitation, Karen Reston settled on Caligo as the target, and Julio immediately accepted the task of leading them to their black market district. In another mansion, the mayor's aide anxiously asked his superior if it was all right to let young Master Karen act so freely. The seasoned mayor calmly took a sip of wine, revealing that the Grand Duke had personally sent a letter, leaving him no other choice, and concluded profoundly, "Wolves have their own way." Gale Ferreton casually revealed to the mayor while sipping his wine, "Actually, young Master Karen asked me for a favor." The mayor was taken aback, and Gale explained that Karen wanted him to stall the Grand Duke at all costs. Gale stated plainly that Karen had planned to act alone, defying the Grand Duke's orders, but also reassured the mayor not to worry, as the boy had proven his capabilities. The mayor remained uneasy, citing Karen's young age of 13, but Gale dismissed it. For a genius, age is just a number. The mayor began analyzing the political chessboard, warning that Thebe was a battlefield where guilds used money to buy power, and danger could strike at any moment. Gale narrowed his eyes, subtly reminding him that while the Reston family was being pressured by major families in the capital, the mayor here chose to remain in this border region. The mayor affirmed that Thebe was a viper's nest, teeming with those willing to do anything to curry favor with the major families. The mayor admitted that was why he was worried, and also why the emperor himself had to intervene in Thebe. The emperor's purpose was to ensure the empire wouldn't be swayed by the personal interests of these opportunists. The mayor sighed, lamenting his peaceful retirement plans had gone up in smoke, and concluded that for now, they should let Karen complete his investigation. The mayor suddenly dropped a bombshell on Gale Ferreton. "Brother, there's one more thing you should know." He then stated bluntly, "Sir Mason is in Tebe," leaving Gale Ferreton stunned. Gale Ferreton couldn't believe it. It was Mason, the unbreakable shield, a true 8-star knight. The situation in Tebe was about to change drastically. Meanwhile, in a dark alley, Julio informed Karen Reston's group, "We're here." Standing before a sealed door, Karen Reston inquired if this was the only entrance, and Julio immediately confirmed it. Inside was a secret library. Julio explained that this place could be sealed from within if anything went wrong, making Leo Reston exclaim, "That's brutal." Julio, with his extensive experience, quickly found the secret mechanism hidden behind a book and activated it. A secret passage opened. Julio remarked that the place smelled of the black market and asked if the group was ready to sweep through. Without hesitation, all 3 proceeded down the stone stairs leading into the enemy's lair. Julio warned Karen Reston that the infiltration wouldn't be easy, but our protagonist only replied with a confident, As they entered, two heavily armored guards blocked their path. The bandaged guard recognized Julio and asked what was going on. Julio curtly replied that he was bringing guests, but the guard immediately waved them away. We only serve VIPs, but there are no guests today. Get lost. Karen Reston coldly asked for the reason, and the guard arrogantly replied that it was the chairman's order. Seeing Karen remain stubborn, the guard began to lose patience, his hand gripping the hilt of his dagger as he growled. We don't know the reason either. Get out while I'm still being polite. The two guards sneered, challenging. What, you gonna draw your sword and cut us down? This made Leo Reston behind them turn pale, stammering, Young Master Karen. In stark contrast, Karen Reston placed his hand on the hilt of his magic sword, exuding an overwhelming aura as he challenged them directly. Try me, and you'll find out what happens. Faced with Karen's deadly confidence, the two guards were speechless, while Leo still tried to dissuade him in vain. Karen ignored everything, turning to order Urha. Urha, we're switching to Plan B. This left both Urha and Leo bewildered, as no such plan existed. The guards were also completely confused by Karen's psychological tactic, muttering, Plan B? There's no such plan. They had clearly fallen into a trap. The burly guard growled, If you won't listen, this is the only way. Then suddenly grabbed Cal's blindfolded hand, surprising him. Karen Reston's eyes flashed as he muttered sarcastically, What a foolish young lord. Hez clearly pulling the strings from afar. Leo Reston froze, while Karen Reston casually spoke to the magic sword. Can you talk without getting tired? I will never accept that bloodline. The burly guard forced his comrade's hand to touch Karen Reston's scabbard, while the main character declared, Just touching my scabbard is enough. Karen Reston cursed inwardly. How convenient for you, isn't it? You damned magic sword, indicating it was the sword's will, not his. Immediately, the magic sword guillotine automatically plunged into the ground, emitting an overwhelming aura that stiffened the guards. Forced to grip the hilt, the blindfolded guard, Cal, frantically yelled, What in the world are you doing? Cal broke out in a cold sweat, his face pale as he realized he was utterly helpless, controlled like nothing more than a puppet. Karen Reston and Leo Reston calmly walked past the guards, who were stiff as statues, proceeding inside as if taking a stroll. Urha looked back, his scarred face revealing absolute admiration in his eyes. True class. Leo Reston grumbled about Karen Reston acting without warning, while Urha openly delighted in watching the spectacle. Karen Reston ignored him, turned to Julio, and coldly proposed a crazy plan. How about we start with a hostage situation? The guards were stunned, and Cal, the blindfolded guard, stammered in disbelief upon hearing a noble suggest such a dirty trick. Karen Reston smirked, completely disregarding noble etiquette, and declared he would handle everything himself. A sudden voice rang out, interrupting the scene. That's enough, drawing Karen Reston's attention. A blonde noble stepped out, imperiously telling Karen Reston not to be so rough, and was immediately called out by the main character. Oh, so the leader of the Calico Guild cares about his subordinates? Revelio put on a dramatic show, declaring the guards his comrades in arms, leaving even Cal and the burly guards speechless. The leader continued to act superior, saying he couldn't let his friends be torn apart by young wolves, making Leo Reston realize the opponent knew their identities. Despite Revelio's overtures, Karen Reston remained wary, bluntly stating that the trust between them was still too fragile. With that, Karen Reston held his sword to Cal's throat, concluding, Therefore your beloved subordinate will become my hostage, making the leader grit his teeth and admit the rumors about the main character's penchant for kidnapping were true. The leader of the Calico Guild relented, ordering Cal to see them out, while Karen Reston held his sword to the hostage's neck and coldly declared, You heard him, let's go. Elsewhere, shocking intelligence was revealed. Sir Mason Paul, an 8-star knight, is in TB. Gail Ferreton and the mayor were discussing matters. The mayor confirmed the information, leading Gail Ferreton to immediately deduce. So that means that person must be with him, right? The figure in the shadows was revealed. 6th Prince, Revelio, the reckless illegitimate child of the royal family, had also arrived in TB. Gail Ferreton turned and directly asked his brother, the mayor, What are you worried about, brother? The powerful elder brother explained. His Highness himself chose Sir Mason from the royal guard and ordered him to protect the 6th Prince. The mayor tried to reassure him, suggesting that Prince was merely a mage who came to TB to search for rare artifacts, but his smile looked unnatural. Gail Ferreton concluded his true worry. What concerns me is the possibility that boy Karen will encounter him, making the mayor jump and nearly drop his wineglass. Gale Ferreton continued to express his apprehension, muttering about Karen's unpredictable nature. The mayor could only concede, if he has nothing to do, he'll find something to do. Crash! Revelio kicked open the door, held a sword to a guard's throat as a hostage, and coolly announced, "Guests are here." The blonde prince stared at the person sitting in the room, seemingly a little surprised by the opponent's composure. Karen Reston, disguised with a golden mask, silently observed this violent greeting. Revelio didn't bother with introductions, calling out his target's name directly. Karen Reston? Karen flinched slightly, wondering how his identity was exposed, but then realized things weren't that simple. Revelio seemed extremely amused, stepping forward and saying, "I never expected to meet the famous Karen Reston in a place like this." But his gaze immediately shifted to the hooded figure standing behind Charon, sensing a terrifying magical power on par with an 8-star knight like Sabina or Xeras. Revelio turned to his white-masked subordinate, admitting that Karen and his companion were not opponents to be underestimated. Karen asked directly, "Are you the leader of the Calico Guild?" But Revelio just smiled and nonchalantly replied, "No, I just came to see my sister." The prince further explained that they were adopted siblings, a cryptic introduction that surprised Karen. Without further ado, Karen decided to go all out, charging straight to attack the enemy in front of him. He unleashed the Blue Wolf Swordsman's secret technique, a swift and deadly sword strike aimed directly at Revelio. All the accompanying subordinates, including the formidable bodyguard Mason, froze completely at this sudden and reckless move. Meanwhile, the hooded figure accompanying Karen burst into delighted laughter, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Revelio also burst out laughing, turning to Mason and sneering, "Look at this fool, Mason." The situation reversed 180 degrees as Revelio effortlessly subdued Charon and held a sword to his throat, turning him into a hostage in an instant. But Karen remained unfazed, secretly thinking this situation was even better than expected, proving that coming to TB was the right decision. Revelio began to taunt, flaunting his royal status with golden eyes and black hair, and even having the 8-star Knight Mason as protection, then asked Karen what he planned to do next. Hearing this, Karen finally understood, piecing together the facts and realizing that the person he had just clashed with was none other than the infamous 6th Prince. No sooner had the prince finished speaking than Karen immediately thought of a crazy and audacious plan. "How about we go straight to the Imperial Palace and flatten it?" Revelio froze at Karen's insane remark, thinking, "Flatten the Imperial Palace? This bastard has lost his mind." A pink-haired elf woman suddenly appeared, calmly carrying tea and asking Revelio, "Did you swap hostages while I was away? Explain the situation." Karen nonchalantly replied to Revelio, "I merely exchanged him for a more valuable hostage. What do you think?" Making the prince laugh and retort, "Haha, no, our price isn't that high." Revelio wondered why Karen had suddenly changed his form of address and received a sharp reply. "Because if you're an elf, your age must be much greater, correct?" Karen silently analyzed, his blue eyes flashing as he sensed an extremely dense surge of mana emanating from that elf woman. He then scanned Revelio, recognized a similar power, and concluded, both of them are mages. The pink-haired elf woman exuded an overwhelming aura, looked directly at Karen, and got straight to the point. "If you've come here to find the origin of the explosives that attacked the Reston family," she turned her back, feigning indifference, and laid out her condition, "then we are not the culprits. Why don't you lower your sword and speak properly?" The hooded figure remained still as a statue in the corner, while Karen, despite having a sword at his throat, challenged, "How can I trust you?" The elf woman smiled confidently, delivering a light-as-a-feather threat. "If I were truly the one who attacked the Reston family, you wouldn't be standing here talking." The pink-haired elf woman radiated terrifying magical power, her eyes glowing with a brilliant purple, and declared firmly that she would never leave a trail leading back to her base. Karen Reston broke out in a cold sweat, judging this magical power to be at least that of a 7th Circle mage, while Leo Reston beside him was as white as a sheet. Amidst the standoff, the pink-haired elf woman crossed her arms, her overwhelming presence dominating the room, and asked directly, "Well, are you ready to talk now?" Karen Reston remained silent, his blue eyes under the mask glinting with calculation, completely unfazed by his opponent's show of power. The confrontation paused as Karen Reston's and Revelio's masks were placed on the table, signaling the official start of their battle of wits. The pink-haired elf woman elegantly poured tea while flatly denying, "As I said, the explosives used in the attack on the Reston family were not brought in by us." She admitted to handling explosives, but only for Rios experiments, making Karen Reston question if it was the Care Guild's doing. A brown-haired man suddenly spoke up, dismissing the Care Guild as cowards, then casually slung an arm around Revelio's shoulder and teased, "Isn't this kind of teasing normal among friends?" The brown-haired man grinned widely, introducing himself amiably. "From now on, just call me Rio." Karen Reston sipped his tea, his sharp eyes openly contemptuous, muttering, "Friends, my ass." The bodyguard Mason Paul warned Karen Reston in a low voice to watch his words with the prince, but Revelio motioned for him to relax. A gray-haired knight stood with his arms crossed, muttering in disbelief that his brother's youngest nephew was a complete lunatic. Karen Reston calmly sipped his tea, his sharp eyes directly asking a weighty question. "Do you know Yahello?" The pink-haired elf woman sitting opposite motioned for everyone to return to the main topic of the negotiation. The elf woman officially spoke, introducing herself as Poina, president of the Calico Guild, and didn't forget to flatter the two nephews of the continent's greatest hero. Poina reiterated that the explosives used in the attack were not theirs, but in return, they could point out the real culprits. Hearing this, Karen Reston merely smirked, thinking to himself, "I knew it. Of course, nothing is free." Karen Reston didn't beat around the bush, motioning for Poina to state her conditions directly. Poina slowly sipped her tea, her eyes full of hidden meaning as she prepared to state her demand. The condition she presented silenced everyone. Poina wanted Karen Reston to become friends with Rio. Karen Reston frowned, muttering about the trouble that would come from getting involved with the royal family. Poina coldly analyzed, stating that a duke's family and a prince associating together could certainly not be seen as an innocent friendship in the eyes of the public. Rio interjected with a forced smile, dismissing the concern. "What's wrong with children being close? It might even benefit the Reston family." Karen didn't bother to beat around the bush, his eyes sharp as daggers. He asked directly, "What benefit?" Rio raised a finger, explaining the benefit provocatively. "The Reston family will have to act, and this will be a warning sent to the court and the central nobility." Karen was speechless, thinking to himself that this guy was a complete lunatic, and wondered why Prince Revelio had to go to such lengths. Rio grinned widely, preparing to reveal the true reason behind his ridiculous charade. He bluntly declared that he would do anything to make his father suffer, because his dream was to become a truly troublesome child. After hearing the reason, Karen Reston could only conclude one thing. No. This guy is truly insane. Poina smirked, concluding the matter. "So, what's your decision? The night in Tebby is long, but we don't have much time." Karen Reston questioned the lack of time, and Poina then laid her cards on the table. The Imperial Guards accompanying Special Division 1 have their own agenda. Poina revealed that this agenda was directly related to the attack on the Reston nephews, stunning both Rio and Leo Reston. But the Imperial Guards haven't been actively investigating. Poina pressed on. "Have you ever wondered why?" Karen Reston narrowed his eyes and asked directly if the Imperial Guards had colluded with the culprits, and Poina merely smirked derisively. "The answer depends on who the culprits are." The elf woman stood up, concluding with a firm statement that the goals of the Imperial Guards and Karen Reston were as different as heaven and earth. Poina pulled out a scroll of documents, declaring that it contained all the records of the culprits' movements and related incidents. Offering it as bait, with sharp eyes, Poina delivered the decisive blow, forcing Karen Reston to choose. "What will you do? Will you accept the offer?" Karen Reston fell silent, his blue eyes gleaming with deep calculation, weighing every move in this mental chess game. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Tebe, Oyun manager hurriedly directed his subordinates to load goods onto the carriage. "Hurry up!" The manager stood on the balcony looking down, muttering curses in annoyance as someone else yelled, urging the workers to move even faster. In a flashback, the mysterious patron promised Oyun manager that once the objective was completed, the Imperial Guards would be dispatched to erase all evidence, and he would be granted a title. Oyun manager stood alone, clenching his fists, his heart filled with hope as he thought of the noble title he had always yearned for, now within his grasp. But the harsh reality slapped him in the face. He was sweating profusely, bitter that the Duke's brats had survived the attack, and now, he was the one about to be cleaned up. Just as he was reassuring himself that at least his family had been evacuated, a subordinate rushed in frantically, his voice trembling as he called out his master's name. The subordinate stammered out the news in a panic that knights had just stormed the mansion. Oyun manager froze, his face pale with terror, his mind reeling with the thought, have the Imperial Guards arrived so quickly? A cold voice echoed from the doorway, mocking the Oyun Guild for working so diligently even at night. But it wasn't the Imperial Guards. Karen Reston walked in confidently, his sword drawn, followed by hands blocking the doorway, leaving Oyun manager utterly stunned. With his sword slung over his shoulder, Karen Reston looked directly at the manager, casually confirming that he was indeed the useless brat they wanted to eliminate. Karen's eyes were sharp as knives. He sneered. But tell me, someone who intends to take others' lives seems to care a great deal about his own family, doesn't he? Zeros Winterguard appeared coldly at the doorway, reporting to Karen Reston, "Young master, I've brought what you requested," while Oyun manager froze, stammering in disbelief. Karen Reston raised the blood-soaked bag and asked provocatively with a smirk, "Oh, curious? Want to see?" Oyun manager trembled violently, sweating profusely, his mind reeling with the horrifying thought that his family was inside the bag. Without another word, Karen Reston threw the bag directly onto the floor in front of the manager, challenging him to verify it himself. Oyun manager collapsed completely, kneeling on the ground, letting out a desperate, mournful cry. He clutched his head, weeping in extreme agony, thinking his entire family had been massacred. Karen Reston grabbed the manager by the collar, shoving his face close to the bag, and commanded coldly, "Look closely. Stop making a fuss." Karen pointed his sword at the bag, his voice full of sarcasm. "Do you really think these calloused hands belong to your family?" The manager asked blankly whose they were, and Karen delivered the final blow. "These are the hands of the assassins your partner sent to kill your family." Realizing his family had been saved, Oyun manager burst into grateful sobs, but Karen merely doused his joy with a cold remark, "Don't celebrate yet." Karen Reston shoved his face close to Oyun manager's, his sharp eyes delivering every word of judgment. "You conspired with those who plotted to attack the Reston family, causing many to lose their lives. Those who saved your family are innocent, but you are guilty." Zeros Winterguard, his armor still stained with blood, coldly pronounced the sentence. "You will spend the rest of your life in the underground prison of Chonghae Fortress, and continuous torture is a certainty." Karen ordered decisively, "Sir Zeros, take him away." Zeros Winterguard and the knights immediately obeyed, escorting Oyun manager and another subordinate out of the mansion. Scene change. Revelio was calmly enjoying tea while Poina sat beside him, and Mason Paul stood guard behind. A voice asked about the Emperor's health and the situation in the capital. Revelio smirked derisively, revealing that thanks to that rumor, the nobles were in an uproar, and only a few warmongering old men were gloating. He analyzed further, stating that the internal conflict within the Imperial Guards was growing increasingly intense, and the war faction and their allies were deeply divided. Poina leaned back in her chair, saying smugly, "But thanks to me, we've gained a reliable ally, haven't we?" Revelio turned to her, looking puzzled. "Huh. How is that thanks to you?" The pink-haired elf woman confidently declared that Karen Reston had completely fallen for her charm, making Revelio openly contemptuous and Mason Paul speechless. Revelio retorted, "You weren't like this when I first met you." Revelio admitted, "It's true," recalling it now, just as he had escaped the palace intrigues and set foot in Tibi. On a night of heavy rain, Imeni lay slumped in a pool of blood, almost dying. Revelio recounted the horrifying past. If not for Mason Paul fighting valiantly to clear the battlefield, he and his mother, Imene, would have died long ago. He asserted to Poina that just as meeting the two of them had helped him get to where he was today, Karen Reston would also be an important figure for him in the future. The scene shifts to the Reston mansion. Pale Reston frantically questioned his son, unable to believe that the continent's most powerful family was about to make a shocking move. Pale Reston and the aide questioned Karen Reston, fearing that publicizing the attack would tarnish the Reston family's honor. The aide pressed, asking if he intended to hold TB accountable, but Karen Reston coldly declared that the mayor was not the target. Karen Reston explained his strategy. This will leave those who intended to cover up the incident with no way out. With a calculating smile, Karen Reston declared that this plan would turn the mayor into a righteous leader fighting injustice, leaving Pale Reston speechless at his son's audacity. Elsewhere, Grand Duke Yahello directly ordered Zeros Winterguard, "Let Karen Reston do as he pleases." Zeros Winterguard solemnly complied. Karen Reston smirked confidently, declaring that even if he didn't know what his grandfather was planning, this was the time for everyone to trust him, and to just wait for the show. Outside the magnificent Reston mansion, a servant rushed to report, "My lord, there's a message from young Master Karen Reston." In the office, the brown-haired aide questioned Tails Reston about Karen Reston's plan. Is he really going to announce the damages and investigation results? Tails Reston coldly confirmed. That's right. Pale Reston and the aide had just entered when they were summoned. Tails Reston briefly announced, "Karen Reston's message has just arrived." Tails Reston waved the report, summarizing Karen Reston's achievement. A Teeb council member has been apprehended, and the entire council has pledged full cooperation. He then turned to Pale Reston and asked, "What do you think?" Pale Reston took the report, his face changing color as he read its contents, only managing to utter, "This." Pale Reston broke into a sweat, analyzing with concern. This plan will disrupt the political balance in TB. Isn't it like handing power to that mayor who is a leader in name only? Tails Reston smirked, explaining the masterful move. That's right. Those council members wield too much power, but implicating just one of them in terrorism is enough to deal them a fatal blow. He nodded, acknowledging his nephew's ruthlessness. The boy can be reckless, but this time he exacted his revenge in a truly spectacular fashion. Tails Reston asserted firmly, and now our family has extended its influence over TB, while Pale Reston hesitantly objected. My lord, I am grateful for Karen Reston's talent, but a father's worry surfaced. Pale Reston said with a sorrowful expression. Karen Reston is only 13 years old. Isn't placing such a burden on a child too much? Tails. Reston crossed his arms, his sharp gaze immediately quelling his younger brother's weakness. Pale Reston. Didn't you yourself say you trusted your son? Tails. Reston put his younger brother in his place with a decisive, imposing statement. A wolf must walk a wolf's path. Pale Reston, though worried for his son, was still overwhelmed by his elder brother's reasoning, and had to accept trusting Karen Reston to the very end. Seeing that his younger brother had understood, Tails Reston nodded in satisfaction, considering the lesson a success. Tails Reston continued to analyze the move. Thanks to Karen Reston, this incident will serve as a stern warning to the corrupt officials in the central government. The old man's eyes flashed with a deadly glint as he mentioned the power-hungry Imperial Guards, muttering that if it were that person, their heads would have all rolled. Tails Reston gave a final order, his voice full of authority. Pale Reston, prepare for the coming storm. It's time for the Reston family to act. In TB, Mayor Green was putting on a masterful performance before the entire populace, recounting how a council member dared to plot the assassination of Grand Duke Yahello's grandson. The mayor raised his fist, shouting eloquently, promising to return the city to its people, seizing the opportunity to effortlessly consolidate power. From the balcony, Karen Reston smirked and commented, Now he's like a fish in water, and I admit Green truly is a genuine politician. Leo Reston innocently asked Karen Reston if all politicians in the capital were as cunning, completely overwhelmed by the power play of the big shots. Gail Ferreton, the tax commissioner, coldly remarked that Mayor Green didn't climb to that position by luck, but because he possessed commensurate ability. Hearing that, Leo Reston's eyes lit up, and he muttered, acknowledging that this mayor was indeed the real deal, not someone to be judged by appearances. Julio's mind was in turmoil, unable to believe that this entire complex political game was orchestrated by a 13-year-old boy, Karen Reston, and greenlit by the entire family. Gail Ferreton also had to secretly admire him, believing that Grand Duke Yahello truly valued Karen Reston's talent highly, and speculating that this boy might be placed on the succession list. Looking at the wildly cheering crowd of TB citizens below, the old man wondered if this was truly a good move. Karen Reston suddenly turned and called Gail Ferreton Grandpa, and the old man replied with familiarity, showing their unusual relationship. Karen Reston probed, asking directly if he was all right after being dragged into the quagmire of the Reston family's interests. The boy continued, saying he heard that he didn't like getting involved in politics, and wondered if he was the reason he broke his principles. Gail Ferreton patted Karen Reston's shoulder with full trust, firmly stating that sometimes a man is forced to break his own principles. The old man smiled, explaining that this time wasn't exactly an exception, as the emperor himself wanted to curb the powerful factions in TB, indicating a much larger political game was at play. Karen Reston showed concern for Gail Ferreton, but the old man just smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, this old man is fine. Gail Ferreton looked directly at Karen Reston, offering a crucial piece of advice. If one day you must do what is right, and principles stand in your way, then don't hesitate to break them. Having said that, Gail Ferreton turned and left, declaring he had matters to attend to before returning to the capital, while Leo Reston politely bid him farewell. When only the two of them remained, Leo Reston turned to strike up a conversation with Karen Reston. Both leaned against the railing. Leo Reston wondered why the citizens were so excited by the mayor's words, and Karen Reston smirked, replying curtly, It's simple. Karen Reston explained that the mayor had declared he would overthrow the old powers, and when the old guard falls, opportunities will open up for the new guard. That's what made them cheer. Leo Reston was still bewildered, so Karen Reston put an arm around his younger brother's shoulder, teasing, That's because you grew up like a pampered young master in a glass cage. Little brother. Karen Reston continued to prod, reminding him that Leo Reston's branch of the family was the wealthiest, and challenged him to a solo match, making Leo Reston immediately break into a sweat and flatly refuse. At a magnificent mansion under the moonlight, Someone was praising the mayor's speech. Inside, Karen Reston sat opposite the mayor, praising the speech. But the old man humbly replied that it was all thanks to Karen Reston for giving them a perfect pretext. The mayor was grateful, but Karen Reston merely shrugged nonchalantly, saying he was just speaking the truth, while Leo Reston sat beside him, chuckling with delight. The mayor changed the subject, inquiring about the Seawolf Knights, and Karan Reston casually reported that reinforcements from Cheonghae Castle had been dispatched. The mayor praised the Reston family's decisive action, while Leo Reston's face was tense, experiencing the mental strain of politics for the first time. The mayor was about to take his leave to prepare for the journey to the capital, but Karan Reston stopped him, hinting that they had a gift for him. The mayor curiously asked what it was, and Karen Reston simply replied that it was nothing major. With that, Karen Reston pushed a heavy bag of money towards the mayor, declaring that to achieve great things, one must have capital. The mayor's jaw dropped. He tremblingly picked up a glittering gold coin, completely stunned by the enormous sum of money. Karen Reston explained that this was profit from the magic stone mine in Baron Bellis's territory, instructing him that it was a secret between them, which visibly moved the mayor. Meanwhile, Leo Reston froze, sweat pouring down him as he realized he had never agreed to this arrangement. The scene shifts. A brown-haired knight reported to his master that the luggage had been loaded onto the carriage, ready for the journey to the capital. An imperial guard announced that they would be in charge of the escort to the capital. Karen Reston immediately showed his displeasure. Zira's winter guard appeared, confirming it was the family head's order. Karen Reston immediately asked if Zira's winter guard would accompany them, as Hans had been injured. Zira's winter guard declined, explaining that he had been assigned the task of escorting prisoners and the wounded, so he couldn't go. Zira's winter guard announced that young Master Hugo would be the replacement, which stunned both Karen Reston and Leo Reston. Karen Reston muttered the name Hugo Reston, someone he absolutely did not want involved in his plans. Information about Hugo Reston flashed through Karen Reston's mind. The son of his eldest uncle, Tails Reston, a genius who reached the 6-star threshold at just 28 years old. Karen Reston's face showed annoyance, realizing that an extremely unpredictable variable had just appeared in his plan to stir up the capital. Suddenly, a booming voice called out, "Brother Karen!" From the gate, as a luxurious carriage approached, Hugo Reston poked his head out of the flashy car, waving frantically and asking little brother Leo if he had eaten breakfast yet. Leo Reston was so panicked that he turned to plead with Zira's winter guard to cancel the trip to the capital, but was flatly refused. Hugo Reston continued in his saccharine tone, asking Karen Reston how he felt about going to the capital together, if he was excited, but Karen coldly replied, "Not really." Leo Reston stammered in fright, realizing Hugo Reston's identity, while the prince mockingly chuckled, teasing that they didn't seem to like being escorted by the Imperial Guards. Hugo Reston explained that the Reston family and the Imperial Guards had never gotten along, but confidently thumped his chest, declaring, "Don't worry, you have me, the prince, with you." Suddenly, a squad of Imperial Guards appeared, signaling that the official escort had arrived. An Imperial Guard stepped forward, bowed and apologized to Hugo Reston for their delay due to handling the destroyed railway incident. Hugo Reston, acting superior, told the Imperial Guard to take his time and greet the Reston family's heir first. The Imperial Guard turned to Karen Reston, introduced himself as Ryuk Heimer, and said to call him Sir Ryuk for familiarity. Ryuk Heimer expressed his honor at escorting the young masters of the Reston family, but Karen Reston only remained silent, his eyes already analyzing the situation. In Karen Reston's mind, the words of Master Sabina Reston echoed, reminding him to think carefully why the Imperial Guards weren't fully committed to protecting a ducal family. Karen Reston directly questioned Ryuk Heimer, sarcastically stating that investigating a destroyed railway line was more important than the lives of the grandsons of families who had put the emperor on the throne. Questioned, Ryuk Heimer's face remained expressionless as he declared bluntly, "Damaging the emperor's property, the railway is equivalent to treason," he continued, his voice full of authority. "And of course, the Imperial Guards must prioritize investigating treason." Karen Reston and the others were stunned, not expecting such a grave accusation. Hugo Reston was visibly annoyed but forced a strained smile, accepting this reason to let the matter drop, while Leo Reston beside him was glaring fiercely. Trying to regain face, Hugo Reston ordered them to depart, and Ryuk Heimer only bowed in obedience, ending the verbal sparring. As the group turned to leave, Hans placed a hand on Karen Reston's shoulder, praising him for doing well to show restraint in a tense situation. Hans further advised that there was no need to provoke the Imperial Guards before finding the true mastermind behind the attack. Karen Reston agreed, but his sharp, cold gaze was accompanied by a meaningful closing remark, "At least for now." In Karen Reston's mind, a plan began to form. Although it was just suspicion for now, if there was proof that the Imperial Guards were merely pawns for some powerful noble family, then I would crush them with my own hands. His gaze was fixed on Ryukheimer's back, without a hint of hesitation. Karen Reston's thoughts grew sharper, comparing it to his ideals from his previous life. The Imperial Guards, the pride of the Empire, stooping to become hunting dogs for nobles? Even I, who sold my soul to a demon, would never do such a thing. In the carriage, Karen Reston looked out the window at dusk, muttering, "It's quieter than I thought." Hugo Reston, sitting opposite him, began to tease. "What's wrong? Want to confide in your big brother?" Karen replied curtly, "Not really." Without beating around the bush, Karen asked Hugo directly, "By the way, you orchestrated the mayor of Thebes' speech, didn't you?" Hugo smirked, acting smug, and began to analyze the political game. The old mayor wants to become the council's boss, with the Reston family's backing, of course. Hugo asked in return why Karen had guessed that, while Leo Reston, sitting beside him, looked visibly bored, and Hans merely watched silently, arms crossed. Hugo continued his discourse, claiming it was a brilliant move that would both restore the family's prestige and secure a strong ally for future power struggles. Karen looked up, his sharp eyes dissecting the entire plan, and concluded with a sarcastic remark. "So, your secret dealings with those black market guilds weren't entirely useless, were they?" Caught off guard, Hugo flinched, hastily explaining that he could also claim to be from the streets, having experienced all sorts of things to survive. Karen's face showed clear disdain as he shot a fatal question. "Do you really think I'm that brainless?" Hugo tried to drag him down. "As if you wouldn't do the same." Hugo was speechless, only able to stammer, while Caron was completely dominant, not even sparing him a glance. Through a communication device, Poina inquired about the situation, and Rio immediately tattled, "Don't ask any more, sis. Karen completely ignored me." Poina advised him not to cause trouble because they were friends, but Karen retorted coldly, "Not friends." Rio quickly interjected that Karen hadn't agreed yet, and needed to hear the terms first, making Poina admit she had been outmaneuvered. Rio continued to pitch, claiming the offer was beneficial to Karen, but the young man retorted sharply, "Don't you think we lack the trust to discuss that?" Karen explained bluntly that if he unilaterally allied with an elf guild, the old men in his family would eliminate him immediately. Hearing that, Poina merely smirked meaningfully, announcing that Karen had misunderstood the issue. Poina concluded with a powerful statement, "I want to ally with you, not the Reston family," leaving Karen stiff with surprise. Karen immediately asked for the reason, and Poina calmly listened from the other end of the line. With the demeanor of a boss, Poina declared, "Good merchandise is always worth investing in." Rio cheerfully interjected, saying that he also needed a friend, making Caron's face contort with utter disgust. Rio concluded, treating the information provided as an introductory gift, and asserting that there would be many more opportunities to help each other in the future. He handed Karen Reston a communication orb, grinning widely as he called out little brother before disappearing with the carriage. Karen Reston, holding the item, his face grim, muttered in his mind, "Both of them are equally selfish." Through the carriage window, the sixth Prince Revelio smirked meaningfully, asking in a condescending tone, "We're almost there, aren't we?" Karen Reston only looked up silently, his eyes full of scrutiny. The carriage approached the massive city gates of the capital, Orcus, and the sixth Prince Revelio grandly welcomed Caron. As night fell, the sixth Prince Revelio's carriage brought them to a magnificent mansion. Revelio poked his head out of the carriage, offering to be a free tour guide for Karen and Leo, but Karen Reston coldly refused, flatly. No need. The prince still casually waved goodbye, promising that Karen would see soon enough, leaving the young man speechless at this eccentric fellow. As soon as the group had seen off their guests, Zira's Winter Guard appeared, announcing that they would part ways here. Karen Reston expressed his thanks, but Ryukheimer coldly replied that it was nothing significant and bid them farewell. Karen and Leo could only watch Ryukheimer's Imperial Guards disappear into the night. Leo muttered assertively that they would definitely meet again, then immediately had his attention drawn by a brightly glowing tower in the middle of the capital. Karen casually stated that it was the Magic Tower, while Leo was still wide-eyed and open-mouthed in awe. Leo couldn't hide his awe at the colossal structure, wondering if it was the mage's lair. Karen only smirked, his eyes holding the experience of an old man, declaring that those damned mages must have poured countless sums of money into it, as it was a world apart from 50 years ago. Still in a tourist mood, Leo exclaimed that seeing the Magic Tower truly made it feel like they had arrived in the capital. Hearing that, Karen only remained silent, but his eyes darkened, the two words "the capital" repeating heavily in his mind. The injured ghost of Cain later from his previous life resurfaced, for to him, this capital was nothing but the grave where he had once fallen. Amidst his gloomy thoughts, a voice rang out from behind him. Tails. Reston had appeared there unnoticed. So, you've arrived. Leo Reston, startled, exclaimed upon recognizing the newcomer, Brother Hugo, while Karen Reston also showed a hint of surprise. Karen immediately grew wary, analyzing in his mind. I didn't sense any presence at all. Clearly, this man is no ordinary individual. Hugo Reston, known as the Empire's top genius, appeared with a fake friendly smile, extending his hand to welcome Karen and Leo. Looking down from above, Hugo adopted a mature air, declaring that his two younger brothers had endured a long journey to the capital. Hugo Reston initiated a conversation with Karen Reston, asking if this was their first meeting, while Karen Reston silently observed. Karen Reston politely shook hands, returning a social greeting. It's a pleasure to meet you, Hugo Reston. The war of words began. Hugo Reston praised Karan Reston as impressive, and Karan Reston was equally sharp, flattering him back that his cousin was as formidable as rumored. Leo Reston froze, his face blank, unable to comprehend the subtle greetings exchanged by his two older cousins, while Tails Reston quietly observed. Suddenly, a joyful voice rang out from the main gate as a noble old woman ran out, loudly calling Karen Reston's name. It was his grandmother. Grandmother embraced Karen Reston, delighted to see him after so long and remarking on how much he had grown, while Karen Reston happily greeted her back. Raphael Reston welcomed Leo Reston, saying hot water had been prepared, while grandmother embraced Karen Reston and informed him that grandfather was busy and would be home late. Hugo Reston watched the family go inside, announcing that he would take care of the luggage and reminding them to buy a hairpin for the party tomorrow. After everyone had left, Hugo Reston stared at his hand, muttering, "Was my magic repelled?" Recalling the handshake, Hugo Reston had deliberately released his magic to test his cousin, probing his true strength. But Karen Reston was no pushover. The young boy directly confronted him with his own magic, his face completely unfazed. Karen Reston's magic was not the calm sea usually seen, but a raging tsunami, completely overwhelming Hugo Reston's magical flow. It turned out that Hugo Reston's father, Tails Reston, had instructed him to keep an eye on his two younger cousins, to prevent them from causing trouble in the capital. Hugo Reston muttered, admitting that there was indeed something to see, his eyes filled with a mix of interest and astonishment. The genius stared into space, silently asking himself, Karen Reston, what kind of monster are you, really? Meanwhile, Karen Reston had finished bathing and leisurely opened his room door, showing no signs of having just put his genius cousin in his place. Phew. Karen Reston collapsed onto his bed after a long day, the sword guillotine propped up beside him. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, recalling how his cousin had suddenly infused him with magic to test his abilities. Karen Reston admitted that Hugo Reston was an unpredictable individual, quite unlike his father, Tails Reston. Shaking off his thoughts, he stood up, muttering about having to return to this tomb after 50 long years. With a sly smile, Karen Reston pulled out a bottle of wine he had pilfered from the prince's carriage, intending to drown his sorrows. As he fumbled with the cork, he suddenly paused. Karen Reston's gaze turned towards the magic sword guillotine, which stood silently. Instead of drinking, he poured a small amount of wine onto the jewel-encrusted hilt of the sword. The mysterious voice from the sword grumbled, "What trick is this now, master? If you're giving something, it should at least be blood, shouldn't it?" Karen Reston replied curtly, "I need someone to talk to," which made it exclaim that he was truly abnormal. Karen Reston simply told the sword to understand, as this place was no different from his tomb, and the mysterious voice from guillotine replied with a knowing tone, "I know." Karen Reston was dumbfounded when the mysterious voice bluntly stated that it knew this because it had read his memories. Flopping onto the bed, Karen Reston smirked. A magic sword truly is different, which made the mysterious voice argue vehemently. "Hey, I'm not a magic sword." Karen Reston reiterated the Azure Dragon's words that guillotine was his sword from his previous life, and it admitted as much but didn't understand why it had become corrupted. When asked about its past, the sword flatly stated it remembered nothing, and swore to find the one who had turned it into a magic sword. The sword roared that it would behead the culprit 1,000 times, to which Karen Reston calmly delivered a fatal retort. "Usually once is enough, isn't it?" Karen Reston suggested it go to the North Sea and ask the Azure Dragon itself for a quicker answer, but the mysterious voice immediately poured cold water on the idea, criticizing its current master as being too useless. Criticized for his low skill, Karen Reston tilted his head back and chugged the wine, declaring he would investigate himself, which made the sword taunt. "Are you sulking, master?" Karen Reston vehemently denied it, grumpily calling it a damned sword, and naturally received the familiar refrain, "I told you I'm not a magic sword." Looking out the window, Karen Reston's eyes turned sharp and cold, determined to uncover the truth behind his second resurrection. Seeing his reflection in the window pane, Karen Reston muttered that this life couldn't exist without some terrifying power pulling the strings behind the scenes. Just as he was about to leave, Karen Reston was called back by the magic sword. "Hey, master." The mysterious voice in the sword didn't hesitate to demand, "Could I have a little more of that wine?" The next morning, Karen Reston, along with Leo Reston and Raffle Reston, strolled down the bustling streets of the capital. Seeing Leo Reston gawking around like a country bumpkin, Karen Reston snapped, "How embarrassing. Stop looking around like a country boy who just arrived in the city." Raffle Reston appeared, adopting the air of an older brother, correcting him. "He's right, Leo Reston. You should act like a proper member of the family," which made Leo Reston only able to meekly obey. Turning to Karen Reston, Raphael Reston continued his lecture. "Karen Reston, you should also show respect to your older brother in public." Raphael Reston emphasized, "When it's just the two of you, you can do whatever you want, but in public, you must maintain the family's dignity." Karen Reston showed no deference, asking a sharp, pointed question. "So, one day, when it's just the two of us, can I speak freely with my older brother?" Caught off guard, Raphael Reston was speechless, quickly changing the subject. "Look, we're almost at the shop we need to go to," which only made Karen Reston sneer. Karen Reston glared at Raphael Reston's retreating back, thinking, "Is this old man ignoring me or something?" Walking down the street, Karen Reston suddenly stopped. Noticing a tailor shop sign, Karen Reston pointed towards the shop entrance, suggesting his older brother Raphael Reston take a look inside. Raphael Reston looked suspicious, thinking it was a tailor shop for old people, while Leo Reston bluntly criticized it as looking outdated. Karen Reston slung an arm around Leo Reston's shoulder, sneered, and began lecturing about the cyclical nature of fashion, making his younger cousin ask hesitantly, "Really?" Raphael Reston pouted mockingly, "What do you know about fashion?" which made Leo Reston quickly clarify that he wasn't completely clueless. Hearing the exchange between his two younger cousins, Raphael Reston was at a loss for words, silently watching them. The three entered the shop, where Luhan, a polite tailor, bowed in greeting, appearing honored to be visited by young nobles. Luhan hesitantly asked again, confessing that his shop usually didn't make clothes to the taste of the younger generation. Nevertheless, Luhan affirmed that he would do his best if trusted, and asked which of the three would be commissioning the clothes. Just as Karen Reston was about to speak, a memory flashed in his mind, a familiar voice echoing, calling his previous life's name, Sir Kane. In the memory, Luhan snapped at a regular customer. "How many times have I told you? Do you know how difficult it is to fix this?" Kane later, Karen Reston's previous incarnation, calmly replied, "My apologies, kid. It's just that your skill is so exceptional that I can fight without worry." Flattered, Luhan was speechless, and hesitantly concluded, "All right, then it'll be done next week?" Kane later's delight was evident, while Luhan could only sigh in exasperation, muttering, "I thought today would be peaceful." Back in the present, while being measured, Karen Reston asked, "Do you recognize our family?" And Luhan affirmed he would do his utmost, as this was for Grand Duke Halo's grandson. Luhan explained that it was impossible not to recognize the Reston family crest, and revealed a shocking piece of information. This place used to be a regular stop for Sir Kane, a close friend of the Grand Duke. Karen Reston froze upon hearing the name of his previous life, while Luhan continued to reminisce. "I don't know about others, but to me, he was an incredibly kind person." Luhan smiled sadly, admitting a harsh truth. "He probably doesn't even remember my name anymore." Karen Reston fell silent as Luhan continued. "Throughout all the years he visited the shop, he always just called me kid." Karen Reston was stunned. For the first time in both his lives, he understood what it felt like to be remembered by another person. After the flashback, Karen Reston suddenly asked the tailor for his name, which surprised the old man a little. The tailor, Luhan, smiled proudly, recalling his youth, and declared his name loudly. The drama began when a green-haired girl rushed into the shop, breathlessly delivering shocking news. "Grandpa, Lord Kane's enemy!" The girl shrieked, her face pale. "Grand Duke Yahello of the Reston family's grandsons have arrived in the capital." As soon as she finished speaking, she realized the very grandsons she was shouting about were standing right in front of her, and the atmosphere immediately thickened. The green-haired girl was speechless, while Karen Reston also froze, his mind racing. "Yahello is my enemy?" The scene shifted outside the shop, and a voice rang out, greeting a new character. "Long time no see, Lord Hugo." Hugo Reston, another blonde young man, appeared and greeted the green-haired girl, calling her Amy, which left Leo and Raphael bewildered. Leo pointed and asked Hugo if he knew the girl, and Hugo replied with a look, as if Leo had just asked an incredibly foolish question. "You mean Amy Altura?" Leo explained fluently. "A sword genius, already 4, star at 17, which left Karen Reston standing beside him speechless, secretly cursing. Damn it, why are there so many geniuses in this world? Hugo Reston, acting like an elder brother, stepped in to smooth things over for his naive younger cousin in front of Amy Altura, politely asking her to overlook the somewhat impolite behavior. Hugo Reston formally introduced Karen Leo. "This is Lady Amy Altura of the Royal Guard," while Karen Reston also politely responded. Before he could finish, Amy Altura cut him off, pointing directly at Karen Reston and confirming his identity, which surprised our protagonist a little. She then turned to Leo Reston and called him by his correct name, making the bewildered Leo jump and confirm awkwardly. Leo Reston blushed, thinking his reputation had spread far and wide to the capital, but Amy Altura immediately poured cold water on him by revealing that the escorting knights had told her. After hearing that, Leo Reston fell silent, seemingly a little disappointed that he wasn't as famous as he imagined. Karen Reston, however, was different. His mind raced, realizing this girl was no ordinary person to be able to identify someone just by their name, surely due to keen intuition or having sensed their magic power. In the tense atmosphere, the tailor Luhan unexpectedly broke the silence with an incredibly mundane question. "Lady Amy, have you eaten yet?" Which made the genius girl freeze. Amy Altura immediately waved her hands, frantically telling Luhan not to be so formal, as she was still just a mere trainee, not yet knighted. Luhan chuckled, flattering her that everyone rumored she would lead the Royal Guard for the next 50 years, which only made Amy Altura blush shyly. Amy Altura questioned Karen Reston, wondering why people rumored his grandfather was Lord Kane's enemy, which made her freeze. Karen Reston's face was stone cold as he flatly stated, "Has just a man who sold his soul to a demon, isn't he?" He shrugged, showing disdain. "What's so interesting about someone like that to bother with?" Which silenced both Amy Altura and Hugo Reston. Hugo Reston immediately growled a warning. "Karen, watch your mouth. Did you just say that out loud?" Immediately, Amy Altura erupted with overwhelming killing intent, shouting, "How dare you speak so insolently? How dare you insult Lord Kane's honor?" Without hesitation, she pointed directly at Karen Reston and threw down a challenge. "I challenge you to a duel." In stark contrast, Karen Reston merely tapped his temple casually, delivering a stinging retort. "And what authority do you have to do that?" Left speechless, Amy Altura gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing as she declared, "Because I have inherited Lord Kane's will." Karen Reston continued his lecture, questioning this so-called will, and laying out his cards. Even so, what if that wasn't his will to begin with, but rather a soul that had been sold? Amy Altura desperately tried to argue that Lord Kane was a proud man, but Karen Reston merely turned away coldly, thinking to himself, "This girl is too old-fashioned to reason with." Provoked by Karen Reston, Amy Altura strained her neck to argue that her anger wasn't due to personal feelings, but to protect Lord Kane's honor. Everyone watched speechless as Amy Altura trembled with rage, while Karen Reston merely smirked and Leo Reston looked on, bewildered by what was happening. Just as the tension was at its peak, Hugo Reston was about to intervene when Karen Reston flatly stated, "How about we grab a bite before we duel?" Which made Amy Altura freeze. Completely disregarding the challenge, Karen Reston continued to taunt, leaning close to Amy Altura's face and asking, "Choose quickly, pork, beef?" He smirked mysteriously, magic power beginning to leak around him. "Or perhaps lamb?" Boom! Karen Reston said no more, directly unleashing his full, blazing blue magic power, an overwhelming aura engulfing the entire room. He growled, his eyes sharp as if daring her to come at him. "Let's go outside and duel right now," which left Amy Altura stunned by this immense magic power. Karen Reston looked directly at his opponent, stating firmly, "I hear you're also 4, star like me, but my skill is on a completely different level." Seeing that the situation seemed unstable, the tailor Luhan quickly intervened to mediate, politely inviting, "Lady Amy, would you like to dine with young Master Karen?" Karen Reston, still maintaining his superior expression, added a psychological blow. "You probably haven't been able to eat properly, burdened by your family's debts. Since fate has brought us together, let's go eat something delicious." Karen Reston looked at Amy Altura, who was clutching her empty stomach, and declared condescendingly, "You should eat on time, you know." Amy Altura's face flushed crimson, speechless and unable to respond to the blunt taunt. And so, The group moved to the dining table in an eerily silent atmosphere, with Karen Reston in the host's seat, flanked by Luhan and Leo Reston. Finally, Amy Altura joined in, eating like she was starving, no longer bothering to maintain her image as a sword genius. Caught off guard by Karen Reston, Amy Altura quickly tried to cover up. I'm just eating to prepare for the duel. Her tone suddenly unusually docile. She hastily clarified, "Don't misunderstand. I'll pay back my share next month." But Karen Reston simply replied, "Don't worry, we don't think much of it." After eating her fill, she began to change her tune. Amy Altura sprang to her feet, declaring she couldn't accept empty promises on an empty stomach. She extended her hand, looking serious. "Come on, let's shake hands to confirm the agreement." Karen Reston glanced at the outstretched hand, his gaze unwavering, completely in control. He looked at the girl's rough, calloused hands and immediately realized, this is proof of relentless effort, a true swordsman. Karen Reston smirked, secretly thinking, this one truly is a genius, just a bit old-fashioned in personality. Amy Altura was stunned for a moment, then nodded in agreement, still holding out her hand to confirm the duel. Karen Reston shook Amy Altura's hand, then turned to Luhan and casually asked if he could order more food, which left the old man speechless, as the two had just been threatening to fight to the death. Karen Reston left the table, ordering his attendants to call for another dish, which made Luhan turn his head in surprise. Luhan stood outside looking in, seeing Amy Altura still eating ravenously, as if she'd never eaten before. Karen Reston struck up a conversation, asking him if he knew Professor Urus, and Luhan confirmed that he had offered a new perspective on Cain. Overhearing this, Amy Altura's eyes lit up, eager for more. Karen Reston casually stated, "He was my tutor when I was young," which made the fanatical girl even more excited. Karen Reston ordered his attendants, "I'm going alone, don't follow me," and they promptly obeyed. Luhan directly asked when the duel would be. Karen Reston replied concisely, "We fight after I finish the new dish." Having watched the drama unfold from start to finish, Leo Reston could only secretly admire his cousin's bluntness. Luhan warned Amy Altura, "Are you sure? What if he beats you half to death?" But Amy, now full, declared fiercely, "I won't go easy on him just because he's a child." Luhan turned to Amy Altura and asked meaningfully, "You seem quite satisfied, Amy?" A blonde stranger suddenly appeared, placing a hand on Amy Altura's shoulder and lecturing Karen Reston for not contacting his brother beforehand. He continued to put on airs, sarcastically calling Karen a vagrant whom Amy shouldn't associate with. While Karen remained silent, the blonde man turned to mock Amy, scoffing at a Royal Guard trainee who had too much free time. He gestured dismissively, continuing to belittle Karen, suggesting Amy was wasting her time with someone like him. Karen's eyes flashed with a deadly blue light, a smirk appearing as he thought to himself, "Found a brat who doesn't know his place." The creditor began to press, growling about interest rates, while Amy Altura clearly looked panicked and uncomfortable. Karen finally spoke, his voice icy, completely ignoring the other party's act. "Who are you to dare interrupt someone's meal?" He continued his basic lesson in etiquette, demanding the man introduce himself before making a scene. The arrogant blonde man couldn't believe someone in the capital didn't know him, then declared, "I am Degal Kian." Karen immediately recognized the name, identifying the opponent as the youngest son of the Kian Count family. Degal Kian seemed surprised that Karen Reston knew about his family, to which Karen nonchalantly replied, "How could I not?" Karen exposed the Kian family as a noble house specializing in usury, the biggest loan sharks in the capital, making Degal Kian admit that this kid was knowledgeable. Degal Kian arrogantly boasted that his family held the purse strings of the entire Marquis Diaz household, but Karen coldly cut him off. "What the hell are you talking about?" Degal Kian was stunned, unable to believe his ears, while Amy Altura was also bewildered by Karen's attitude. Karen Reston sprang to his feet, hand on his sword hilt, and growled, asking Degal Kian if he thought he had come to the capital just for pleasantries. Blood rushed to his head. Degal Kian roared, asking who this insolent brat was to dare be so rude, and that he needed to be taught a lesson. Karen calmly retorted, threatening to tell everything to his brother Hugo and his grandfather, making Kian's brother, who was with Degal Kian, start to sweat. Karen smiled meaningfully, holding up 2 red vials and asking, "See these?" He explained that these were instant bone-healing potions, extremely expensive items, which made Degal Kian freeze, stammering that he was talking nonsense. Karen slung his sword over his shoulder, turned his back, and casually said, "Nonsense? We'll see about that." Karen Reston lunged forward, sneering, "It means I'm about to personally teach you a lesson." Karen's eyes flashed with a murderous blue light, and he twisted his lips to morbidly reassure his victim. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. Degal Kian's face went ashen. Sweat poured off him like a shower, while his mouth could only manage a few pathetic screams. The scene shifted to a magnificent building. A powerful voice echoed with skepticism. What did you just say? Inside a luxurious corridor, the voice continued to command coldly. Repeat. Say it again. A chief's aide stood reporting to a white-haired old man sitting behind a desk. Sir, young Master Karen Reston, the chief's grandson, was arrested by the city guard about 30 minutes ago. The powerful chief rubbed his forehead, speechless at his troublesome grandson. That kid's causing trouble again? How long has he even been in the capital? He growled, demanding a direct report on the main issue. So, what's the reason? The chief was slightly surprised to hear the victim's name. For assaulting Degal Kian, the youngest son of the Kian Count family. The chief's aide continued reporting, while the chief pondered. Degal Kian, huh? A familiar name. Hez, known as a philanderer, sir. The chief confirmed the victim's identity. Ah, the one who bullies other people's daughters to collect his father's debts, right? The aide replied succinctly. Precisely. The chief growled, believing such trash deserved to be beaten to death, but couldn't understand why Karen had intervened. The aide reported an extremely bizarre detail. I heard young Master Karen beat him while also forcing him to drink healing potions. The chief broke out in a cold sweat, utterly shocked by his grandson's audacity. While the aide informed him that the royal guard would handle the case as it involved nobility, the old man began to find this situation tricky, realizing the less than favorable relationship between the Reston family and the royal guard, plus the Kian Count family as opponents. The situation was clearly disadvantageous for Karan. Deciding he couldn't sit still, the chief slammed the table and stood up, declaring he would personally go to the city guard station, but the aide quickly spoke up to dissuade him. The aide insisted his boss didn't need to go himself, but the chief snapped, not believing that the Kian Count family, famous for their wealth, would let this matter rest. The aide dropped a plot twist. The victim, Degal Kian, is begging for leniency. The chief froze, his brain unable to process. What did you say? The situation grew stranger. The aide recounted Degal Kian, tears welling in his eyes, insisting Karen was innocent, that all faults were his own, and begging for mercy. The aide added an unbelievable statement. He even declared his determination to turn over a new leaf. The chief had to ask again to be sure, his voice full of skepticism. Are you talking about that hooligan Degal Kian? After receiving the entire absurd and unrealistic story, the powerful chief could only sit down, speechless, and let out a dry laugh. The chief was still in shock, muttering to himself what kind of devilish magic his grandson Karen had used to manipulate a hooligan. The old man had a headache calculating. Rumors about Karen were about to spread throughout the capital, and he didn't know how he would explain it to his in-law. But then, a light flashed in his mind. The old man stated with certainty that his in-law, Yahello, a cunning political fox, would never send his grandson to the capital so ignorantly. The chief's eyes sharpened as he began to piece the events together. The old man broke into a cold sweat, realizing a horrifying truth. Yahello had deliberately unleashed a mad dog into the heart of the capital to stir up the chessboard. Meanwhile, at the city guard station, Karen Reston politely bid farewell to the chief constable. The chief constable could only awkwardly agree when Karen Reston suggested he would visit frequently from now on. Karen Reston sneered, mockingly asking if the chief constable was worried he would cause more trouble, then added a final remark. The youngster subtly reminded him that Degal Kian had confessed all his crimes, forcing the chief constable to deal with the right person for the right crime, making the constable sweat and stammer about the royal guard's jurisdiction. Karen Reston nonchalantly countered the chief constable, threatening to ask his grandfather if such a law existed, making the other man break into a cold sweat, stammering if he meant Grand Duke Yahello. The youngster sneered, delivering a fatal blow. That's right, and I'll ask my maternal grandfather too, making the chief constable freeze on the spot. Scared out of his wits, the chief constable trembled, clutching the iron gate, and quietly asked who Karen's maternal grandfather was. Karen smirked, casually dropping the name Gale, the tax commissioner, leaving the chief constable dumbfounded, realizing he had just provoked the heads of both the paternal and maternal families. The chief constable immediately bowed, promising to do his utmost, while Leo Reston and Amy Altura's group waited outside and saw Karen emerge. Leo Reston curiously asked Karan what he had said that made the chief constable look like he'd seen a ghost, but the youngster nonchalantly replied, nothing. He even added a sarcastic remark, saying he probably just motivated him to uphold justice, leaving everyone speechless. Hugo Reston, Karen's cousin, stepped forward to conclude the matter, declaring he wouldn't press charges but still looking helpless. Hugo advised his cousin to give him a heads up next time he caused trouble, secretly lamenting that this kid was truly uncontrollable. Karen smirked meaningfully and promised confidently, making Hugo realize a harsh truth. The more he tried to rein in this kid, the more outrageous trouble he would cause. Hugo Reston brushed off Karen's thanks, acting like the senior who had smoothly resolved everything. Amy Altura apologetically excused herself for dragging the entire Reston family into the mess, but Karen nonchalantly replied that he actually found it quite enjoyable. Just then, Pale Reston, Karen's father, unexpectedly appeared with a radiant smile and invited the whole group for tea as thanks. As Amy led the way, Hugo Reston began muttering complaints about his troublesome cousin, who specialized in causing trouble rather than getting into it. Infuriated, Hugo wondered if he should visit the magic tower to buy some magical ropes to tie the kid up and keep him from causing more mischief. Karen Reston completely ignored the complaints, his sharp gaze fixed forward, seemingly having a new objective. The group stopped in front of a fancy tea shop. Inside, before a table laden with pastries, Karen simply sat silently, chin in hand, not bothering to touch a single piece. Leo Reston's eyes lit up at the food, while Amy Altura, seeing Karen's silence, worriedly asked if he didn't like it. Karen finally spoke, denying it indifferently, his gaze still distant, which only confused Amy further. A mustachioed shopkeeper brought out another tray of pastries, enthusiastically inviting, "There are plenty more desserts, please help yourselves," making Amy Altura dizzy at the lavish spread. The shopkeeper ignored her surprise, turned to Karen Reston, and declared grandly, "Do you know who you are?" With a look of admiration, the shopkeeper hailed Karen Reston as the one who had brought divine justice upon the scoundrel de Gaulle, leaving Karen Reston and Leo Reston utterly dumbfounded. Karen Reston bit into a pastry, his face scrunched up like a monkey eating chili, muttering to himself, "Why am I being rumored as a hero instead of a hooligan?" Though speechless at his newfound unexpected reputation, Karen Reston had to admit the food here wasn't bad. After the pleasantries, Karen Reston got straight to the point, turning to Amy Altura. "By the way, why do you owe the Kian family money?" Amy Altura hesitantly recounted how her father's business had failed, overexpanding and thus accumulating debt. Hugo Reston also joined the inquiry, asking if it was difficult to manage with only the territorial tax revenue. Amy admitted with a sad expression that for provincial nobles like them, living in the capital was a heavy burden, forcing them to seek additional income. Hugo continued to wonder why, with Amy's talent, the Royal Guard hadn't offered support, and why there had been no movement from them. Amy Altura frankly admitted that she chose no faction, even though she knew doing so would grant her support. Karen Reston questioned her reason, and Amy Altura looked at him with a determined expression, preparing to explain. Amy Altura declared confidently that a proud person like Sir Kane would choose the path of a swordsman, not politics, leaving Karen Reston silently thinking, "That's not pride, that's a struggle for survival, kid." Changing the subject, Karen Reston cut to the chase, asking directly about the main issue. Karen Reston dropped a bombshell proposal. "What if I pay off all your debts and you come with me?" This made Leo Reston, who was slurping his drink, spit it all out. While Amy Altura was still bewildered, Leo Reston jumped up and yelled, "Karen, even you can't do that," leaving Karen Reston with a confused look, not understanding what he had done wrong. Leo Reston jumped to conclusions, scolding Karen Reston for trying to use money to force Amy Altura to become his subordinate, just like that scoundrel de Gaulle, which made Karen Reston shout back in protest. Even Hugo Reston spoke up to correct him, saying that one should not trample on the honor of someone aspiring to be a knight, leaving Karen Reston speechless at being misunderstood by both his cousins. Losing all patience, Karen Reston yelled an explanation. "I mean, would you like to join the Sea Wave Knight Order?" Which stunned everyone. Leo Reston still didn't believe him, muttering, "Don't try to twist things." While Karen Reston was still annoyed, Amy Altura couldn't help but burst into laughter. Amy Altura flatly refused Karen Reston's invitation to join the Knight Order. "Thank you for the offer, but I decline," which left everyone bewildered. Karen Reston confirmed the girl's goal. "So you really want to stay in the Royal Guard and change things from within?" And received a firm answer. Amy Altura smiled admiringly, asserting that if Sir Kane were still alive, he would answer exactly the same way. Karen Reston, his eyes flashing emerald green, denied inwardly, "No, I'm not the kind of person you think," but admitted that in his previous life, he had met many stubborn and foolishly loyal people like her. Memories flooded back. Kane later stood among his soldiers, ordering them, "If you want to live, run." But a young knight boldly declared on behalf of all his comrades, "We will stay with our commander until the very end." Kane later smiled faintly, his eyes filled with both helplessness and emotion, as he looked at his loyal subordinates. You fools. Back in the present, Karen Reston changed his mind, asking about the duel, when Amy Altura unexpectedly announced, I've changed my mind. No fight today. Karan Reston upped the ante, suggesting he would ask his grandfather to arrange an official friendly match, an option that made Amy Altura nod in agreement, saying it sounded good. The group temporarily parted ways. Karen Reston waved goodbye, while Hugo Reston and Leo Reston politely saw Amy Altura off, concluding the tumultuous talent recruitment. Just as she turned away, Amy Altura shouted after him, telling Karen Reston to call her elder sister next time they met, as she was older. The girl smirked confidently, declaring bluntly, I only respect those stronger than me. If you want my respect, win against me in the friendly match. Karen Reston silently accepted the challenge, as he watched Amy Altura's figure disappear down the night street. The scene shifted to a magnificent mansion, where Xeris Winterguard had received a report from Hugo about the recent brawl. Through the communication orb, Xeris questioned him directly. What in the world were you thinking, beating up the son of Count Kian like that? Karen Reston sat with his legs crossed, casually replying to Xeris that beating up hooligans was a cure, while Xeris couldn't believe he dared to do it even with Hugo there. Karen Reston chuckled, boasting that he and Hugo got along surprisingly well, and besides, the matter had been resolved smoothly because the victim himself had begged for it to be dropped. Xeris warned that this reckless act had put Karen Reston in the sights of all the noble families in the capital. Xeris helplessly demanded that Karen Reston behave properly when entering the palace tomorrow, and the cunning young man agreed to restrain himself in His Majesty's presence. Karen Reston swore an oath, using his father's honor as a guarantee, leaving Xeris on the other end of the line speechless, retorting why it wasn't his own honor. Karen Reston shrugged, delivering a blunt remark into the communication orb. After all, I don't have any honor to lose anyway. Xeris Winterguard on the other end was left in stunned silence. Before Xeris Winterguard could compose himself, Karen Reston got straight to the point. I've invited Amy Altura, a Royal Guard trainee knight, to join my faction. Xeris Winterguard immediately asked for the result. Karen Reston leaned back, pouting dramatically. She politely refused. Xeris Winterguard could only sigh in regret for such a talent. With a glance, Karen Reston picked up the orb, his tone turning serious. Well, that can wait. Now, connect me to the family head. I have something to report directly. Xeris Winterguard reluctantly agreed, and the communication orb temporarily disconnected. Karen Reston sat on the bed, his eyes thoughtful as he waited. The young man sat by the balcony, the silent crystal orb before him, quietly gazing out at the star-filled night sky of the capital. The orb glowed, and an authoritative voice rang out. Karen, you sought me? Karen Reston immediately replied respectfully. Yes, family head. Yahello immediately recognized the issue when his grandson used the formal address. Calling me family head means it's a matter concerning the family, Karen Reston confirmed with a knowing smile. The crystal orb emitted a powerful magical aura as Karen Reston dropped a bombshell. I want to organize an official friendly match with the Royal Guard. On the other end, Grand Duke Yahello sat in his study, his eyes sharp, questioning directly. A friendly match? Why? Our Sea-Wave Knight Order has always been rivals with them. Yahello, the old fox, narrowed his eyes suspiciously at Karen Reston's proposal. Just to compare swords? To test skill? Is that truly all? Karen Reston replied curtly, yes, without turning around. And Yahello accepted the suspiciously simple explanation. But the old fox Yahello wouldn't let it go easily. He laid down a condition, making Karen Reston pay attention. The condition was given. Until you have an audience with His Majesty and the royal banquet concludes, you are absolutely not to cause any more trouble. Do you understand? Karen Reston obediently complied, and the communication orb went dead as soon as Yahello warned him to be careful in the palace. The young man thought to himself, being quiet for one day isn't such a big deal. Karen Reston's eyes flashed with calculation, telling himself that he didn't want to cause trouble anyway. Looking out at the splendid capital under the moonlight, Karen Reston coldly recalled, after all, this place is my grave. The scene shifted to a magnificent mansion, where games of power were about to unfold. Xeris Winterguard knocked on the door, announcing his presence, and Karen Reston granted him entry. The aide reported to Yahello that he had sent the official document to the Royal Guard, as per Karen Reston's request, and was asked about their response. With a smug smile, the aide announced, they happily accepted. Yahello merely grunted, as if he had known all along. The aide continued that since the Grand Duke's grandson had personally requested a match, they would prepare thoroughly, then probed. Are you worried, my lord? Yahello sneered contemptuously. Worried about what? I just remembered Kane. The aide asked in surprise if he meant Sir Kane, and Yahello confirmed, musing that if that man were still alive. Yahello crossed his arms, asserting that if Kane were still here, the Sea-Wave Knight Order and the Royal Guard wouldn't be pointlessly squabbling as they were now. The aide dared to ask, "My lord, are you perhaps missing your old friend?" "Nonsense," Yahello snapped, making the aide flinch. "Why would I miss someone who didn't even bother to pretend to listen to my desperate pleas?" Yahello sat down, his face still annoyed, but a wide grin spread across his lips as he muttered that he would never remember that man. Seeing his superior had calmed down, the aide immediately changed the subject, asking Yahello if he knew a knight named Amy Alura, and the Grand Duke confirmed at once. "Of course, isn't she a Royal Guard trainee knight?" Yahello questioned the aide, wanting to know why Karen Reston wanted to recruit Amy Alura into the Sea-Wave Knight Order. The aide reported, "Her talent is too immense to be wasted in the Royal Guard, and she is almost obsessed with Sir Kane." Yahello stood up, remarking that it was strange because the Royal Guard usually avoided mentioning Kane like the plague, considering it a stain on their history. The aide added that if not for the Lord's intervention, Kane might have been regarded as the great villain of the era. The aide confirmed that this unusual trait had piqued Karen Reston's curiosity, as he was also extremely interested in Kane. The old fox Yahello began to probe, directly asking about the trainee knight's family background, and learned that it was just an ordinary provincial noble family. The aide continued his report, stating that 50 years ago, this family had one unique anomaly. They changed their surname from Act to Altura, which stunned Yahello. Yahello was stunned, muttering the name Act with sharp eyes. Clearly, he had realized something extremely important. Meanwhile, the capital citizens were cheering wildly, welcoming the young heroes of the Reston Duchy who had returned after quelling the unrest. Sitting in the carriage, Leo Reston blushed at the boisterous welcome, while Karen Reston maintained a cold, emotionless expression. Leo Reston wondered why the people were cheering for them, and Karen Reston coldly replied, "They're not cheering for us, don't mind it." Leo still looked bewildered, pressing for the reason why they were doing that. Karen began to lecture, explaining that this was a political game orchestrated by the Imperial Palace to assert their authority. "Look, House Reston has the Imperial family's backing." Leo asked, "Assert authority over whom?" Karen smirked. "Who else but those nobles trying to manipulate the Emperor?" Karen ruffled Leo's hair like a child, making his cousin freeze in surprise. Looking out at the capital's scenery, Karen muttered meaningfully, realizing that even a political puppet knew how to scheme. As they stepped out of the carriage, both were greeted by a group of royal knights, and Karen recognized the commander named Luke. Luke appeared honored that Karen remembered his name, while Karen merely offered a perfunctory reply. Luke announced the rule prohibiting weapons in the throne room, and Karen immediately agreed. While handing over guillotine, Karen casually made a sarcastic remark, telling Leo that their grandfather Yahello had once broken this very rule. Karen continued his taunt, nonchalantly recalling how his grandfather broke the rule 50 years ago, leaving Leo standing beside him speechless. All the royal knights froze, and Leo whispered back in disbelief. If it was 50 years ago, then. A helmeted knight was about to snap at Karen's insolent attitude, but Luke quickly cleared his throat to intervene. Luke looked Karen straight in the eye, sternly reminding him to be careful with his words when in the Emperor's presence. Karen smirked defiantly, calmly replying, "I'll keep that in mind," while Leo, standing behind him, broke out in a cold sweat. Just as another knight stepped forward to take guillotine, he suddenly collapsed, unable to withstand the terrifying pressure emanating from it. The demon sword flared with a brilliant blue sword aura, and Luke stared in shock, wondering, what in the world is this sword aura? Karen turned, calmly explaining as if it were an everyday occurrence, "My sword is a bit fierce." Luke looked at Karen with wary eyes, warning him to handle it carefully, but Karen only responded with a cunning smile. Finally, Luke declared that he would personally escort both of them into the throne room, and Karen readily agreed. Under the escort of Luke and the royal knights, Karen Reston and Leo Reston strode through the magnificent corridors of the Imperial Palace. Leo Reston's eyes widened in awe at the palace's grandeur, and he turned to strike up a conversation with Karen Reston, but was met only with a terrifying silence. Seeing Karen Reston ignore him, Leo Reston called his name. Realizing there was something very unusual about his cousin's expression, Leo Reston suddenly broke into a cold sweat, his intuition telling him that an extraordinary surge of energy was rising. Karen Reston silently unleashed his magic power, his blue eyes glowing with immense pressure, making Leo Reston, standing behind him, extremely tense. Leo Reston glanced at the royal knight, sighing in relief as he realized these weaklings couldn't sense Karen's magic power at all. Leo Reston stared at Karen Reston's back, thinking to himself that he had never seen this expression on him before. It wasn't like anger. In Leo Reston's mind, Master Sabina Reston's words echoed. Leo, you must carefully observe Karen's ocean. His master's advice continued to resonate, stating that it was the only thing he could do at the Azure fortress, making Leo Reston determined to understand Karen at all costs. Karen Reston subtly smirked, his blue eyes still glowing, clearly relishing the feeling of returning to this familiar place and reminiscing about his glorious past. In Karen's memory, the battlefield was engulfed in flames, and the enemy forces screamed orders to surrender as their commander had fallen. A bloody scene flashed back, when he, in his previous life, had personally stabbed through a bewildered comrade. Karen brushed away the chaotic memories, telling himself that there was still much to do rather than dwell in the past. Just as they reached the palace gates, the group was stopped by a palace guard, who demanded their identities. Luke, a royal knight, recognized the Reston crest and immediately invited the young masters inside. A herald loudly announced, presenting Leo Reston and Karen Reston of the Reston Duchy. The grand doors opened, and Caron led the way in, his eyes sharp, thinking, let's see. Leo sweated behind him, while Karen had only one goal: to see the face of that tyrant's successor. Magic power silently surged, and Karen's eyes glowed as he entered the enemy's lair. Before them, on the throne, was the back of a figure in a white cloak, the Demon Emperor's successor. Entering the Imperial Palace, Karen Reston coldly assessed the situation, while Leo Reston, standing behind him, looked quite tense, silently wondering who had just appeared. A man with a regal aura stood before them, announcing that the Emperor's health was failing, preventing him from receiving them, and that he was the one who would inherit the throne. This individual's identity was revealed: Crown Prince Eorn Carrion, who had only come to deliver a message. Leo Reston and another knight immediately bowed deeply in greeting, while Karen remained still, observing. Leo stammered a greeting to the Crown Prince in confusion, while Carrion silently looked down at the two Reston scions. Carrion spoke, praising their achievements in the Belus territory, sarcastically remarking that they were indeed worthy grandsons of a hero. Karen calmly replied that it was merely their duty, but in his mind, he snarled, "Are you kidding me?" As his hand clenched. Karen's fist trembled. He realized a damning truth. You look too much like him. Carrion's image overlapped with the phantom of the old demon emperor, the one who had sold his soul to devils. Karen quickly regained his poker face, telling himself that Carrion was his descendant, so the resemblance was natural. He couldn't let his emotions get the better of him. Crown Prince Carrion, in a condescending tone, probed, "Ah, I hear you two are quite close with Revelio, aren't you?" Leo Reston hastily denied it, forcing a laugh. "Friends? No, we're just vaguely acquainted." While Karen Reston's face darkened with obvious displeasure, Karen glared at his cousin, cursing silently. "You think that was a genuine compliment? Idiot." Nevertheless, Leo bowed his head obsequiously. "I am deeply grateful that your highness holds us in such high regard." Carrion looked down with a commanding gaze. "I will ensure our friendship with Duke Reston is respected." Karen Reston looked up sharply, his eyes keen, and continued meaningfully, "And will continue to maintain a good relationship with the sixth prince." Carrion was slightly surprised by Karen Reston's attitude, while Leo Reston remained clueless about what was happening. The Crown Prince nodded in approval. "Do as you wish." "Oh, and tonight." Carrion waved his hand, declaring tonight's banquet was in their honor, telling them to enjoy themselves, then turned and walked away. After Leo Reston thanked him, a palace official approached, announcing he would escort them both to their lounge before the banquet began. Carrion muttered to himself as the door closed, finding it interesting that Karen Reston was strengthening ties by befriending that young Revelio. Crossing his arms, Carrion smirked condescendingly, thinking this Reston boy was indeed as interesting as rumored. A palace official led the Reston brothers, informing them that their weapons had been safely stored in their room. Karen Reston maintained a cold, calculating expression, while his cousin Leo Reston looked visibly tense. In the luxurious lounge, Leo Reston called out to Karen Reston, receiving a curt reply. "What?" Leo Reston began to bring up old matters. "Our grandfather overthrew the demon emperor, right?" But Karen Reston merely replied dismissively. "Yeah, so what?" The foolish Leo Reston continued to utter forbidden words about the current emperor being the demon emperor's son, making Karen Reston snap. "How dare you speak such disrespectful words in the palace?" Karen Reston glared at his cousin, silently cursing him for being dumber than he thought, then turned to order his sword. "Shut up and check for eavesdropping magic, you trash sword." The sword grumbled that it had already checked and wasn't a detector, while Karen Reston explained to Leo Reston that the current emperor was part of the coup from back then. Karen Reston concluded that this gave their grandfather even more reason to act, but Leo Reston still asked a fatal question, bewildered. "Then why does the royal family hate us?" Karen Reston coldly asked his cousin Leo Reston. Why do you think that? While Leo Reston hesitantly replied that the Crown Prince had clearly looked at them with unfriendly eyes earlier, Leo Reston was still clueless. While Karen Reston thought to himself, not bad. He's finally starting to realize things. Karen Reston smirked, teasing his cousin. When you were bragging about befriending the 6th prince, I just wanted to punch you. Then admitted that the Crown Prince's gaze earlier was indeed hostile. Leo Reston still foolishly asked why. Karen Reston crossed his arms, his expression serious as he prepared to explain an obvious matter. Karen Reston began to explain that the reason was because Leo Reston's maternal family was the Marquis Diaz. But before he could finish, the room door suddenly swung open. The 6th Prince Revelio abruptly entered with a wide grin, greeting the brothers and even complimenting their formal attire. Leo Reston startled, stammering, 6th Prince, while Karen Reston could only curse in annoyance. That nuisance has appeared. Revelio casually walked in, waving his hand and telling them not to be so stiff, to just treat him as a friend, making Leo Reston awkwardly agree. Revelio plopped down onto a chair, picked up an apple, and finished Karen Reston's sentence. Because your mother belongs to the Marquis Diaz. Of course the royal family dislikes the Reston family. Revelio asserted that whether they liked it or not, the Reston family would soon have to act, while Karen Reston sat by the fireplace, his eyes sharp, thinking the prince was definitely hiding something. Revelio chewed his apple, nonchalantly calling this political mess a royal tradition. Karen Reston fell silent as Revelio explained that tradition was blatantly about a son overthrowing his father to seize the throne. The prince continued to taunt, suggesting the current timing was perfect for an overthrow, making Leo Reston only listen in silence. Karen Reston shot a sharp glare, calculating that all the capital's nobles would be at tonight's banquet. Even small fry like Count Keel were siding with the Marquis Diaz. Karen Reston stood up, scoffing at Revelio. Thanks to you, the party will be even livelier, while Leo Reston still cluelessly asked what he meant. Karen Reston got straight to the point. You want to cause chaos, don't you? But Revelio sneered in reply. You're the one who wants to stir things up here. Revelio admitted Karen Reston was right, then bluntly offered, anyway, I can set the stage for you to go wild. Interested? Revelio's eyes sharpened, and he leaned close, extending a cunning invitation that made Karen Reston ponder in silence. Karen Reston finally spoke, agreeing to hear the plan, which made Revelio laugh with delight, while Leo Reston was utterly shocked. Leo Reston was terrified, sweat pouring down as he realized his 2 older cousins were plotting to cause a ruckus at the royal banquet. You're kidding? Cause trouble at the royal banquet? The scene of the lavish royal banquet, golden chandeliers illuminating a magnificent hall. Nobles gathered, dressed in their finest, acting high class, chatting animatedly. Karen Reston and Leo Reston entered grandly, his cousin immediately gaping at the splendor of the place. Leo Reston's face flushed, his eyes sparkling at the sight of so many beautiful women, prompting Karen Reston to glare at him, forcing him to immediately correct his attitude. Karen Reston coldly recalled the past. When he was a slave, no one bothered to look at during such dull parties. Suddenly, Karen Reston's eyes sharpened. He sensed an unusual energy permeating the air. The voice from the magic sword echoed in his mind. Master! And Karen Reston growled back that he had sensed it too. He swept his gaze across the noble crowd, searching for the source of the suspicious aura hiding somewhere. Karen Reston's eyes flared with blue light, magic power surging as he identified the nature of the threat. Dark magic. Karen Reston stood amidst the crowd, his face expressionless as he sensed a surge of dark magic infiltrating the palace. He frowned, knowing full well that this place was layered with detection spells, making it impossible for anything to slip in so easily. 2 unfamiliar nobles observed from afar, one muttering that any energy capable of bypassing the magic tower's mages was certainly not ordinary. The attendant quietly asked, Is it them? And the curly-haired noble smirked, confirming, That's right. Idiot Leo Reston's eyes gleamed brightly like a country bumpkin in the city amidst the crowd, prompting Karen Reston to gently scold. Tone it down. It's embarrassing. Leo Reston quickly retorted, I'm not the only one acting like a country bumpkin. But Karen coolly stated, That's you. Just as the 2 nobles approached, the curly-haired noble struck up a conversation, his tone seemingly complimentary, but laced with sarcasm. Your reputations are echoing throughout the capital, truly the wolf cubs of House Reston. He introduced himself, his voice condescending. I am Karam, of Marquis Diaz, then extended his hand as if bestowing a favor. Karen Reston curtly replied, I am Karen Reston, then shook his hand, but his eyes were cast down, not bothering to glance at his opponent at all. Kareem's face darkened at Karen's disrespectful attitude, while Leo Reston broke out in a cold sweat, whispering, "Karen, you have to look people in the eye when you shake their hand." Leo Reston hastily tried to smooth things over, stammering his own introduction and excusing Caron as being worried, while Kareem Diaz replied politely but with an air of superiority. Kareem turned to Karen, feigning gratitude for quelling the bandits, but Karen merely replied coldly, just doing what needed to be done, without even looking at him. Kareem muttered to himself, criticizing Karen for being as rude as that man, but still had to acknowledge his selfless actions for the people. A stranger suddenly appeared, remarking that the Reston family truly were loyal subjects of the empire, unlike the capital's nobles. The stranger smirked, clearly mocking the nobles who only knew how to cling to the royal family for power. Kareem Diaz started and bowed, realizing the newcomer was 6th Prince Revelio, secretly cursing the talkative prince with mixed blood. Revelio casually retorted to Kareem, reminding him that this was a gathering of those loyal to the emperor, so he should watch his mouth. Revelio continued his act, blaming his commoner blood for his occasional inability to control his tongue, causing Karen to cast a meaningful glance. Suddenly, Karen froze, his eyes flashing with blue light, as he sensed an extremely faint but unmistakable surge of dark energy. Sweeping his gaze across the crowd, Caron immediately locked onto his target, the eerie purple aura pinpointing the one using dark magic. "Found you." Karen Reston's radar activated, the deep purple dark energy pointing directly at an unfamiliar woman amidst the party. "Shez here." An eerie aura of evil surrounded a masked woman, clearly the source of the anomaly Karen had sensed. The masked woman smirked provocatively, her crimson eyes glowing with deadly danger. Revelio unexpectedly cut in, welcoming the Reston brothers, while Kareem Diaz openly showed his annoyance at being interrupted. Revelio continued to taunt, declaring that some conversations were only for those who served the throne, a direct jab at Kareem. The prince sneered, sarcastically remarking that even a stray dog knew Marcus Diaz was the true center of power, leaving Kareem speechless. Struck where it hurt, Kareem Diaz awkwardly denied everything while Revelio maintained his mocking smile. Seeing the insignificant noble babbling too much, Karen Reston coldly cut short the verbal sparring. "Are you done rambling?" Karen placed his hand on his sword hilt, his sharp gaze directly ordering Kareem Diaz. "Can you shut your dog mouth now?" Leo Reston frantically called his cousin's name, while Kareem Diaz froze, utterly shocked by Karen's overbearing and disrespectful attitude. Karen Reston coldly declared to Revelio, "6th Prince, the play is over." Even as the prince looked bewildered by the abrupt interruption, with a sharp gaze, Karen announced a shocking piece of news. "There's a dark magic-wielding rat hiding here." Revelio was heavily shocked upon hearing this, his face instantly changing color. The noblewomen around began to whisper, one worriedly suggesting they call the royal guards for safety. Karen smirked imperiously, his voice challenging, "Have you all forgotten who I am?" Revelio crossed his arms, looking intrigued. "For illness, seek a doctor. For demons, seek House Reston." "So, what do you want me to do?" Karen ordered bluntly. "Ensure no one escapes this place." Seeing Kareem Diaz tremble and raise his sword, demanding to retreat, Caron simply replied with a concise, "Good," while Leo Reston behind him frantically called his cousin's name. Karen advanced directly in front of Kareem Diaz, his eyes flaring with deadly blue light, growling, "Don't block my way. Move." Under the terrifying surge of killing intent, the crowd automatically parted like water, clearing a path for Karen to leisurely advance, leaving the nobles frozen in place. Kareem Diaz broke out in a cold sweat, his hand trembling on his sword hilt, silently admitting that Caron's oppressive aura was so strong he couldn't even draw his sword. Karen Reston's magic erupted, a surge of blue energy swirling around him, causing the minor nobles to scatter in fear, wondering what on earth he was. Leo Reston, pale as a sheet, asked his cousin what he intended to do, while Revelio calmly took out 2 golden orbs, his face full of interest. Revelio activated the magic tool. The 2 golden orbs merged into a larger one with a brilliantly glowing honeycomb pattern, muttering that he never expected to have to use this. A colossal honeycomb-shaped barrier immediately enveloped the entire area, the crowd exclaiming in astonishment. "Magic?" Revelio explained that this was an illusionary magic tool Poina gave him for self-defense. Inside the barrier, the nobles wondered in confusion why they had to stall for the royal guards to arrive. Karen Reston raised guillotine, blue magic continuing to surge, and he repeated the family motto, "For illness, seek a doctor. For demons, seek House Reston, right?" The masked woman stared at Caron, thinking to herself that the Reston family truly was a thorn in the side of the capital's nobility. Hearing that, Leo Reston couldn't believe his eyes, his voice trembling. For demons, seek House Reston? No, it can't be. The masked woman smiled, removing her golden mask and denying. No, I don't think anyone here welcomes you. Charon smirked, his blue eyes glowing with deadly light, growling. I can't call that a person. So, you've found me, haven't you? The masked woman's eyes flashed with an eerie purple light, and she acknowledged her opponent's strength. Truly, the blood of Halo is different. Dark magic violently erupted around the woman, and she smirked confidently. I was worried you wouldn't find me. The nobles, including Karim Diaz, looked up in horror as the Sixth Prince's illusionary barrier began to shake and crack under the terrifying magical pressure. The masked woman looked at Karen Reston with a covetous gaze, teasing. Karen Reston, you're quite handsome, aren't you? I like you already. Karen Reston roared in anger, blue magic erupting around the blade of guillotine, lunging forward at terrifying speed. Don't play games. Whoosh. A cold blue sword strike sliced through the air, so fast that no one could react, aimed directly at the woman's neck. The masked woman's head flew into the air and then fell to the floor, causing the party guests to scream in utter horror. The severed head lay in a pool of blood, its eyes closed, seemingly completely lifeless. Suddenly, the head's eyes snapped open, its purple pupils glowing eerily, and a voice echoed, You're truly adorable. All the nobles were stunned, stammering incoherently at the horrific sight beyond their wildest imagination. The minor nobles collapsed, screaming, Monster! While Karen Reston stood firm, his eyes blazing as he stared directly at the enemy. Amidst the screams, her headless body dissolved into countless purple petals, and Karen Reston narrowed his eyes, analyzing the situation. From the petals, a new form regenerated right behind Karen Reston, and the petal demoness whispered with keen interest. The petal demoness fully regenerated with a new appearance, pointed ears, a fiery figure, and a smug smile, admitting, My regeneration isn't perfect. She realized the problem. Karen Reston's magic sword guillotine had completely drained her magic, making her exclaim, The Reston family has such a monstrous item? Karen Reston growled, his eyes sharp. Consider yourself lucky. If I were a little stronger, you would have truly been erased. The petal demoness licked her sharp claws, her purple eyes gleaming with hunger. I really want to devour you right here, but what a pity. With that, she lunged straight at Karen Reston like a predator, determined to fight to the death. Whoosh! A claw ripped through the air with a massive surge of purple magic, and Karen Reston, unable to react in time, was sent flying. The attack landed, blood splattering as Karen Reston took the full force of the blow to the face and let out a cry of pain. The petal demoness licked Karen Reston's blood from her hand, a provocative smirk on her face. See? You taste sweet too, while our protagonist could only growl. You damn demoness. Seeing Karen Reston taking a beating, Leo Reston frantically yelled his friend's name, preparing to rush in for a desperate fight. But before he could make a move, a hand grabbed Leo Reston's shoulder, stopping his reckless attempt. Leo Reston was stunned to realize it was Revelio, who coldly ordered, Don't go, Leo. Revelio stated firmly, This is Karen's battle. But Leo Reston still hesitated, unable to just stand by and watch. Revelio looked him straight in the eye, reasoning sharply. You know Karen better than anyone. If he needed help, he would have said so. Held firmly by Revelio, Leo Reston could only stand still, clenching his fists helplessly as he watched his comrade in danger. Leo Reston gritted his teeth, blaming himself. Damn it, if only I were stronger. But Revelio immediately extinguished that thought. Not now, Leo. Revelio's face hardened, analyzing clearly. You will be strong, but right now, if you face that demon, you will only die in vain. The cold warning echoed as Karen Reston faced the menacing demon alone. As Karen Reston lay injured, the mysterious voice from the magic sword warned, Master, that one is beyond your reach. The mysterious voice continued to dissuade him, stating that if Karen Reston forced the issue, the outcome would only be a meaningless death. Karen Reston muttered, A meaningless death? As an image of his past life as Kane later flashed through his mind. Recalling his old comrades, Karen Reston gripped his sword, his eyes hardening. If that is the price to pay for following an ideal, then a meaningless death isn't so bad. His eyes flared with blue light, murderous intent surging. And the enemy is a demon. Karen Reston took a stance, growling that he couldn't abandon everything, his determined gaze catching the petal demoness's attention. The petal demoness smirked savagely, amused by the hatred of a mere boy. She shrieked, finding such hatred astonishing, then unleashed an all-out attack towards Karen Reston. A massive surge of dark energy, carrying countless deadly petals, swept through the banquet hall. The party guests, trapped within the barrier, couldn't react in time, screaming in agony as the magic tore them to shreds. The petal demoness, calling herself Shunja, boasted loudly that she would haunt Karen Reston for life, while our protagonist gritted his teeth, enduring the assault out of concern for the weaklings around him. Seeing the dire situation, Revelio yelled Karen's name. Revelio activated his magic, erecting a green barrier, and shouted for Karen to ignore them and fight that thing to the death. The petal demoness gave her opponent no quarter, dashing forward with a swirling, magic-infused pink slash. The petal demoness sneered, taunting Karen not to be naive and think dodging was enough. Because my petals aren't just for decoration. Karen's eyes flashed with deadly blue light, but the mysterious voice inside the magic sword roared a warning. What the hell are you doing? If you don't dodge, you're dead for sure. Despite the warning, the magic sword erupted with power, complex magic circles appearing, and the mysterious voice within could only exclaim, "Hey, this is getting too dangerous." Karen unleashed his full magic power, roaring the name of his skill, Full Tide, creating a tsunami of blue energy that swept through everything. The arrogant petal demoness froze instantly, clearly surprised by Karen's all-out attack. The price was immediately apparent. Karen staggered, blood gushing from his nose, and the mysterious voice inside the magic sword could only sigh. Forcing your mana to open up like that. The cost of using his ultimate move was clear. Karen Reston coughed up blood, while the mysterious voice roared in his head. Your body can't handle it, master. But our protagonist didn't care. He wiped away the blood and coldly replied, I don't give a damn. As long as I can pierce the heart of a demon, Karen declared, his murderous intent surging. Even the petal demoness was surprised. I didn't expect you to go this far. Instead of fear, this creature seemed utterly thrilled, provocatively licking her claws. I like that. Meanwhile, Revelio broke out in a cold sweat, realizing the illusion had shattered long ago. The magic has broken, yet where are the royal knights? Outside, piercing alarm bells echoed throughout the palace under the moonlight, signaling a major incident. Finally, reinforcements arrived. A squad of royal knights kicked open the doors and burst in, a subordinate quickly reporting, Sir Ryuk, the soldier urgently reported. Magic detected in the banquet hall, causing Ryukheimer to freeze. What? Ryukheimer asked about the tower mages, and it was confirmed. The situation is urgent, so they've already arrived via teleportation gate. Understanding the gravity of magic being used within the palace itself, Ryukheimer's face hardened as he decisively ordered, Move out. The royal knights, led by Ryukheimer, finally arrived, but the banquet hall was completely sealed off during an important royal feast. Ryukheimer snapped at his subordinates. Why haven't you broken down the door yet? A knight reported helplessly that even the tower mages were stumped, unable to break the barrier, leaving Ryukheimer stunned. What? Even the tower mages can't break it? The knight, sweating, revealed with a trembling voice. They said it seems to be dark magic. Ryukheimer froze, realizing the situation had escalated far beyond a mere disturbance. Dark magic? The entire palace was plunged into chaos and unease under the moonlight. No one knew what in the world was happening inside. Inside the hall, the petal demoness smirked enchantingly, looking at Karen Reston and saying, Because the king doesn't allow it. She continued casually amidst the terrified party guests. So, I won't kill you. Karen Reston, his eyes blazing with blue magic, only replied with a challenging smile. Don't worry. The petal demoness became utterly ecstatic at her praise attitude, roaring. Then let me enjoy myself a little longer, and lunged to attack. Karen Reston tensed, unleashing a burst of blue magic to withstand the terrifying pressure from his opponent. He swung his sword, creating a magical arc for defense, but the petal demoness's deadly petals had surrounded him from all sides. The petal demoness suddenly appeared right behind Karen Reston with a savage grin, preparing to deliver a finishing blow. Cornered, Karen Reston gritted his teeth, realizing he had no escape. Damn it, no room to dodge. In that critical moment, an image of Master Sabina Reston flashed in his mind with a stern reminder. Remember this. Karen Reston's eyes flashed as he grasped the truth. The power of the sea is not to be controlled, but to be accepted. The petal demoness swooped down like a purple whirlwind, her sharp claws aimed directly at Karen Reston. Leo Reston, watching from afar, screamed in panic, his voice stammering, Karen, get out of the way. The petal demoness's attack formed a massive storm of dark energy, ready to swallow everything. From Leo Reston's perspective, Karen Reston was just a tiny, solitary dot, facing an attack of terrifying destructive power. Blood and dark petals splattered everywhere, but the petal demoness's attack missed its mark. The petal demoness smirked savagely, looking straight at her prey. "Just as I thought, you're truly interesting, Karen Reston. I knew you'd risk everything to unleash your mana." Karen Reston used his own body as bait, deliberately taking the blow to create an opening, and barely managed to block the demoness's claws with his sword. Karen Reston's eyes flared with blue light, his magic surging like a raging tide. Karen Reston unleashed a massive sword energy, sending the demoness flying back, making her roar. "A mere brat dares to judge so audaciously?" Though repelled, the demoness seemed extremely excited, sneering. "You truly are amusing, Karen Reston, and that sword. Now I understand." The demoness recognized the magic sword's origin with a covetous look. "Guillotine. So this is the soul-stealing sword, Guillotine." The voice from the magic sword echoed in Karen Reston's mind, confirming it could absorb dark magic and convert it into power for its master. Outside, the purple rose barrier had been lifted, and a group of white-robed mages were ready to intervene, just as the magic sword warned Karen Reston. "The demon before you is not its true form." Karen Reston smirked, having guessed it long ago. "Yes, I know. Even with an inside man in the palace, this is not a place where a demon's true form can roam freely." Luke, commander of the Royal Knights, led his troops in to clear the chaotic scene and shouted, "Everyone, clear the way." The demoness vanished in a puff of purple smoke, throwing a challenge at Karen Reston. "Just you wait. I'll tear your true form to shreds." But he merely replied nonchalantly, "I look forward to it." The demoness gave a sinister laugh before disappearing completely, promising a rematch. "I'll be waiting beyond the North Sea. Even the Emperor will be looking forward to it." With a whoosh, the demoness clone exploded into a shower of purple petals, vanishing into thin air before Karen Reston's sword. Luke turned to look at Karen Reston, his face pale as he realized the horrifying truth. "A demon?" The Royal Knights commander broke out in a cold sweat, muttering in shock. "A demon in the palace. What the hell is going on? I almost died." Among the noble crowd, a woman trembled as she spoke to the person next to her. "If the sixth prince hadn't used magic to protect me." Luke overheard, becoming even more shocked. "Magic? His Highness used magic?" A subordinate royal knight called out to Luke while the captain was still frozen, unable to believe what he had just heard. Karen Reston staggered, blood gushing from his chest wound, muttering, "Damn it, I've lost too much blood." Behind him, Leo Reston frantically called out his name. Leo Reston was frantic, wanting to take Karen Reston for treatment, but the protagonist waved him off, acting tough. "Don't make a fuss." Sixth Prince Revelio suddenly stepped in, holding a small vial. "Now is precisely the time to make a fuss. Here, take this." Karen Reston eyed the vial warily, suspecting the guy was up to something, but Revelio casually revealed it was World Tree Dew. Revelio boasted proudly, "You can't buy this with money, you know?" While Karen Reston acknowledged its rarity, Revelio sneered, declaring this an investment and that he wanted to invest properly, pressing the vial into Karen Reston's hand, who was realizing it was an elven elixir that boosted mana. Understanding that this item would prevent backlash after forcibly activating his mana, Karen Reston no longer hesitated and gulped down the vial. Partially recovered, Karen Reston offered his thanks, to which Revelio simply replied, "You'd best not forget it." Karen Reston turned to assign a task to Leo Reston. "Brother, I'll handle things here, you go contact grandfather." But Leo Reston insisted he rest immediately. Revelio showed annoyance at Leo Reston's fussing, and, without a word, swung his hand, striking the back of his neck. Leo Reston fell unconscious, slumping onto Karen Reston's shoulder to the protagonist's astonishment, while Revelio crossed his arms, looking as if he had just performed a troublesome task. Leo Reston was supporting the unconscious Karen Reston, asking frantically, when Revelio casually replied, "Don't worry, I just knocked him out. Duke Halo should be at the palace by now." Revelio concisely explained to the still bewildered Leo Reston. The moment traces of dark magic appeared in the palace, the Duke would certainly intervene. Immediately, a squad of royal knights led by Luke burst in, their imposing presence declaring to Revelio, "You are under arrest as a suspect in this attack." Leo Reston angrily shouted, "Absurd!" But Karen Reston had regained consciousness, calmly reassuring him, "It's all right, Leo. I anticipated this." Revelio smirked defiantly at the royal knights, confidently saying, "No need for restraints, I can walk myself," and Luke merely gave a cold nod of approval. As he was escorted away, Revelio didn't forget to assert, "Just so you know, I'm innocent." But Luke retorted sharply, "It's hard to believe the words of someone who violates royal law and secretly practices magic." Revelio turned to look at the two Reston brothers, declaring that the game had turned a new page. "My wager is over. Now it's the Reston family's turn to act." He winked meaningfully at Leo Reston, not forgetting to instruct a political move. Little brother Leo, remember to tell Duke Halo that I helped you all. Revelio was calmly led away by Luke and the Royal Knights, leaving Leo Reston still holding Karen Reston, staring after him in a daze. Leo Reston was completely clueless, his mind in a whirl as he wondered, damn it, what the hell is going on? Amidst the storm, Crown Prince Carrion sought out Grand Duke Halo, his voice serious. Crown Prince, you understand this is not the time for tedious formalities, do you not? Seated on his powerful throne, Halo replied coldly, his aura no less imposing. Halo stated firmly that the Reston family, by their covenant with the royal family, promised to eradicate the invaders who had breached the palace. But then he revealed his hand, his eyes sharp. But first, I will take care of my grandchildren. Halo's eyes flashed with Azure magic, and he asked in a low, pressing tone, allowing no refusal. You have no objections, do you? The scene shifts to the past, an ancient fortress appearing under the fiery sunset. On the rooftop of a building, a solitary figure sat, lost in thought. A purple-haired comrade suddenly appeared, a knife in his hand, teasing, "What's got you so tense, deep in thought?" "Ah, Karua." The comrade continued to needle. "Nervous?" Making Karua only able to reply reluctantly, "Nervous about what?" The comrade sneered, licking his knife, and revealing the reason. "Well, of course, you never could beat the young Grand Duke Halo anyway." Karua's comrade boasted, "I'm stronger than Halo, you know. I just hide my true power." But Karua only gave a perfunctory reply. The captain suddenly called Karua's name seriously, their banner fluttering in the wind, signaling an ill omen. The captain warned, "Because of the Emperor's dark magic, we will be hunted for the rest of our lives, but with your skill, you'll survive." He urged, "Run now, before Halo's forces flood the capital." Karua smirked, looking nonchalant. Being hunted for life sounds incredibly annoying. He drew his sword, declaring firmly, "I will die here too, alongside the captain," making the captain only curse under his breath. "This fool," Karua shouted, questioning the captain. "Why don't you ever choose your own path, Captain? Why risk your life for that mad emperor?" The captain replied coldly, his gaze resolute. "It's not for the emperor, Karua. My life, I've always lived like a slave." He declared his choice boldly. "I choose to end it here. This is my choice, even if it's the first and last time." Karua finally accepted, his voice lowering. "It's truly foolish. But if that is the captain's loyalty, then..." Karua accepted his fate, declaring he would be a comrade on this foolish path without a single complaint. Returning to the present, the Sea Wave Knights strode powerfully through the palace corridors, their presence overwhelming. A female Sea Wave Knight coldly confronted another group of knights, her gaze showing no deference. Two royal knights looked annoyed, muttering curses at the Sea Wave Knights and warning their comrades not to let their guard down. The female Sea Wave Knight retorted sharply, "I'm being blunt," making a royal knight admit the uncomfortable relationship between the two sides. A subordinate Sea Wave Knight asked his female superior when they would be withdrawn, but she only replied that they would be stuck here until the Grand Duke finished his investigation. The female knight further explained that the head of the Reston family would not overlook this, as Karen had almost died. In another room, Karen Reston lay unconscious on the bed, his body covered in bandages, while Amy Altura and Leo Reston kept watch. Leo Reston sincerely thanked Amy Altura for helping him and Karen in their dire situation. Leo admitted it was a difficult decision, but Amy just smirked, thinking that if Kane were still alive, he would have done the same. Karen Reston grumbled as soon as he woke up, making Amy Altura glare at him for constantly mentioning Kane, while Leo Reston worriedly asked about his friend's condition. Ignoring his health, Karen Reston angrily demanded Revelio's whereabouts, the scoundrel who dared to hit him on the head. Leo updated him. The sixth prince has been taken by the royal knights, and grandfather has probably gone to the palace to sort things out. Karen looked surprised. Karen Reston muttered, realizing how formidable his grandfather was to use a teleportation circle to reach the palace immediately after the attack. Leo confidently asserted that there would be no further attacks because the Sea Wave Knights were present, but Karen Reston gave him a skeptical look. Changing the subject, Karen pointed directly at Amy Altura and questioned her, and Leo quickly explained that thanks to her, he received timely treatment. Karen teased Amy Altura, asking if she saved him just to beat him up later, making Leo Reston hastily clarify that he was merely repaying a favor. The door burst open, and Tails Reston entered with a brown-haired knight, startling everyone as he inquired about Karan's condition. Tails Reston, acting like an elder, told everyone to rest since they had worked hard caring for Karan, then calmly approached the bed. Tails Reston sat down, his overwhelming aura silencing the entire room, while Karen Reston bowed his head to his uncle. Karen Reston reported that to stop the lust demon, he had to forcibly open his power channels, using the fifth form, Maelstrom, which Amy Altura confirmed had increased the sea current within him to 5 flows. Tails Reston immediately concluded, "You're foolish, Caron. You've only mastered up to the 4th form, haven't you?" Karen Reston smirked nonchalantly, admitting that he had only learned by observation, so his technique wasn't perfect, leaving his uncle speechless. Tails Reston stood up, his family head aura erupting, and began giving orders to his troublesome nephew. The order was given. Karen Reston was confined for 4 years, to return to the Azure Sea Fortress to focus on cultivation, forbidden from causing trouble outside. Karen Reston bowed his head, obediently accepting the command, but his sharp eyes showed he had his own plans. Tails. Reston narrowed his eyes and pressed his nephew. "Have you learned anything from this incident?" Karen Reston frankly admitted he was still naive, and Tails Reston delivered a critical lesson. Karen, hastily craving power only brings disaster. Karen Reston retorted, saying it wasn't due to his greed, but because the demon that attacked the palace left a message before disappearing. Tails Reston immediately pressed him on what it said, and Karen revealed shocking information. It said it would wait for me on the other side of the North Sea. Karen Reston pressed his uncle Tails about the world beyond the North Sea, but he remained silent, his eyes full of scrutiny. Tails delivered a blunt statement, extinguishing his nephew's curiosity. "You're not skilled enough to know. Anything else?" Karen began his political gambit, subtly reminding him that the 6th prince had used the divine tree's dew to save him, a debt that couldn't be ignored. He continued to play his hand, pointing out that even without direct evidence, the 6th prince had violated the royal family's magic prohibition treaty. Tails concluded, declaring that, from now on, the 6th prince would be closely monitored by the Sea Wave Knights, as a warning. Leo Reston was startled upon hearing this, quickly grabbing Karen and stammering that the 6th prince was only trying to help. Karen brushed his cousin's hand away, nonchalantly asking his uncle to let him stay with Zeros until the investigation concluded, while also making another request. Tails smirked, appearing to have anticipated everything. "I've already made arrangements with the Royal Knights. They will guide you." Before leaving, Tails turned back to instruct Zeros to keep an eye on the 2 boys, and the captain could only obey. Leo still didn't understand, turning to Karen and wondering why grandfather was clearly protecting the 6th prince. Leo Reston scratched his head, unable to process it. "What do you mean?" "Grandfather himself personally sent the Sea Wave Knights for him." Karen Reston sneered, explaining to his dense cousin. "Don't? You see that's disguised protection? That's exactly what Revelio wants. Our family has become his backing." Karen turned to Amy Altura, pointing naturally. "Amy, I'll need you to guide us later," leaving both Leo and Amy dumbfounded. Karen nonchalantly said he wanted to see the Royal Knights headquarters, and Amy Altura could only respond awkwardly. Amy Altura narrowed her eyes, cold sweat breaking out as she realized this boy was surely plotting something huge. Karen immediately caught Amy's gaze. "What are you looking at?" She quickly looked away. "Nothing." Xeris Winterguard approached, seemingly intending to intervene in the children's conversation. Karen gave a thumbs up, winking at Xeris provocatively. "I'm counting on you, Sir Xeris." Xeris Winterguard was speechless, a single question repeating in his mind. What trick is this cunning boy up to now? Meanwhile, in the capital, Karen's reputation was soaring, with everyone praising his achievements. Raphael Reston sneered at Pale Reston. "You must be very proud of your son, Fail. Karen almost died, brother." Pale Reston slammed the table and roared, ignoring the baseless rumors, as this was the 2nd time he had almost lost his son. Tails Reston spoke coldly, agreeing with Pale and concluding that the intelligence Raphael was so proud of was nothing but trash. Tails glanced sideways at his younger brother, thinking, "You fool. The one you're bearing your fangs at isn't me, but Karen, Fail's son, whose name is soaring everywhere." Too tired of the argument, Pale Reston stood up, declaring he would leave first. As he turned to leave, Pale muttered with determination that someone had to be held responsible for this. Raphael Reston also stood up to excuse himself, telling his brother to rest, and Tails responded in kind. Left alone, Tails Reston watched the door close, concluding, "Karen is no longer a potential threat. He has become the greatest danger in the succession war." He continued to ponder, admitting that the boy Karen might be even more dangerous than Raphael. Then approached a magic orb. Tails Reston placed his hand on the glowing magic orb, preparing to make contact or assess the situation after re-evaluating the entire situation. Through the magic orb, Tails Reston coldly declared to an elder that he had something to request directly. The old man initially made excuses about the timing not being good, but Tails simply delivered a decisive line. "For the family." Hearing that, the elder immediately changed his tone, agreeing to come right away and telling him to wait. Ending the call, Tails Reston stood silently in the room, his eyes full of calculations. He looked out the window, silently declaring war. Karen, you will soon have to choose to stand with me, or become my enemy. As he finished speaking, the entire massive mansion appeared under the moonlight, signaling an impending internal conflict. The scene shifted. Karen Reston was meditating in a brick room, shirtless, blue magic swirling around his body. He closed his eyes, sweat pouring down, concentrating intensely to control the new flow of power. Suddenly, Karan's eyes snapped open, his blue pupils glowing brilliantly, indicating that the refinement process was complete. He stood up, assessing his power with satisfaction. Impressive. Though different from pure magic, it has harmonized naturally. Karen Reston, shirtless and bandaged, picked up a vial of World Tree Dew and nodded, acknowledging its authenticity, wondering where Revelio had acquired such a rare item. As he put his shirt back on, he glanced at Poina, who was relaxing and drinking wine nearby, and then understood. Ah, right, only elves possess this. Karen Reston decided he'd have to demand a few more vials next time they met, then opened the door and stepped out. As he opened the door, Karen immediately ran into Leo Reston, who was standing guard with his sword, clearly startling his cousin. Are you guarding me? Karen asked. Leo Reston stammered, admitting that Master had told him to look after Karan. Karen scoffed, teasing that he was truly touched, making Leo Reston blush and awkwardly snap. You're still my younger brother, after all. As Karen walked down the hallway with his arm around Leo Reston, he ribbed him. You've improved a lot since we first met, causing his older cousin to awkwardly retort that he was just a hothead back then. Suddenly, Leo Reston stopped and called Karen's name with an extremely serious expression. Placing a hand on his chest, Leo Reston solemnly declared, Though I still have many shortcomings, I will at least take a stab in the back for you. Karen was momentarily stunned, silent at the unexpected vow of loyalty from his older cousin. Karen Reston turned his back, giving a concise reply to his older cousin's vow. I know. Leo Reston looked straight ahead, his gaze firm. I know the depth of your talent, Karen. He admitted that Karan would reach a level he could never attain, and that was why he would stick close to him, to help even just a little. Karen Reston merely remained silent, closing his eyes as he listened to this unexpected declaration. The two cousins arrived at the Imperial Guard's training grounds, where the new recruits were sparring fiercely under the supervision of Zeros Winterguard. Zeros Winterguard turned around when he saw Karen and Leo enter his area. Leo Reston asked blankly why they were there, while Karen Reston's expression clearly showed something was up. Karen turned to his older cousin with a mischievous smile, asking in return, What else would we come to the training grounds for? Zeros Winterguard approached to greet them, and Karen bluntly stated his purpose. To train, of course. Zeros Winterguard confirmed with Karan. We have decided to proceed according to your request. While Leo Reston still had no idea what was going on. Amy Alura had just arrived at the training grounds when she ran into Karan Reston. The young man casually waved hello, leaving her bewildered. Amy Altura looked utterly confused, unable to believe Karen would choose to spar right in this critical situation. Karen Reston nonchalantly asked, Need a reason? Then calmly walked to the weapon rack and picked out a wooden sword. Throwing the sword directly at Amy Altura, Karen declared he wanted to personally test if she was skilled enough to follow in the footsteps of her idol, Cain later. Amy Altura caught the sword, her face still in shock from the sudden and arrogant provocation. Karen added another taunt, challenging Amy Altura to prove herself in front of the entire training grounds, which immediately sharpened her gaze. Seeing his opponent had taken the bait, Karen Reston smirked, gripping his wooden sword firmly, ready for a solo match. Karen nodded, seemingly satisfied with his opponent's spirit, then officially declared war. Amy Altura, I challenge you. Without a moment's hesitation, Amy Altura firmly accepted Karen Reston's challenge. Battle-hungry Karen demanded to start immediately, while Leo Reston stood frozen behind him, his brain still trying to process which chapter of the story he had just missed. Leo Reston froze, his brain unable to keep up with his younger cousin's audacity. What in the world are you planning, Karen? Zira's Winterguard and the Imperial Guard trainees also sensed the tension, believing that Karan coming to someone else's home turf to test their skill was clearly a declaration of challenge. Karen Reston declared bluntly that the match officially began. In the middle of the arena, Karen acted superior, even letting Amy Altura strike first, and she didn't hold back. Provoked, Amy Altura roared that she wouldn't hold back, then charged straight at Karen like an arrow. She poured all her strength into a downward chop, determined to defeat Karen with the very first strike. Swish. Karen merely raised his wooden sword to parry indifferently, effortlessly blocking Amy's full-power attack. The impact generated a powerful shockwave, but Karen didn't even flinch. Amy Altura was utterly shocked, unable to believe her attack was so easily neutralized by someone who hadn't even taken a stance. Facing Karen, Amy began to feel a terrifyingly familiar pressure, as if she were confronting a legend. Karen Reston's blue eyes flashed, and he muttered about the difference between Imperial swordplay and Sea-Wave swordplay, clearly using something of an entirely different caliber to teach his opponent a lesson. Finishing his words, Karen declared it was his turn, then shot forward like a ghost, at a speed far beyond what Amy Altura could imagine. Amy Altura only managed to perceive a blur rapidly closing in. She exclaimed in terror in her mind that this speed was too terrifying. Seeing the wooden sword strike approaching, Amy realized a harsh truth. This blow was impossible to block. The skill gap was too vast. Whoosh! A sharp sound echoed, and the match ended as quickly as it began. Amy Altura lay sprawled on the ground, her eyes wide and bewildered, completely unable to understand why she had been defeated in an instant. Karen rested his wooden sword, looking down at the defeated opponent with the tone of a master. Get up. Enemies on the battlefield won't wait for you. Her pride stung. Amy Altura gritted her teeth and struggled to her feet, retorting fiercely. I know that without you telling me, she roared. Then here I come, then unleashed her magic power, pouring all her might into attacking once more. Karen merely smirked. Too predictable. Then easily parried her sword and delivered an elbow strike to her side, making Amy cough violently, completely overwhelmed. Cornered, Amy Altura gritted her teeth and launched a dangerous sweeping strike aimed at Karen Reston's legs. Karen Reston simply stood still, calmly looking down. Trying to break my balance? Not a bad idea, but, without giving his opponent a chance to breathe, Karen dodged and swung his wooden sword directly at Amy Altura's back, concluding with a cold judgment. An attack without planning the next move is nothing short of suicide. Amy Altura fell sprawling, and Karen Reston stood with his sword, lecturing. If you die without defeating your enemy, what will happen to the people you want to protect? The trainees watching the match all nodded in agreement, while Zeras Winterguard and Leo Reston observed with thoughtful expressions. Leo Reston remarked that Imperial swordplay was renowned for its unpredictable techniques, with the ultimate goal of taking the enemy's life. Zeras Winterguard narrowed his eyes, realizing something was off. Karen Reston's swordplay was not like the Sea-Wave swordplay he knew. Leo Reston also noticed the same thing, and turned to ask his instructor, Instructor Zeras. Karen's movements are quite strange, aren't they? Zeras Winterguard smirked, praising, Your observational skills have improved a lot, Leo. Zeras Winterguard concluded with a statement that astonished everyone. The sword art Karen Reston is using is neither Imperial swordplay nor Sea-Wave swordplay, but a hybrid of both. Karen Reston stood on the platform, sharply ordering the kneeling Amy Altura. Get up. Leo Reston wondered why Karen was going so far, while Zeras Winterguard merely smirked, suggesting the young man cared a lot about Amy Altura. Zeras continued to analyze, pointing out that Amy Altura was also enjoying the match, and her every movement was gradually improving. Leo Reston could only remain silent, his face showing a helpless expression, unable to comprehend the logic of those two battle maniacs. Despite being bruised, Amy Altura still wore a fiery smile, clearly relishing this brutal training session. Amy Altura was defeated again, and Karen stood above, looking down and taunting. Huh, is that all you've got? While Karen was distracted, Amy Altura unexpectedly swung her wooden sword from the ground, striking his ankle. Lying flat on the ground, Amy Altura panted but confirmed her sneak attack had succeeded. Karen Reston looked down at the strike, then smiled, satisfied with his opponent's persistence, and praised, Good. After finishing his lesson with Amy Altura, Karen turned to the curious trainees, gesturing, Well then, now. Karen Reston smirked and declared, Next, making Leo Reston furious, Zeras speechless, and the trainees secretly criticize it as a trashy match. Seeing the lowly soldiers weren't skilled enough, Karen Reston changed his target and growled, If you're so curious about the Royal Knight's swordsmanship, then... Karen Reston spun around to the Royal Knights standing nearby and brazenly challenged, How about I fight you guys? Luke, the Royal Knight commander, coldly refused, saying his subordinates were busy protecting the palace and had no time to play with a kid. Hearing that, Karen Reston laughed gleefully, his eyes lighting up as his plan had succeeded. I didn't expect to catch such a big fish. Karen Reston stood on the arena, his sword on his shoulder, and pointed directly at a knight. It would be an honor if Sir Ryukheimer would guide me. Before the opponent could collect himself, Karen Reston added a fatal remark that left everyone stunned. Or how about we fight with real swords? Ryukheimer turned to question Leo Reston why he didn't stop his younger cousin, but Leo just casually turned to ask Xeris instead. When asked if Karen Reston had a chance to win, Luke replied curtly with a murderous aura. What happens in the arena stays in the arena. Leo Reston repeated the training ground rules, forcing Xeris to reluctantly agree, while Karen Reston had already taken a stance, ready for a life-or-death battle. Karen Reston carried his sword on his shoulder, smirking provocatively. So, shall we begin? Ryukheimer drew his sword, his cold eyes accepting the challenge. If you want it that badly, fine. I'll fight you. Ryukheimer's face hardened. The Royal Knight thought to himself that this time he'd teach the kid a lesson he'd never forget. The two opponents stood facing each other in the arena. Ryukheimer growled, calling Karen Reston the mad dog of Cheonghaesong. Ryukheimer, acting like a senior, let Karen Reston make the first move, and the kid immediately replied, "Then I won't hold back." As soon as he finished speaking, Karen Reston darted away like a ghost, his blue eyes glowing brightly, swinging his sword with terrifying speed. Ryukheimer was stunned by the terrifying surge of magic power emanating from Karen Reston, unable to believe his eyes. Clang! The two swords clashed, sparks flying. The power from Karen Reston's attack forced Ryukheimer to brace himself to defend. Ryukheimer gritted his teeth, realizing this was genuine Sea-Wave swordsmanship, and admitted that if he didn't focus, he'd be instantly defeated. Karen Reston, his entire body enveloped in surging blue magic power, leaped into the air, preparing to unleash a finishing blow from above. Ryukheimer launched a kick but was blocked by Karen Reston, creating a terrifying magic explosion that made the Royal Knight sweat, secretly thinking he was about to be swept away by this tidal wave. Amidst the exchange, Karen Reston, with his glowing eyes, immediately spotted a fatal opening in his opponent's defense. No longer underestimating him, Ryukheimer unleashed his magic power, roaring, deciding to unleash a finishing blow to end the match quickly. But Karen Reston was one step faster, suddenly appearing right behind the Royal Knight with an arrogant smile, leaving Ryukheimer frozen in terror. Without a second's hesitation, Karen swung his guillotine, delivering a clean slash to Ryukheimer's hip, fresh blood splattering, to the knight's astonishment. Ryukheimer only then realized that he had been tricked by this kid, who had intentionally lured an attack just to break his defense. The Royal Knight was utterly terrified, as he recognized the movements and the flow of magic on Karen's sword, stammering, "Is this the Emperor's sword?" From the stands, Xeris Winterguard could only remain silent, completely overwhelmed by Karen's incredible display of power. Xeris Winterguard turned to Sabina Reston, but she only smiled proudly and declared, "Calling him a genius might even be an insult." "Xeris," Winterguard repeated, his voice serious. "Can you feel it? Your disciple is facing a knight who is considered the future commander of the Royal Knights." Sabina Reston continued to praise her student, declaring that this 3-year-old kid was not only on par but was also copying and upgrading his opponent's swordsmanship right in the match. Ryukheimer also had to admit it was the real deal. He recognized the shadow of the Royal Knight's predecessor's swordsmanship from the kid in front of him. Karen Reston smirked challengingly, telling Ryuk to unleash his full power, and the Royal Knight immediately accepted the no-holds-barred solo challenge. The guillotine suddenly spoke in Karen's mind, warning curtly, "Master, I sense killing intent from him." Without another word, Ryukheimer roared and then unleashed his magic power, his entire body ablaze like a wild beast, charging forward. Karen Reston was also stunned, his eyes flashing blue as he sensed an unbelievably familiar aura from his opponent's move. Ryukheimer unleashed his ultimate technique, fiery sword energy forming a brilliant crescent moon, a move named Moonlight. Karen Reston secretly praised, "Not bad, Ryuk," as the crescent-shaped sword strike tore through the air and rushed towards him. But Karen was even more formidable. The kid also unleashed deep blue magic power, perfectly replicating the technique, Emperor's Sword, Sixth Form, Moonlight, and warned that if Ryuk couldn't dodge the hidden sword energy, he was finished. Not only copying, Karen also upgraded, adding a Sea-Wave Sword, Fifth Form, Rising Tide, creating a massive wave of sword energy to completely crush Ryuk's attack. Ryukheimer's Moonlight technique roared, drawing a gigantic crescent-shaped fiery sword strike that tore through the arena. Karen Reston didn't bother to dodge, countering with a surging deep blue wave of sword energy, ready to confront it head-on. Two streams of power, one fire, one water, clashed head-on in a spectacular display, promising an earth-shattering explosion. Boom! Karen Reston's wave of sword energy easily swallowed and completely extinguished the Royal Knight's fiery sword strike. But Karen Reston immediately realized something was wrong. His eyes flashed. A fake? This Moonlight? Could it be? Ryukheimer also gaped, unable to believe why that kid's moonlight technique was on a completely different level. From the stands, Leo Reston's face drained of all color, screaming in alarm, worried for his cousin. Karen, dodge. The truth was revealed. Karen Reston didn't dodge at all. He was standing proudly right on Ryukheimer's moonlight sword strike, turning his opponent's attack into a foothold for himself. Leo Reston could only stare in stunned silence at the unbelievable sight, as the aftershocks of the collision violently erupted. However, despite having the absolute upper hand, Karen Reston still coughed up a mouthful of blood, showing that the recent collision was not as gentle as it seemed. An orange-haired knight froze, unable to believe the sight before her eyes. Karen Reston grabbed Ryukheimer by the collar, blue magic power surging around him, and growled, "Answer me." His eyes glowed brightly as he questioned him directly. "That moonlight technique, who taught you?" The entire training ground fell silent. The trainees could only stare, frozen, at the sight of the royal knight having a sword pressed to his neck by a 10-year-old kid. Karen let go, feigning apology while Ryukheimer coughed violently. "I apologize, Sir Ryuk. Please forgive me. I seem to have gotten a bit carried away." Ryukheimer clutched his neck, breaking out in a cold sweat, unable to believe a child's strength could be so terrifying, but still asked worriedly, "More importantly, young Master Karen, are you all right?" Karen Reston casually looked at the bloodstain on his shirt. "Oh, this?" He brushed his hand, with an overwhelming aura. "This minor wound will heal in an instant. Sorry, I got a bit too excited." As he finished speaking, Karen returned to the main topic, his eyes sharp. "By the way, Sir Ryuk, that moonlight technique, who did you learn it from?" Ryukheimer pondered, his mind full of questions. He not only wondered who taught this kid, but also why he knew about moonlight. Ryukheimer questioned how a kid could know the moonlight technique of Royal Knight Karya, but Karen Reston dismissed it. "You haven't even answered my question yet, and you're already making demands?" Karen Reston turned the tables, pointing directly at the Royal Knight's face, and began lecturing him about Ryukheimer's own moonlight technique. Ryukheimer broke out in a cold sweat, freezing as he heard Karen analyze the technique's fatal flaw. What if there wasn't just one fake moon, but several? Karen Reston continued to add, pointing out how to upgrade the technique by giving substance to illusions, then casually apologized for his unnecessary interference. Having been taught a lesson he'd never forget, Ryukheimer could only bow his head in complete submission, thanking the kid for his valuable advice. Karen Reston thought to himself that he initially thought Ryukheimer was a corrupt man because he was backed by the Diaz family, but it seemed this guy wasn't so bad after all. The trainees watching whispered among themselves, believing this match would be a rude awakening for the complacent royal guards. Karen Reston turned, advising Ryukheimer like a senior not to let raw talent like Amy Alura go to waste. Ryukheimer bitterly realized that this kid wasn't just teaching a royal guard like him a lesson, but was also paving the way for Amy Altura's talent to shine. Watching Karen Reston leave, Ryukheimer fully admitted defeat. This was a complete loss, both in swordsmanship and character. Ryukheimer bowed his head, admitting he was too ashamed for revealing killing intent towards a child like Karen Reston. The royal guard sincerely thanked him for the lesson and promised a rematch, but Karen Reston coolly replied, "Let's make it 4 years from now." A Reston family knight suddenly announced an order from Grand Duke Yahello. Due to causing too many commotions, Karen Reston would be confined for 4 years, which stunned the young boy. Ryukheimer watched him go, declaring he would wait and see just how formidable Karen Reston would become in the next 4 years. Karen Reston smirked defiantly, retorting that he, too, would wait and see if Ryukheimer's moonlight technique would improve at all. Provoked, Ryukheimer smiled with determination, accepting the future solo challenge. In a magnificent mansion at night, a high-level meeting was underway, discussing the petal demoness's ability to conceal dark magic. Tails Reston, Raphael Reston, and another noble concluded that this was why detection magic had been completely useless at the royal banquet. Raphael Reston questioned Duke Salmon's absence, while Tails Reston muttered about the troubles caused by refugees from the war in the Southern Kingdom. Raphael continued to connect the events, pointing out that the deserters who attacked the Belus territory also came from the Southern Kingdom, asserting that this was an extremely sensitive situation. Duke Kirin reported the situation, his voice hesitant, as he said, the Royal Guard was investigating but needed more time. Kirin continued his analysis, stating that even if the dark magic was concealed, the intruder would still need a verified identity to enter the Imperial Palace, clearly indicating an insider. Raphael Reston dropped a bombshell. The body of Lady Talisman, whose identity was stolen by the Petal Demoness, had just been found on the outskirts 2 hours ago. Tails Reston immediately pointed the finger at Duke Kieran, sharply questioning the connection between his house and the Talisman family, prompting Marquess Diaz to interject a reminder. Duke Kieran glared, demanding that Tails use proper honorifics for his status, but also admitted that the Talisman family indeed had a close relationship with his own. Marquess Diaz broke out in a cold sweat, hastily clarifying that his Diaz family had absolutely nothing to do with this incident. Duke Kieran coldly reassured Marquess Diaz, asserting that he knew the old man wasn't foolish enough to do something reckless and simply wanted to cooperate. Grand Duke Yahello finally spoke, his voice radiating killing intent. Not only did a demon infiltrate the Imperial Palace, but my two beloved grandchildren almost lost their lives twice on the way here. Yahello's eyes blazed with magic, and he growled, declaring that Karen and Leo were the future of the family, and he would not spare the rats who had secretly infiltrated the Imperial Palace, nor their backers. Tails Reston silently listened to his father's wrath, his face expressionless as he heard the assertion. They tried to destroy the future of the Reston family. In a magnificent room, the dying emperor called out his son's name, Eorn. With a serious expression, the emperor warned his son, "You absolutely must not anger Grand Duke Yahello. You must not make him an enemy." Eorn bowed in obedience, promising to remember his father's words while the emperor weakly clutched his hand. Scene change. Raphael Reston, expressionless, declared, "Starting today, 4 divisions of the Sea Wave Knights will be stationed at the Imperial Palace." Duke Kieran was heavily shocked and stammered a question, but Grand Duke Yahello stood with his arms crossed, sneering, and announced that he had finalized the deal with the Emperor. Grand Duke Yahello continued to assert his dominance, declaring that his 2 grandchildren would frequently enter and exit the Imperial Palace to assist the investigation. Marquess Diaz and Duke Kieran could only listen in silence to the firm declaration that the Reston family would find the culprits and make them pay. Grand Duke Yahello smirked, his voice full of menace. "No one will escape this investigation, even if they possess royal blood." Duke Kieran was seething with rage but could do nothing. Marquess Diaz gave up, his face ashen, and muttered, "It's over. The Reston family has won this game absolutely." Night fell upon the capital, signaling that the 50 years of peace were nearing their end. At the Reston family mansion, 2 major powers were preparing for a new confrontation. Grand Duke Yahello and the chief, 2 powerful in-laws, finally had a meeting. Yahello raised his glass, his voice deepening. "It's been a long time since we've sat down for a drink like this, my in-law." The chief also took a sip, admitting that both of them were too busy to meet regularly. However, the chief changed the subject, his eyes sharpening as he declared that from now on, they would likely have to meet constantly. Yahello was unfazed, his eyes blazing as he firmly declared, "You're talking about this investigation, aren't you?" Gripping his wine glass, Yahello sneered domineeringly, declaring that from now on, the Reston family would expand its influence in the capital. He directly appointed Pale Reston as the one in charge of this task, which couldn't help but surprise the chief. Yahello explained that although he was bound by family traditions, he understood his son's abilities better than anyone. Yahello firmly asserted that among his sons, Pale was the most suitable to handle affairs in the capital. The chief frowned, questioning why someone as secretive as Yahello would tell him about these internal plans. Yahello leaned closer, his eyes sharp, and flatly demanded that his in-law lend a hand, which completely surprised the chief. The chief regained his composure, scoffing that this wasn't Yahello's style, as he knew full well this went against his principles. The chief emphasized that overtly interfering in the power struggle was something he always avoided. Yahello's voice lowered as he poured wine, recalling the recent attack as an explanation. Wine overflowed the glass as Yahello growled that Karen had almost lost his life, and he was doing all this just so Pale would have enough power to protect his son. Yahello's eyes flashed with magic, and for the first time, he humbly requested, "Please help him." The chief asked about Karan's fate, but Yahello stated directly, "No, he will return to Cheonghaesong and be confined for 4 years." Yahello confidently declared that the boy was smart enough to understand his intentions, and the chief immediately realized, this is special training under the guise of confinement. Yahello drained his wine glass, a look of satisfaction on his face after the negotiation with his in-law went as planned. The chief also took a sip, asserting that if Yahello was determined to train Karen systematically, he was ready to play along. With sharp eyes, the chief concluded with a firm statement. "Just say the word, my in-law." Yahello poured more wine, thanking his in-law for understanding. The game of the 2 old foxes was officially set. Night fell upon the capital. The conversation between the 2 leading powers had decided the future of many. The scene shifted to daytime, and the capital's streets returned to their usual bustling appearance. Karen Reston, accompanied by 2 blonde attendants, visited a familiar tailor shop. Karen informed the tailor that he was about to return to Cheonghaesong and wouldn't be able to come to the capital for a while. The young boy instructed him to send the clothes directly to Cheonghaesong once they were finished, and the tailor Luhan respectfully obeyed. Luhan even enthusiastically offered to prepare the formal attire for Karen's coming-of-age ceremony, promising to pour his heart and soul into it. In the middle of their conversation, Amy Alura suddenly appeared at the shop entrance, startling everyone. Leo Reston immediately recognized the swordswoman, her face still covered with bandages after the practice match. Karen Reston scoffed as he asked about her condition, nonchalantly claiming he had gone easy on her, while Amy Alura could only bitterly think to herself, "After beating me like a dog." Amy Alura forced herself to act fine, declaring these minor injuries were nothing at all. But no sooner had she spoken than a wave of pain hit her, making her wince. Karen ignored it, getting straight to the point. "So, when are you going to pay for the meat?" Amy Alura confidently declared that she would soon be able to repay her debt, as she was about to receive an official appointment. She then boasted that her trainer was none other than Ryuk Heimer, a name weighty enough to catch the attention of both Karen and Leo Reston. Karen immediately saw through her, pointedly asking if she intended to join that faction, causing Amy to hastily deny it. To prove her point, Amy played her trump card. Grand Duke Yahello had agreed to become her patron. Finally, Amy Alura bowed deeply, thanking Karen Reston and swearing she would never forget the favor she believed he had arranged. Amy Alura made a pact with Karen Reston, telling him to visit Cheonghaesong once he reached 6-star rank, and the boy nodded instantly. Certainly. Karen turned to his junior, Leo Reston, and with a sinister smile, declared he would truly and rigorously train him in the moonlight sword art, making Leo break out in a cold sweat. Amy Alura bid farewell and left. Karen waved, while Leo Reston urged him to prepare for their next plan. Just as they were about to leave, the tailor Luhan called out, saying he had something he wanted to give to young Master Karen. Luhan approached the two boys, declaring he had something he wished to bestow upon Karen. The item presented was a brooch, and Luhan revealed it was a memento of Sir Kane, which stunned Karen Reston. The tailor recounted that Kane had repaired it just before his death, and Karen simply remained silent, holding the memento of his own past life. Karen wondered why he was given it, and Luhan asserted it was because he saw Kane's image in him. Luhan believed that Kane himself would want Karen to possess it, even knowing that Amy might be sad. He affirmed that every item belongs to its rightful owner, and Amy would understand. Karen Reston took the brooch, a faint smirk on his face as he accepted the gift from his past. Karen Reston thanked Luhan and promised to take good care of the memento, his demeanor utterly composed. Donning his new outfit, Karen turned to Leo Reston with a smirk and asked, "How is it? Does it suit me?" Which left his junior dumbfounded. In Luhan's mind, the image of the formidable Kane later in a red outfit reappeared, asking the exact same question, which stunned the old tailor. Luhan smiled contentedly, affirming with certainty, "Of course, it suits you very well." The group left the tailor shop, stepping out onto a bustling street. After walking a short distance, Leo Reston noticed something amiss and turned to Karen Reston. "Karen, don't you think something strange?" Leo Reston pointed out the harsh truth. "Everyone's been staring at us this whole time." While Karen Reston was still bewildered, Karen Reston turned around and was utterly shocked to see a whole crowd gathered, staring intently at him. A brown-haired knight suddenly appeared, patted Karen Reston on the shoulder and declared, "You've become famous." The knight bluntly explained, "Rumors of you humiliating Sir Ryuk have spread everywhere. That man who's called the successor, Knight Captain." Revelio smirked, confirming the rumor was true. Of course it spread quickly. While Karen Reston stammered, realizing this man was the prince. Under the setting sun, Revelio casually asked, "You're returning to Cheonghaesong City tomorrow, aren't you?" The group sat on a stone bench. Revelio put his arm around Karen Reston's shoulder and teased, "4 years of house arrest? Grand Duke Yahello really spoils you, doesn't he?" Karen snapped irritably, "Get your hand off me." Revelio didn't let go, even boasting, "I even gave you the world tree due, so be a little nicer, won't you?" But Karen only growled, "If I'd known, I wouldn't have accepted it." Hugo Reston also chimed in, "Anyway, you only beat Sir Ryuk thanks to me, you know?" While Karen was still struggling with Revelio's arm, Hugo muttered, assessing the situation, "The madman of the royal palace, and the mad dog of Cheonghaesong City. What a dizzying combination." Hugo watched Karen and the others bickering, and couldn't understand. Being watched by so many people and still so carefree. What on earth are you thinking? Karen Reston finally noticed the blonde noble. "Ah, Sir Hugo," and was immediately answered. Hugo Reston seriously declared his identity, As a member of the royal family, I am always grateful to the Reston family. I hope you understand that. Revelio broke the solemn atmosphere, still with his arm around Charon's shoulder, and teased Hugo. No need, Your Highness. Royal brother should be thanking me instead. Hugo Reston's face was cold as he declared his merit. I was the one who saved you from the demon race. If not for me, you would all be gone by now, contrary to rumors. Revelio still had his arm around Charon Reston, teasing Hugo. You're always so consistent, aren't you? Then he praised himself. At least I, the sixth prince, act like a normal person, unlike some others. Charon Reston's annoyance was clear. Can you really say that with a straight face? Tired of the teasing, Revelio stretched and stood up, declaring, I should return to the royal palace soon. Revelio turned to look at Charon Reston with a meaningful smile, emphasizing, 4 years. I'll be looking forward to seeing how much crazier you become after 4 years. Revelio unexpectedly placed a hand on Charon Reston's head, a gesture both intimate and senior-like, leaving the boy to silently look up at him. Revelio extended his hand, challenging, Royal brother, I hope you also become the biggest scoundrel in the royal palace. Charon Reston wasn't intimidated, shaking his hand firmly in response. I hope so too. Hugo Reston stood alone, speechless at the bizarre interaction between the two madmen, muttering, or perhaps not. Revelio turned his back and walked away with the royal knights, not forgetting to thank them. Thank you, Charon. Leo. Thanks to you two. I don't have to worry about that archer anymore. After the royal party left, Charon Reston stood up, signaling to Leo Reston and Hugo Reston, come on, let's go home too. Charon Reston smirked confidently, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. It's time to prepare for house arrest. Charon Reston's mother was tearful, while head butler Heinrich and the retinue of servants stood solemnly, waving goodbye to the young master as he departed. Charon Reston poked his head out of the armored carriage, waving back with a wide grin, as if he were going on vacation rather than preparing for a period of house arrest. Inside the carriage, Leo Reston anxiously inquired about the house arrest, unable to understand why his brother could be so calm. You really have no complaints? Charon Reston ignored the question, calling Leo Reston by name, which left his younger brother bewildered, not knowing what was about to happen. With sharp eyes, Charon Reston rallied his younger brother. Didn't this trip to the capital make you realize how many strong individuals there are in this world? We truly need to become stronger. In the front seats, Xeris, Winterguard, and the bald subordinate were chatting about someone who had caused a lot of trouble, leaving the two young masters in the back to listen in silence. Charon Reston began to tease his reluctant guardian. Sir Xeris, can't we take a private carriage? Do you really have to come along just to nag us? Xeris coldly replied that it was the family head's order to ensure the two boys didn't cause any more incidents. Charon Reston leaned close to Xeris Winterguard, his tone provocative. Even without a clear subject, why do I feel like you're targeting me? Which left Xeris silently enduring it. Xeris Winterguard sighed, concluding, Your intuition is improving, young man. So, during your leave before house arrest, will you behave quietly? As the carriage rolled away from the Seawave Knights Order's base, finally, the carriage arrived at its destination, a magnificent building with unique architecture, smoke rising from gear-shaped chimneys under the setting sun. No sooner had they arrived than the tailor Luhan eagerly rushed out to greet Charon Reston and Leo Reston like VIPs, calling the two young masters by name intimately. Luhan enthusiastically invited the group inside for food and drink, but Charon Reston politely shook his hand and flatly refused, clearly showing his gratitude but declining the offer. The tailor was bewildered by the refusal. Charon Reston coldly informed him that they had other places to go and no time for delays. Luhan could only watch as the group turned their backs and left. Xeris Winterguard and the two young masters headed straight for the carriage without a single glance back. As night fell, Xeris Winterguard was now escorting the two young masters on foot down an unfamiliar street, truly like a guardian having to look after two mischievous boys. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from the dark alley, and a hooded figure slowly emerged, making Leo Reston jump. The mysterious figure pulled down his hood, revealing a familiar scarred face. It was the intelligence operative Julio. Julio bowed respectfully to Xeris Winterguard, while Leo Reston recognized the acquaintance and called out his name. Xeris Winterguard nodded, acknowledging Julio's hard work, but the informant humbly replied that it was his duty. Julio gestured for them to follow, announcing that Lady Poina was waiting, preparing for an important meeting about to take place. Poina, the Elven Guild president of the Calico Guild, sat casually, thanking Charon Reston for accepting her request, leaving the two young masters of the Reston family bewildered. Charon Reston immediately snapped, clarifying that he was absolutely not friends with that sixth prince, causing Leo Reston beside him to panic and quickly call his brother's name. Poina merely chuckled, waving her hand dismissively. Whatever, consider it as Rio gaining another reliable protector. As she finished speaking, the guard Cal stepped forward, presenting a box, and declaring it a thank you gift from the guild. Poina introduced the gift as Elven apple wine, a rare commodity, while Karen Reston took the box with an unamused expression. The guild president, emboldened, immediately sealed the deal of entrusting Rio to him, making Karen Reston visibly uncomfortable but unable to flat out refuse. Seeing that her opponent had fallen into the trap, Poina smiled contentedly and thanked him for the reluctant cooperation. That night, on their way back, Xeris Winterguard instructed the two young masters to rest well for their journey tomorrow, not forgetting to tease them about the bottle of wine. The next morning, the entire group was at the train station, where a classic steam train was waiting to depart for the next leg of their journey. Unexpectedly, Rohan Bellis appeared, greeting the group with an enthusiastic expression, making Karen Reston immediately recognize the familiar Baron. Rohan Bellis announced that he had officially become a Baron after his father's retirement, causing Leo Reston to marvel at the aura of a powerful individual. The Baron acted overly friendly, patting Leo Reston's head, and boasting that he had just inherited both the title and a lucrative mineral mine, making him extremely excited. Rohan Bellis led the group on a tour, constantly flattering them that everything was thanks to the Reston family before they entered the city. Inside a workshop, Rohan Bellis introduced it as a mana crystal development zone, built with financial support from the Reston family. He continued to explain that thanks to Poina of the Calico Guild, they had recruited many skilled craftsmen, and even one of the craftsmen nodded in acknowledgement of her skill. Rohan Bellis offered a high-quality monostone as a gift to Karen Reston and Leo Reston, making Leo mutter that it would surely fetch a good price. Karen Reston's eyes immediately lit up, and he rubbed his hands, calculating how much he would pocket, despite Leo Reston's reminder not to be hasty. Xeris Winterguard could only facepalm in exasperation, while Rohan Bellis was delighted that the boy was as greedy as ever, and sarcastically remarked that his own pockets would also fill up. Xeris Winterguard had no choice but to apologize on Karen Reston's behalf for his childish behavior, but Rohan Bellis merely laughed it off. The Baron looked at Karen Reston and remarked that it was good to see him retain his true nature after going through so many dangerous events. Karen Reston chuckled gleefully, holding the monostone and letting out a sigh of relief, while Leo Reston beside him also showed a clear, greedy expression. The group finally arrived at the capital, and a familiar voice called out, "Karen!" Upon meeting, Karen Reston rushed into his mother's arms, while his father, Pale Reston, stood beside them, smiling contentedly. Leo Reston was startled to see his aunt, Sabina Reston, appear with a formidable escort, and quickly greeted her. Leo Reston bowed respectfully to Sabina Reston in front of the entire family. Sabina Reston turned to ask Leo how he was, making the young boy a little flustered. Sabina Reston gently placed her hand on Leo's head, praising him for looking healthy. Praised by his aunt, Leo Reston blushed, stammering a shy thank you. Pale Reston placed a hand on Karen Reston's shoulder, officially welcoming his son home. Looking at the magnificent family mansion, Karen Reston replied to his father, confirming his safe return. 2 weeks later in Cheonghaesong, night fell over the majestic Reston family castle. The powerful voice of the patriarch echoed, ordering Karen Reston confined for 4 years, and asking if he had any objections. Inside the study, Karen calmly accepted, "No, patriarch." Standing before the imposing Yahello, Karen, along with Leo, Hugo, and Leon, bowed in obedience, making the patriarch appear satisfied. Yahello waved his hand, dismissing Hugo, Leon, and Leo. When head butler Heinrich opened the door, Pale Reston lingered, asking his father if he had any other instructions, and the answer was yes. Yahello sat regally behind his desk, preparing to unleash a shocking decision before his children and grandchildren. The old patriarch declared sternly, entrusting all of the family's diplomatic affairs to Pale, leaving his children and grandchildren stunned. Raphael Reston was the first to erupt, questioning Yahello why he would entrust such a crucial responsibility to someone who hadn't even awakened mana, like Pale. He shouted that it was unacceptable, but Yahello merely glanced down with a cold, sharp gaze, retorting, "Do you think so?" Tails Reston also spoke up, agreeing with his younger brother, stating that the patriarch's decision was unprecedented. Yahello admitted as much, but the old man also emphasized that the family was facing unprecedented problems, requiring a different solution. Yahello growled, directly challenging his two sons. Who is the one who secures the majority of the family's assets? Who is the most trusted by nobles across the entire empire? The old patriarch erupted with a blazing blue aura of intimidation, roaring a rhetorical question about Pale's achievements. leaving all his sons speechless and daring not to utter a sound. Without bothering to argue further, Yahello turned to the protagonist of the scene and called out directly, "Pale." Pale Reston started, responding, while Yahello declared that this was a position of immense power, not a joke. The old patriarch looked directly into his youngest son's eyes, emphasizing the enormous responsibility that came with it, and asking directly, "Do you accept?" Despite a slight hesitation under the pressure, Pale Reston resolutely accepted the important task entrusted to him by his father. In another room, Karen Reston turned to ask Leo Reston, "I heard you were seriously injured in the capital." Karen showed concern, asking if Leo's condition had improved, which seemed to surprise and fluster his cousin. Leo Reston boasted that he had eaten and slept well, so he was perfectly fine. Karen Reston merely nodded, saying that was good news. Leon Reston unexpectedly proposed a solo match. "Actually, I want to spar with you," which made Leo jump. Leon smiled provocatively, her eyes flashing with blue mana, suggesting they fight seriously with real swords, while Karen realized she bore no ill will. Karan muttered to himself, wondering about Leon's skill level compared to the recognized genius. Hugo. In another scene, Sabina Reston was downing wine and thinking about Leon, while a shirtless young man was cleaning his weapon nearby. Sabina bluntly remarked that Leon truly lacked talent in mana training, but she smirked, asserting that if only swordsmanship was considered, Leon could even catch up to her brother. Leo Reston was shocked upon hearing this, never expecting someone so stingy with praise as his master to rate Leon so highly. Leon Reston, known as the Southern Bandit Slayer, declared that sparring with real swords against Karen was an honor. Leo looked uneasy, turning to Karen and whispering that he wasn't sure if Zeras would allow this match to take place. Leo Reston showed his worry, thinking that asking Zeras for permission would be a problem, but Karen Reston merely asked coldly for the reason. Leon Reston explained that Zeras had left for the North Sea, which made Leo Reston dumbfounded. Worried for her master, Sabina Reston, Leon Reston declared that if everyone agreed, she would take a big step and ask her grandfather directly for permission. As she finished speaking, the door burst open, and the eldest young master Tails Reston, along with his son Hugo Reston and their subordinates, entered, startling everyone. Tails Reston called out Hugo Reston, Leon Reston, and Karen Reston by name, ordering the three children to follow him, completely ignoring Leo Reston. With a condescending look, Tails Reston acknowledged that the children's achievements in the capital had brought honor to the family, but he immediately put them in their place, warning them all not to rest on their laurels, because he would always be watching, then turned his back and left. Leon Reston turned to look at Karan Reston, her eyes full of provocation, challenging him to a proper one-on-one match next time. Looking at Leon Reston's retreating back, Karen Reston suddenly remembered that she was the one who had said he needed to prepare for his awakening ceremony. Raphael Reston, the hot-headed second young master, unexpectedly appeared, blocking Hugo Reston's path, growling why he was only telling him now, clearly implying there was internal turmoil. Raphael Reston blocked Hugo Reston's path, beginning his pitch. "I'm very different from my older brother. I treat Karen like my own son." He pointed towards Karen Reston and Leo Reston standing in the distance, feigning friendliness. "Those two are as close as brothers. It would be even better if you were close to them too." Raphael Reston patted Hugo Reston's shoulder, his tone like that of a superior. "I know you can't believe it right away, but just remember my words." He smirked confidently, declaring boldly, "Eventually, you and I will be on the same side." Hugo Reston responded to the persuasion with sharp eyes and absolute silence, clearly showing his disdain. Seeing his persuasion fail, Raphael Reston turned his back and left, calling Leo Reston to follow, and the young boy quickly assented and scurried after him. As soon as the others were out of sight, Pale Reston appeared, rushing to his son, asking anxiously, "Karen, are you all right?" Pale Reston placed a hand on Karen Reston's shoulder, stating firmly, "I will definitely protect you." He looked directly into his son's eyes, his voice serious yet filled with affection. "Do you trust your father?" Karen Reston looked up, his eyes unwavering, and replied concisely and trustingly, "Of course." 2 years passed, and the promise made back then began to take shape under the moonlight. The city of Cheonghaesong was completely transformed. Construction sites sprang up everywhere, and the atmosphere was bustling with work. A nobleman pointed, exclaiming in admiration at how vibrant the city had become in just 2 short years. This man, named Phile, thought to himself that Cheonghaesong, from a remote backwater, had become the economic hub of the entire north. A monocle aide, sitting nearby, praised Phile as truly exceptional, but also teased that it meant he was always swamped with work. Phile smiled, suddenly realizing that all these earth-shattering changes stemmed from the day he met Karen, wondering how much the young boy had changed since then. A carriage entered the city, and Karen's voice rang out with anticipation. "It's been 2 years. I've been looking forward to this." Karen Reston, now looking like a young man, stood with his arms crossed, exuding the air of a superior, asking directly, "Where is what I asked for, Baron?" Fail, now called Baron 21, handed Karen a box while grumbling why he didn't greet him first. Karen hugged the box, laughing delightedly, saying that he finally met File again after 2 years apart. Rohan Bellis looked at Karen and thought to himself that the young boy was still the same, only his body had grown. Karen Reston unexpectedly appeared, confidently offering to guide Rohan as he guessed the Baron had come to meet his father. Karen smiled meaningfully, promising to show him the fastest way, making Rohan Bellis wonder if the young boy had matured at all. Karen acted superior, implying that not everyone got a personal escort from him, leaving Rohan Bellis speechless. Both entered the office, and Pale Reston stood up to formally welcome Baron Rohan. Pale explained that he had sent Karen in his stead due to being swamped with work, and also inquired if his son had caused any offense. Karen immediately puffed out his chest, asserting that he was extremely well behaved, while Rohan Bellis beside him broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself that it wasn't exactly true. Pale let the matter drop, getting straight to the main point, and asking Rohan about the plan to launch the Magic Crystal business project. Rohan admitted the plan was facing a major obstacle, the inability to recruit highly skilled technicians. A problem Pale also nodded in agreement was difficult. As Pale Reston and Rohan Bellis were lamenting that no family was willing to release their technicians, Karen Reston suddenly spoke up from behind. "Why worry?" Karen stepped forward with the demeanor of a precocious elder, boldly declaring, "If they're hard to find within the Empire, then just look outside, right?" Both Pale Reston and Rohan Bellis were stunned by the unusual idea, and Rohan Bellis quickly asked what the young boy meant. Karen casually revealed intelligence. The southern kingdoms are embroiled in war, which made Pale Reston immediately understand the issue, asking if his son intended to lure technicians from there. Karen smirked triumphantly, asserting that there must be plenty of people wanting to escape the war, and all they needed to do was promise them a safe life and better treatment to seal the deal. Rohan Bellis immediately countered, arguing that the southern kingdoms wouldn't be foolish enough to let their top experts slip away. Pale Reston nodded in agreement, adding that even if they could exploit the chaos of war to act secretly, convincing the technicians would still be a difficult problem. Karen then played his trump card with a meaningful smile, suggesting that the problem would be solved if a person of standing from the main family personally stepped forward. Immediately understanding that his troublesome son wanted to volunteer himself, Pale Reston instantly shot down the idea, sternly warning Karen that he was still under house arrest and shouldn't even think about stepping outside. Karen nonchalantly replied to his father, stating why he should go personally when there was someone else. With a cunning smile, the young boy pointed directly at the problem. "Don't we have a cousin who's just idling around?" Pale Reston held his head, speechless at his son's slyness, while Rohan Bellis remained bewildered. Not understanding what was happening, the scene shifted to a magnificent train station, signaling the start of a long journey. At the station, Karen reassured a trembling Leo, revealing that Sister Rion from the south would be coming to assist. Karen listed the forces, confirming that Hans and the Sea Wave Knights would also accompany them, and Hans seemed quite excited to be on a mission after a long time. Karen carefully instructed Leo, reminding him to register as a mercenary in TB before acting, and Leo could only hesitantly agree. Leo looked at Karen, saying seriously that while Karen was under house arrest, he would continue to take on missions, and this might be their last farewell. Karen confidently gave a thumbs up, promising to meet again in 2 years when both were stronger, and didn't forget to add a brotherly threat. "Don't get hurt. If you get hurt, I'll kill you." Leo Reston smirked confidently, his eyes unwavering. Standing next to the blonde cousin, Leo called out after the moving train, "See you again when we're even stronger, Karen." The steam train began to roll, trailing a plume of white smoke, officially departing from the station. The blonde cousin standing on the platform suddenly turned around in surprise, as if he had discovered something. "Huh?" He froze when he saw Leo's mother, the powerful red-haired woman, standing there imposingly with an attendant. The overwhelming aura of Leo's mother made the blonde cousin recoil a step. The blonde cousin turned to taunt Leo with a smug look. "You think you're throwing yourself into dangerous missions for my sake? Well, that's true. So I guess I can't help it." His eyes sharpened, and his smile was calculating and challenging. "Just you wait." The scene shifted to the train entering the fortress city of Cheonghae-sung, and the blonde cousin silently declared his ambition. "The son, who will become Cheonghae-sung's pride. It's all thanks to me." Amidst the magnificent Reston mansion, the call for young master echoed. A bald attendant stood high above, relaying the order. "The family head is looking for you, sir." The attendant silently approached a massive wooden door, looking tense. He gingerly raised his hand, hesitantly calling the room's occupant once more. Crash! The door burst open with terrifying force, slamming straight into the attendant's face and sending him flying. Karen Reston stepped out, one hand on his hip, the other pressing down on the guard's head, a haughty smirk on his face. Karen Reston's eyes were sharp as knives as he coldly asked, "What is it?" The attendant turned pale with fear, stammering out the family head's order. And Karen Reston simply replied curtly, "Really?" Upon hearing this, Karen immediately strode forward, declaring, "Then let's go," leaving the attendant scrambling to follow. The scene shifted indoors, revealing that over the past 4 years, the situation across both the Empire and the entire continent had changed dramatically. In the office, Yahello poured wine as he reported the situation. "From interrogating the royal guards, I've learned that demons have begun appearing across the continent." He stood up, exuding an overwhelming aura. "The current situation can be described as utter chaos. This is the reality you will have to face." Yahello handed Karen Reston a glass of wine, getting straight to the point. "So, Karen, the achievements you've made during your confinement." With sharp eyes, Yahello continued to probe. "Does the pure blue mana flowing within you tell you that you are ready?" Karen Reston smirked confidently, his blue eyes flashing. "If I weren't ready, you wouldn't have ended my confinement, family head." Yahello gently closed his eyes, letting out a breath, clearly speechless at his grandson's arrogant yet capable attitude. "Your impudent attitude hasn't changed a bit, has it?" After a moment, Yahello drained his glass and asked, "Your confinement is over. Is there anything you wish to do?" Karen replied without hesitation, "I want to leave Chonghaezong." Yahello showed little surprise. "After being locked up for 4 years, that's only natural." "Good. I will find a suitable mission for you." The scene shifted to another office, where Karen Reston met his father after a year apart, and remarked bluntly, "Father, you still look so tired." Pale Reston sat in his chair, looking at his son with a mix of pride and weariness. "Don't worry, I have my reasons for doing this. By the way, reaching 6th star at your age," Pale Reston praised his son to the skies, saying that only the founding ancestor had ever reached that level at such an age, to which Karen Reston coldly replied, "You flatter me, father." Pale Reston smiled, asking directly about his son's future plans. Karen Reston smirked calculatingly, declaring that he would take on a mission to have an excuse to leave Chonghaesong. Karen held out his hand, stating directly that he wanted the item he requested before leaving, and Pale Reston showed no surprise. Pale Reston handed his son an extremely high-quality payment authorization certificate, telling him to take it. He explained that this was the money earned from Leo's successful mission 2 years ago, and now it entirely belonged to Karen. Pale Reston reminded his son that this money was the fruit of the entire family's and the Belus territory's efforts, to which Karen simply replied, "Of course, father." Pale Reston secretly thought his son's answer was good, but he wasn't sure if he truly understood the full weight behind this money. Crash! The door was blown open, and Raphael Reston, a blond man with a ponytail wearing a fur-collared cloak, kicked it in, interrupting the father-son moment. This man was Raphael Reston, who laughed maniacally and yelled, "Your confinement is over. You should have told your uncle, Karen." Karen Reston was talking to his father when Ulrich Lestern, a muscular blond man, burst in, startling Pale Reston into calling him youngest uncle. The man named Ulrich Lestern acted extremely familiar, putting Karen in a headlock like a toy and excitedly calling his name. Still in a headlock, Ulrich reminded Karan that they had an agreement for him to be called junior uncle, leaving Karan to silently endure. Ulrich released Karan, grandly announcing that he had brought a special mission that had been unanimously approved by the elders. He held out a blood-stained scroll, explaining that it was a plea for aid from the south, reporting on monster activity in the border region. Ulrich recounted that the elders were initially prejudiced against him, but after seeing his achievements during the recent confinement, their attitude did a complete 180. The uncle concluded that this was the true nature of the Reston family, where strength was truth, which was why they were now eagerly seeking his help. Karen held a fruit knife, coldly pointing out the flaw. "A trivial monster extermination requires an elders meeting? This is too ordinary." Ulrich burst into delighted laughter at his nephew's sharpness, patting his shoulder and admitting, "Exactly. If it were just a regular mission, it wouldn't be necessary." His smile vanished, and Ulrich Lestern's face turned serious, confirming that the monster extermination was just a pretext and getting to the main point. Ulrich Lestern threw out a name. "Have you ever heard of Karya Act?" Causing Karen Reston to freeze instantly. Ulrich Lestern smirked at his nephew's reaction. while Pale Reston immediately confirmed. Yes, one of the Suicide Squad members who fought alongside Sir Kane. Pale Reston wondered, as according to historical records, the entire squad had perished at the Royal Palace 50 years ago, and Ulrich Lestern nodded, confirming that was the official information. Ulrich Lestern revealed a shocking secret. But my brother, despite my fierce opposition, spared them. Thanks to that, the martial arts techniques and imperial swordsmanship were passed down to the royal guards. Karen Reston broke into a sweat, his mind racing. Them? Besides Caria, there are other survivors? The uncle explained that because they had been infected by the Demon Emperor's dark magic, they were only allowed to live in seclusion under the family's supervision. Ulrich Lestern concluded the matter, stating that Caria's traces had disappeared in the south not long ago, and that location coincidentally matched the area requesting aid. Ulrich Lestern assigned Karen the mission. After arriving in the south and joining forces with Leo and Rion, he must both exterminate monsters and track down Caria Act's whereabouts. Karen smirked, immediately accepting the mission. Before leaving, Ulrich Lestern added a crucial warning. Be careful of the fanatics from the Southern Holy Kingdom. Caria Act's existence is a huge problem for them. Karen Reston turned and walked away, beginning his new journey, leaving his father, Pale Reston, behind. Uncle Ulrich Lestern patted his nephew's shoulder, growling if he understood, and Karen Reston smirked back defiantly. Yes, uncle. The mana train sliced through the wind, speeding off, taking the main character to the southern battlefield, a journey fraught with danger awaiting him. Sitting on the train, Karen Reston pondered with his magic sword, his mind racing. So Luke's moonlight swordsmanship was actually learned from Caria, he sneered, finally understanding why Caria's existence was a secret that couldn't be revealed. Thinking of his uncle's warning, Karen Reston's face hardened, muttering about not wanting anything to do with the Holy Kingdom's fanatics. Karen Reston already had a plan. Go to Tabe, clean his identity under the guise of a mercenary, but still remain extremely cautious. Suddenly, the voice from the magic sword rang out, suggesting he use the gem he received yesterday, making Karen snap irritably. Can you stop reading my thoughts without permission? A flashback appeared. Head butler Heinrich, on behalf of the family head, had given Karen Reston an Azure mana gem. The voice in the sword rang out again, scolding its foolish master and instructing, pump mana into the gem while imagining the armor you desire. Sitting in the train car, Karen Reston grumbled at the sword as it nagged about wearing armor. Why suddenly wear armor? Just do as I say. Urged on, Karen Reston reluctantly agreed, his blue eyes glowing with mana. Alright, fine. Why the fuss? As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling blue light enveloped the entire train car corridor, signaling an epic transformation. A jet-black armor with sharp lines appeared, enveloping Karen Reston in a swirl of magic smoke, and the mysterious voice in his head echoed, "This is Rael's Cabana armor." Karen Reston stared in astonishment at the armor on his body. The sword continued to explain that this was a gift from Yahello, an ancient technological masterpiece. Hearing that the armor could change its shape at will, Karen Reston smirked with delight. Truly, top-notch stuff was different. The train glided past magnificent scenery. Karen Reston teased the sword, but it only replied arrogantly, "Of course not. I am special because I am me," making him sigh in exasperation. As dusk fell, the train entered a vast city, its impressive towers reaching high into the sky. But contrary to its glamorous exterior, the city's alleys were teeming with starving beggars, pleading in desperation. A filthy beggar grabbed Karen Reston's hand, making him frown in disgust and secretly curse the incompetent lord of this place. Karen Reston muttered, clearly annoyed. Why hasn't this guy gotten rid of these refugees yet? A hooded man suddenly appeared, calling out his name. Lord Karen. He pulled down his hood, revealing Julio, the scar-faced intelligence operative, who seemed honored that Karen still remembered him. Julio led Karen to a magnificent tower with unique gear-like architecture, which was City Hall. Along the way, Julio explained that since the southern kingdoms had closed their borders, disguising themselves as mercenaries was the most logical choice, and Karen agreed, as there was always demand for that profession. Karen wondered why they were at City Hall instead of the Calico Guild's hideout as planned. Julio revealed shocking news. Mayor Green and Poina were having a business meeting, making Karen frown in suspicion. Inside a luxurious room, the mayor, Poina, and Sixth Prince Revelio were discussing over a planning map. Poina pointed at the map, confirming that the rumor of the mayor collaborating with an underworld boss was true. Karen smirked meaningfully, whispering to Julio if this was a shady deal. The mayor warmly greeted Karen Reston, while Poina calmly filed her nails, and the old man stammered, explaining that this deal was completely legal. The mayor explained the reason. War caused refugees to flood in, so jobs and housing needed to be created to solve the problem. Poina also spoke up, nonchalantly saying that it was the same for Calico. They had to take care of their own people, even refugees. Karen Reston smirked, his domineering attitude declaring that he didn't care if this business deal was legal or not. He stated his purpose directly. The only thing he was interested in was information about the southern kingdoms. Poina seemed to understand, deducing that this was why Karen Reston needed a mercenary identity, and asked directly why he wanted to cross the southern border. Poina's question seemed to hit a nerve, startling the mayor. While Karen Reston and Julio remained meaningfully silent, sensing something was amiss, the mayor quickly found an excuse to leave, telling them to feel free to talk. Karen Reston casually held up a magic tool, stating that he had already set up a soundproofing barrier, signaling to Poina that the real conversation was about to begin. He got straight to the point, declaring that he was on his way to clear out monsters in the south, which surprised Poina a little due to the overly simple answer. Karen Reston got straight to the point, declaring that he needed information about an 8-star knight who once operated in the K's kingdom, who might be using an alias. Poina replied, suggesting that an 8-star knight would certainly have a reputation, but with such scant clues, it would be impossible to find them. Karen Reston said nonchalantly, "That's why I came to you, Poina. It's very likely he's hiding in the Great Southern Forest, isn't it?" Poina smirked, her mind working incredibly fast. "So you need the help of the elf tribe? The Great Southern Forest is our territory. So of course, we know it best." Poina crossed her arms, setting a condition. "All right, but convincing them won't be easy. My tribe hates humans. You'll have to earn their trust yourself first." Karen Reston mumbled the two words trust, his eyes revealing that he was calculating a new plan in his head. Scene change. A horse galloped down a dirt road under the fiery sunset. A lone knight was advancing towards the towering fortress of Lebanon, a fortified city in the south. Karen Reston cursed under his breath as he rode. "Damn it, Poina. You really have a knack for making others work for free." Unaware that a monster was lurking in the shadows. Meanwhile, Poina explained the mission to Karen Reston, who was heavily disguised. "I've cleared out human trafficking in TB and its surrounding areas," implying that this was the test he had to pass. Poina revealed a bitter truth. The South was beyond her control, and slave hunters were gathering in the city of Lebanon. She further explained that thanks to the chaos of war, traffickers easily took root there, and according to the latest information, they were openly trading elves right in Lebanon's slave market, making Karen Reston ponder deeply. Julio stammered in disbelief as Poina bluntly made the deal. "That's right, go save them." Karen Reston snapped, thinking this mission was too much for him alone, but Poina only smirked, provoking him. "Is this mission too difficult for the young wolf of the Sea Wave Knights?" Poina continued to tease, saying she thought Karen had become a true wolf, ready to sweep everything away, leaving him speechless. Regaining his composure, Karen Reston fiercely turned the tables, setting a condition. "If you make me a spatial bag, I'll consider it." Before Poina could recover from the shock, Karen delivered another blow. Otherwise, World Tree Dew would also be acceptable. Left speechless by his shameless bargaining, Poina finally conceded. "You truly have no conscience. All right, one spatial bag." Karen Reston smirked triumphantly, sealing the deal perfectly amidst Julio's admiration. Julio walked beside Karen Reston, secretly regretting. "I should have asked for World Tree Dew too." Just as they reached the city gate, a skull helmet guard blocked their path, growling orders. "Stop, show your papers." Karen Reston coldly presented a mercenary badge, without uttering another word. Another guard asked where they were going, and Karen Reston replied bluntly, "To the K's kingdom." The guard just shook his head in exasperation upon hearing this, dismissing Karen as a fool heading to his death, then let them pass. The skull helmet guard even tried to threaten them. "Don't cause trouble if you don't want to see me again." But Karen Reston merely grunted in acknowledgement. Once inside, Julio had to admit that the military presence here was no joke, truly befitting a border region. The scene revealed a completely militarized zone, where order was maintained by iron discipline and force. Karen Reston and Julio proceeded directly into the city, concluding that something big was definitely happening here. They hadn't been in the city long when the first sight that met their eyes was a group of thugs ambushing a citizen right in the middle of the street. Ignoring the petty thugs, Karen Reston and Julio entered a typical mercenary tavern, noisy and reeking of beer and spirits. Karen Reston, heavily disguised, silently entered. His target was an eye-patch thug, sitting alone at the bar. Without a superfluous word, Karen Reston placed his hand on the bar right next to the eye-patch thug and asked directly, "Mind if I sit here?" The eye-patch thug sneered, mocking Karen Reston's taste when there were plenty of empty seats in the tavern, and called him cobbler to assert dominance. Karen Reston leaned his hands on the table, growling with intense pressure. I only like beautiful things, immediately silencing the eye-patch thug. Realizing his extraordinary aura, the eye-patch thug immediately changed his attitude, guessing Karen Reston was a disguised noble, and asked directly about his purpose. Karen Reston didn't beat around the bush, getting straight to the point. I hear you deal in elves, a statement that made even the drunkards around them turn their heads. The eye-patch thug broke into a sweat, quickly waving his hand to explain that elves weren't easy to come by, his tone full of caution. Karen Reston subtly smirked under his hood, his sharp eyes asking back, Really? Hard to come by? Is this enough? With that, Karen Reston held up a gleaming golden card, the real deal, making the eye-patch thug's eyes widen in complete shock. Seeing the gleaming golden card, the eye-patch thug broke into a sweat, stammering that he might be able to procure some, but still hesitated. Karen Reston smirked, challenging the eye-patch thug. Want to check if the card is real or fake? Go right ahead. But immediately after, Karen Reston's brilliant blue mana flared, his eyes blazing with fire as he warned, For wasting my time, you will definitely pay the price. Scared pale by the overwhelming aura, the eye-patch thug dared not utter a word, his hands trembling as he held a strange inspection device. Under Karen Reston's pressure, the eye-patch thug fearfully stepped back, trembling as he opened a secret door in the tavern. The moment the door opened, the eye-patch thug was kicked out with immense force, crying out in pain. Karen Reston, who had removed his hood, coldly looked down at the eye-patch. Thug sprawled on the ground and mockingly asked, Are you all right? Karen Reston's blue eyes glowed menacingly, and he growled, Are you still going to waste my precious time? A scene appeared in the eye-patch thug's mind, where he and his subordinates confirmed the card was genuine, telling himself to grit his teeth and endure this humiliation to finish the deal. Karen Reston ordered the frightened eye-patch thug, Hurry up, unless you want another beating, leaving him no choice but to silently obey. The eye-patch thug, now as obedient as a dog, hastily pulled a lever, his mouth trembling as he flattered, Of course, sir. Karen Reston slightly raised an eyebrow, showing a hint of interest in this clumsy act. Both stood before a pitch-black passage leading underground. Karen Reston curled his lips. Looks quite decent, actually. While the eye-patch thug tremblingly asked if they should enter. The eye-patch thug led the way through a chaotic village at night, guarded by grotesque skull helmet guards. A spear guard blocked their path, warning Karen Reston to be careful because the floor was dirty, while the eye-patch thug cowered beside him. The guard continued to babble that this compound was different from other places, but Karen Reston only observed in silence, not bothering to pay attention. The eye-patch thug led Karen Reston to a burly man, seemingly the compound boss here, and began to boast about how strictly they managed their goods. The compound boss asked about the eye-patch thug's health, calling him Dale, and Dale immediately flattered that thanks to the boss doctor, he had fully recovered. While the compound boss and Dale played out a scene of affectionate concern, Karen Reston only observed coldly, his sharp eyes assessing the situation. After the greetings, Dale resumed his role as guide, hastily urging Karen Reston to proceed further inside. Karen Reston mocked the eye-patch thug directly. First time I've seen a slave trader with such compassion. Do you manage all your slaves like this? The eye-patch thug hastily explained, claiming they treated slaves as goods to satisfy their esteemed customers. The bald man introduced himself as Cobbler, owner of Cobbler's Human Resources Company, making Karen Reston curse inwardly, calling it a human resources company when it's clearly human trafficking. What a joke. Despite the sarcasm, Cobbler still tried to maintain a professional demeanor, slyly stating that this was how they survived in Lebanon and always pursued quality over quantity. Karen Reston lost patience, getting straight to the point. Enough. Where do your slaves come from? But Cobbler tried to play the business secret card. Without another word, Karen Reston grabbed Cobbler by the collar, exuding murderous intent, scaring him witless and making him stammer. I'll tell you. I'll explain right away. After being enlightened, Cobbler confessed everything, saying they took in escaped slaves from other dens, trained them, and then sold them to suitable clients. Karen Reston pointed out a fatal flaw. Other human traffickers won't stand for it. Your guards look decent enough. But Cobbler hastily waved his hand, asserting that wasn't an issue. Cobbler revealed their trump card. They were protected by the Lord's soldiers in shifts, which even surprised Karen Reston. The eye-patch thug laid his cards on the table, hinting at his own past as a slave. With my background as a slave, do you think I had any other choice? The eye-patch thug boastfully claimed they didn't bribe, but rather paid the highest tribute, which made Karen Reston curl his lips. Karen Reston immediately guessed that the protector of these human traffickers was none other than the Lord of Lebanon City. Whistling as he walked, the eye-patch thug led the way, while Karen Reston muttered to himself that this slave-trading cum-job training model was truly an unprecedented farce. Suddenly, the eye-patch thug felt a chill down his spine as he realized Karen Reston's knife-sharp gaze was fixed on his back. The broker pointed ahead, announcing they had arrived, and introducing a heavily guarded building as the auction house. Karen Reston observed the entire area, a fortified compound deep in the forest, a perfect illegal hideout. Suddenly, Karen Reston casually dropped a line. "You know what? I'm looking for a side job," leaving the eye-patch thug dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. Hearing Karen Reston express interest in investing in his business, the eye-patch thug was overjoyed, hastily fawning. "Sir, that would be my honor." Karen Reston immediately changed his demeanor, his voice icy. But business must be built on trust, making the eye-patch thug feel a premonition. Without another word, Karen Reston pressed a knife directly to the broker's throat, criticizing him for being slower to understand than he thought, making the eye-patch thug shrink in fear and let out a desperate scream. The eye-patch thug broke out in a cold sweat, only one question remaining in his mind. Who is this madman? Not understanding why he wasn't grateful to still be alive, Karen Reston pressed his sword against the eye-patch thug's throat, asking lightly, "Still don't trust me?" The other man turned pale with fear, hastily stammering a denial. Karen gestured to move on, and the eye-patch thug could only meekly agree and scurried ahead, not daring to utter another word. The moment they reached the back gate, the eye-patch thug was stopped by two guards, who called him cobbler, and warned him that today was not the day he was allowed to loiter here. The eye-patch thug hastily explained he was escorting a distinguished guest, but the guard remained firm. No invitation, no entry. Stuck, the eye-patch thug had to lean in and whisper to the guard about the powerful black card, making the other man flinch. A payment authorization card? The guards immediately changed their attitude, asking both to wait a moment while they went inside to report. A guard pointed inside, muttering curses about those who shamelessly dared to waste others' precious time. Karen Reston's eyes flashed with a blue light. He immediately realized this group wasn't the eye-patch thug's petty guards, but genuine, well-trained Knights of Lebanon. A red-haired man stepped out from the door, politely spoke up. "Please forgive our rudeness," acting like someone in a position of authority. The man in the golden mask introduced himself as Noor, the one in charge here, and held out his hand, demanding to inspect the black card. Karen Reston coldly handed the card to Noor, displaying a condescending cooperative attitude. However, just as Noor's group, including the eye-patch thug, were scrutinizing the card, Karen Reston snatched it back. "But you will pay the price for wasting my time," Karen Reston growled, murderous intent and blue mana erupting, scaring the eye-patch thug out of his wits. Inside, a colossal and luxurious auction hall appeared, packed with nobles awaiting the start of the show. The masked noble guests leisurely enjoyed wine while surrounded by servants. One man even placed his hand on the shoulder of the masked woman beside him, both smiling morbidly. Sitting at a table, Karen Reston uttered a contemptuous remark. What a cheap circus. While the eye-patch thug, now reduced to a mere errand boy, only stood by his side. Karen Reston's blue eyes gleamed sharply. He was calculating his next move in this den of devils. The scene abruptly shifted to a bloody graveyard under a crimson sky, where a chained, red-haired boy stood amidst countless corpses. Amidst the bloody scene, a trembling voice echoed, begging for mercy in vain. The red-haired boy coldly looked down at the dying loser. Another boy also forced into the death arena, desperately clinging to life. "I don't want to die." The red-haired boy curled his lips, his crimson eyes gleaming with cruelty, as he mockingly retorted, "Oh, you're asking me what to do?" The loser looked up at the balcony, where a group of morbid nobles were watching the spectacle, while other slaves knelt, forced to witness. The fat noble sneered disgustingly, ordering the red-haired boy, "You know what to do, just do it." All the trashy nobles sat on sofas, cackling as they witnessed one child about to execute another. The red-haired boy raised his sword high. A maniacal laugh echoed as he prepared to finish off the defeated opponent, who was weeping miserably at his feet. The red-haired boy's eyes blazed like a demon's. The sword swung down without hesitation, ending the brutal spectacle. Returning to reality, the eye-patch thug timidly nudged Karen Reston. Master, the auction you were looking for is about to begin." On stage, the masked auctioneer declared the start, while Karen Reston sat in the audience, silently observing. The auctioneer loudly proclaimed, "A rare item acquired from the great southern forest," causing the entire hall to buzz, immediately guessing it was an elf. As expected, he unveiled an elf slave with long blonde hair, blindfolded and handcuffed, escorted onto the stage by a masked guard. The elf slave bowed her head in resignation, but a pure, green, magical aura subtly emanated around her, indicating she was no ordinary item. Sitting in the audience, Karen Reston, his face concealed, also sensed that magical aura, and his eyes immediately sharpened. The auction erupted, with the depraved auction guests frantically shouting bids, the number soaring from 110,000 to 130,000 inches an instant. Another auction guest angrily waved his hand, pushing the price up to 170,000, determined not to let the prize fall into another's hands. The auctioneer gleefully confirmed the 170,000 bid, shouting to ask if anyone dared to go higher. Suddenly, a cold voice from the audience rang out, settling on an overwhelming figure. "I'll take the elf slave. 200,000. The auctioneer immediately turned towards the bidder, confirmed the 200,000, and prepared to strike the gavel to finalize the sale of this special item. Karen Reston didn't bother with pleasantries, raising his hand and shouting a final figure that silenced the entire hall. 500,000. Even a high roller like Nur was shocked, muttering, 500,000? Who's the madman? That price for an elf is utterly ridiculous. Abruptly, Karen Reston had appeared behind Nur, his icy gaze making the masked man speechless and break out in a cold sweat. On stage, the auctioneer was ecstatic, shouting to confirm the 500,000 bid and asking one last time if anyone dared to go higher. No one dared to utter a sound, and the auctioneer declared the sale finalized. The elf slave from the Great Forest has been sold to the bidder of 500,000. In a private room, the eye-patch thug trembled as he asked his new master, "Sir, do you truly have 500,000 gold?" Karen Reston feigned innocence in his reply, forcing the eye-patch thug to explain like an idiot that a payment certificate was only issued if the account held at least 500,000. Ignoring the money matters, Karen Reston narrowed his eyes and went straight to the main point. "Anyway, can you smuggle the slaves bought here out?" The eye-patch thug's face went pale with shock, his voice trembling at Karen Reston's outrageous request. "What? What do you mean?" Karen Reston looked at the eye-patch thug as if he were trash, bluntly stating, "One look at your face tells me you're useless." The thug quickly clarified that with his meager slave-trading status, he wouldn't dare to take such a risk. The eye-patch thug was scared out of his wits, clutching his head and begging Karen not to involve him in any crazy schemes, but Karen just coldly called his name. "Hey, cobbler." Karen Reston sat casually on the chair, his imposing aura completely overwhelming, delivering an ultimatum. "Think carefully about whose side you want to be on." The eye-patch thug froze, not understanding what was happening. While the eye-patch thug was still stammering, there was a knock on the door, and Karen calmly allowed them to enter. The masked auctioneer entered, followed by the elf slave and the masked guards, grinning as he congratulated. "Congratulations on your win, sir. 500,000 gold. Truly impressive." Karen Reston didn't beat around the bush, getting straight to the point. "Skip the pleasantries. How do I pay?" The auctioneer rubbed his hands. "Cash, of course. You're as straightforward as you are generous with your money." Karen appeared cautious, saying he didn't want to be suspected or followed, but the auctioneer immediately reassured him. "You don't need to worry about that." The auctioneer revealed their trick. To ensure there's no evidence of slave trading, record this transaction as a purchase of gemstones worth 500,000 gold. Karen Reston rubbed his chin, sharply realizing. "So, you're laundering money?" The auctioneer merely chuckled, implicitly admitting, "You could say that." The auctioneer began to sense trouble. "This is getting serious." Karen Reston nonchalantly asked, "Oh?" Karen Reston leaned back in his chair, making a harsh declaration. "I want to pay later. My money is in my personal treasury in Tibet. We'll settle up there." Karen smirked, his voice full of menace. "Either way, you'll have to follow me where I want to go, won't you?" Making the eye-patch thug, hiding behind the chair, turn pale with fear. The auctioneer waved his hand, flatly refusing. "The rule here is upfront payment, no exceptions. Furthermore, your identity hasn't been verified, so it's even more impossible." The auctioneer concluded, "I'm afraid we cannot accept this request. Until payment is made, you can't take the elf." Karen Reston slapped his forehead, exasperated with the rigid group. "Trust? So that's how it is." Losing patience, Karen Reston lunged forward and grabbed the trembling eye-patch thug by the collar, growling, "Then how about we try this method?" Seeing Karen ask if revealing his face would allow him to pay later, the auctioneer scoffed, then began to hesitate. "Not necessarily." With that, Karen Reston ripped off his mask, his eyes sharp as daggers piercing his opponent. "Now that I've shown my face, you'd better not make any more ridiculous excuses." The auctioneer still tried to act tough. I'm in charge here, even if you show your face, it's still. But Karen leaned back in his chair, coolly stating, if you're not qualified to decide, then call your boss out here. Before he could finish, Karan snapped, his blue eyes glowing with killing intent. Shut up and go, report to your master. Tell them Karan Reston wants to meet. Hearing the name Reston, the auctioneer froze, sweat pouring down his face, his voice trembling as he obeyed. Yes. Understood. Karen turned and ordered the eye-patch thug. Cobbler, untie the elf, making the thug jump in surprise. Glared at by Karen, the eye-patch thug trembled like a leaf, quickly complying, his voice faltering. I'll do it right away. The black blindfold and ropes were successively removed from the elf slave. After being freed, the elf slave gently rubbed her wrists, her eyes still showing a hint of fatigue but having regained her composure. Karen tossed her a recovery potion, coldly saying, Here, drink this. It will heal your wounds. The elf slave recognized it as a high-grade potion. She looked up at Karen and thanked him formally. Karen Reston smirked at the elf slave, showing interest. An elf who speaks the common tongue? I thought you'd be causing a ruckus after being released. Contrary to his expectation, the elf slave replied with extreme calm. Because I sense my mother's presence from you, and also the faint aura of my kin. Karen Reston immediately understood, Poina's image appearing in his mind. Ah, is it because of the mist of the world tree? He got straight to the point, asking Neria, How were you captured? Neria recounted that she was ambushed while clearing monsters, causing Karen Reston to frown in thought about the monsters overflowing from the great forest. She dropped a critical piece of information, her eyes filled with resentment, and among those slave hunters was a knight. Karen Reston repeated the word knight, then smirked, his mind racing, immediately guessing the opponent's faction. They must be Leban knights. He analyzed like a seasoned veteran that the southern kingdoms were busy with war, so there were no idle knights. Then asked Neria if she remembered their faces, but she shook her head. Neria affirmed with certainty. But I remember their mana signatures very clearly. Karen Reston smiled confidently. That was all he needed to overturn the entire board. That's enough. Karen Reston directly asked the elf her name, and she calmly replied, My name is Neria. Karen Reston ordered Neria to stay put, while the slave trader behind him was sweating profusely from tension. He turned to the slave trader, smirked, and invited, Hey cobbler, how about we do a job together? With the smile of a madman, Karen Reston declared his outrageous plan. We're going to start a rebellion right here in Lebanon. Both the slave trader and Neria froze, unable to believe their ears upon hearing the word rebellion. The slave trader panicked, shouting that he didn't want to die, making Karen Reston simply sigh and cover his face in exasperation. After a moment of fear, the slave trader suddenly did a 180-degree turn, saluting like a soldier, and asking if 100,000 troops would be enough, ready to obey immediately. The slave trader, now fully in character as a subordinate, grandly declared he would lead the army of justice to quell the slave market, leaving Karen Reston dumbfounded. Karen Reston brutally shattered his illusion. Justice, my ass. I'm simply annoyed seeing these slave traders live too comfortably. Karen Reston's face was cold, as he admitted this rebellion also had a bit of personal vendetta, while the shadow of an insidious noble loomed behind him. Click! Leandro peered through the crack in the door, muttering with amusement. Leandro stepped inside, apologizing for making Karen Reston and his reluctant subordinate, Cobbler, wait. He pompously introduced himself as Leandro, the Lord of Lebanon. Karen Reston stood up, his aura no less imposing, and replied curtly, Karen Reston, a pleasure. Meanwhile, Leandro's subordinates merely watched. In another corner, Neria and a ponytail warrior were quietly observing the situation. Neria's gaze was as sharp as a blade, devoid of any fear, showing that she was no ordinary woman. Karen Reston turned to look at Neria. The three of them, a young master, an elf slave, and a human trafficker, formed an incredibly bizarre combination. The official confrontation began, as the four faces representing the two factions Karen Reston and Leandro exchanged fiery glances, while Cobbler realized this was the stage for a grand game of chess.